It's a unit review stream for you. Well, not necessarily a unit review for you, but a unit, like, just in case it's not clear. The reason I title these things the way they do is because it's a stream for you. I cannot guarantee I'd do a unit review for you, but anyways, hello. I have not changed the process. I was thinking a little bit about changing the process maybe for these unit review streams when I couldn't really think of a good way to restructure things right now. But that means, so it's been a month, oops, since I've done one of these. If you're not familiar with my format for these, basically what I do is I have a pinned link, a Google form link in my live chat. And the reason it's in the live chat is because you don't have to be watching the whole time, but you at least have to like pop in while it's live. Because the idea is I want people to hopefully, you know, have a live experience, right, for these unit reviews. You know, the account fixing is and/or account reviewing in the future will be my version of this that's more in-depth, of course, but would not be live format. So anyways, UID review streams, I turn ads off on these streams because the balance is like, okay, I'm going to do random reviews, so you submit to the form, and then I have this, right, that gives me a random selection. So, you know, this button manually refreshes it. It also automatically refreshes this based on whenever a new submission happens. So like as I go, yeah, you can see that just changed to 17. We type in number 17. That is someone who just submitted Oron and Gorou. Gorou is an interesting choice. And then I can take this UID and go over to Enka, or I can view it in game if I need to. And sometimes we go to Akasha, but mostly we just try to stay on Enka because Akasha has an actually nightmarish amount of ads. Yeah, and then when I get donations, I tend to alternate between donations and randomized reviews, and then usually that means I end up getting a backup of donation reviews, and they have to wait until the end of the stream. The people who pay need to wait. They will get their product, but they need to wait. Shipping times. Anyways, yep, so then that's why ads are off, because, you know, I figure the balance for me is that I can make a little bit more money than I would with ads normally in exchange for, you know, giving you something for money, right? That's the goal. Stream, you gotta go take a shower. No need to look at Mia. We already know she's the best urgent carry. This is true. This is obviously true. All right, thank you, Timothy Gilson. So, anyways, also my YouTube chat is broken. Yay! Why the fan funding updated, but not my normal chat? Why is it broken? Yay! Okay, give me a second. This is I thought Firefox would. I don't know, man. Whatever. Give me a second. I'm gonna open up another chat window so that refreshes properly, because right now my OBS chat is refreshing before my normal chat window. So the solution for that is to just open up another chat window in another browser, because I blame Google for it at this point. I swear they must be going out of their way to make Firefox a worse experience. Do Zenless units count for the stream? I mean, if you submit a Zenless user ID, I'll look at it. It'd be funny. I'll look at it, Osorio, so you can submit it. The link will probably break, I think. Actually, maybe it won't. I don't know. What happens if you submit a Zenless UID? I have no idea. I don't know. We'll find out. So, anyways, stream is lagging a bit. Oh God, why? Why is this app was hit stop streaming and then start streaming again, and then it's fine. I have no idea why this issue happens, guys. I need to fix things, or need to, I don't, you know, just need to murder my computer. And like I've been getting vibes from my computer, like minor issues. Is it still there, by the way? Because I just hit stop streaming and restart streaming, but I've been getting vibes from my computer of like random little issues. It's like it's time for a full Windows reinstall, which is a pain in the ass, an utter pain in the arse, for a lot of reasons. It's also lagging for you. Oh my God, why? Okay, what is happening now? It's still lagging? Okay. Put it in race. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Why? Why is this happening? Like, excellent connection from YouTube. OBS is like, yeah, it's all great. And then, nope, it's awful. Where's, whatever. Anyways, here, let me open up this in a separate window. See what things looky like. Copy. I gotta see for myself what it doing. It's still doing the audio problem? Wait, now it's fine? What? I didn't do anything. Why is this happening? This didn't used to happen. This has only happened the last couple of weeks of randomly. It's not like every stream. It's not consistent. It's just randomly. Why? I love this. I love this. I love this problem. How do I fix this problem? Like, I have to go live for it to see if it happens. So that, like, how do I avoid this problem happening? Like, I hate the idea that people are like clicking on these the VODs in particular, and then there's terrible audio issues at the start. Like, that turns away. That just like actually f you, whatever is causing this problem. Whether it's either my microphone setup, the Go XLR. It wouldn't surprise me it's the Go XLR, but why we the Go XLR? I haven't seen this in any other circumstance. It's only been when live streaming. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. Looks like it's having a hard time keeping at 1080p. I haven't changed any settings. Like, is this something on YouTube's end that they just F with something and that I'm getting screwed over because they changed settings on their end without like any warning on their end? It's a good Hazo build. I don't know. Honestly, probably based on my experience with Lanyan, probably 4-piece VV if you have good enough artifacts. Otherwise, you know, Farina 4-piece MH is an option. Otherwise, I'm sure people use the Wanderer set. Was this Wanderer set give burst damage? I don't remember if it does. Or sorry, skill damage. I don't think it does. So maybe Golden Troop, 2-piece combos. I don't know. It couldn't be kind of whatever. So yeah. Anyways, I'm checking what my audio settings are set to, because maybe I have my audio settings set to something that YouTube is just like really unhappy that I have too high a bit rate. No, I have 160 kilobit per second audio settings, which is fine for like voice audio and whatever streaming things. I'm not trying to give a high quality music experience here. Anyways, sorry for that distraction. Let me go condense my resin real quick, and then we'll get into the actual unit reviews. I don't know what to say other than I apologize for the audio problems. And I have no solution for seeing how it happens, because I haven't seen it happen in my recording. That's the weirdest part. It's like, oh, if it's an OBS issue, you would expect it happens in my recording. It seems to be specifically only an audio issue that is happening when live streaming, and it seems to resolve itself. I don't know. I don't know. It's a really annoying problem where it's like a conjunction of specific things, and the only way I can test it is by live streaming. But like, that's the inherent problem. I don't want to have to test it when live streaming, because like it hurts my live streams. Whatever. When I say Hazo's okay to play as a DPS, when? I don't know, when do you want to? That might not be helpful advice, I guess. I don't, but like, my question is, I guess, why are you drawing the line of why you feel like you need a specific constellation to play a character you like? I'm not saying Hazo is not going to feel much better with just want to check this. Is that? No, I already have enough, I think, for, yeah, never mind. Yeah, as far as Hazo goes, like, why do you care? why does it matter? Mephilis, 10 euros, all yours with the UID. All right, thank you, Mephilis. Appreciate it. Also, this is fantastic. Here, let me see if I can, is this gonna work? Let's see. Let's see if this works. Oh, never mind. It fixed itself. I was too slow. No, okay. I have a separate window open for my like super chat funding, the donations, and I'm just going to Sit Lolly's house. And it just didn't show up for like a straight minute, but it did have a flashing thing saying here's a donation, but it refused to actually show the thing. Like, what have you done, YouTube? I blame Google for this. I blame Google. I'm pretty sure this is Google being just arseholes. But anywho's, Thank you, Day Batman. Newbie Malika, love your streams. Thank you. We'll get yours in a little bit. Day 3 of the event is awful. I heard passingly, I haven't seen anything of day 3. I heard passingly that, so I know this one's a swirl buff, right? I'm not doing this right now. Yeah, swirl damage increases 1200%, but the structure of this event is such that, like, it doesn't even, like, swirl scaling is not so high that this matters, right? Is my understanding. We're gonna start the reviews very shortly. So yeah, anyways. That's, yeah, interesting. So I don't know. I'll probably play more of that event later. Not now. I hope I see DPS Lonyon today, by the way. That is my goal. I want to see a DPS Lonyon. I didn't claim my data, that's fine. Alright, just gonna be annoyed by the little thing. We're gonna get rid of the UI. Bam. Blap. Alright, let's go. We'll start with this one. Why? Because this was the example one I randomized to earlier, so we'll start with this one. If I can find my window. I have so many windows open on my desktop, my god. Alright, there we go. Oron and Gorou. Did I open it up already? Is this person? I don't remember. No, it's not. I don't know who this person is. I guess since they're open, I'll give you a quick review because I feel bad the fact that you're showing here. I don't know what you were asking for because this isn't this one. Nice Yelan. Oh, it's 4-piece MH Ningguang. Yeah, very nice. Nice, I imagine. Pretty decent. I will do DPS Ningguang eventually. No promises on when, but eventually. C0 Hu Tao. Pretty decent. Actually, very decent. That's a lot of EM on a C0 Hu Tao. Wow. Yeah. Oh, look, a rare non-Fav Yunjin, which makes her... Oh, okay. Well, good luck. Good luck using this Yunjin. Kachina. Yep, it's Kachina. You have some damage, and she probably does 3 of it. 1,000 Blazing Suns Navia. I think she's one of the few units that can actually more properly use it. I think okay. The problem is you have to be playing... still don't kind of like this. I don't really like this weapon that much on Navia because obviously it's good on her, but it requires staying on field with her. And I like Navia. A big part of why I like Navia is like her quick swapping nature, right? So anyways, obviously this is a good Navia build and focused on field Navia with Farina, and it's good and all that. But yeah, anyways, 1,000 Blazing Suns can be a really good weapon for Navia. Can literally be better than her signature, which is funny. But it limits the contexts for using her a little bit. White Blind. Wow. You really like 4-piece MH. Okay, so how... They've spent a lot of resin in 4-piece MH. I don't know what their like official build looks like, but they have Farina here. So the question is... They have to have a good Farina build, right? Like, you got 4-piece MH out the butt. You gotta have a good Farina build, right? Right? Surely. That's yep. He's a Baiju. And yep. Wait. Prototype archaic? I mean, look, it's an attack percent weapon for her if you have her. It's Mawika, she'll be fine, let's be real. She's probably perfectly fine on this build. Like, I don't think there's any problem. Will you struggle maybe slightly in this event with Prototype archaic versus some other weapon options? Yeah, I mean, if you have Milled Flower, I would highly suggest Milled Flower. But, yeah, anyways. It's a signature weapon build. A bit low in crit rate. But it is a pretty good Farina build. Not insane, but definitely pretty good. Yeah. A very healthy amount of ER. But not insane. It's a healthy Farina build. Yep. I wonder what your official artifacts will be. Anyways, Oron and Gorou. Wriothesley. Emily. Okay, I already like this player. They are pretty base. They pulled for Emily. Let's go. And that's an interesting build on your Emily, especially with 3-piece Deepwood Memories. I'm gonna guess something got yoinked. The Oron. Let's not get distracted. That's bad. It's really bad if I get distracted. Where's your 4-piece Inner City? Well, We will just pretend this is a good artifact. Yeah, it indeed got yoinked. Oops. Oops, this is you, Danny. Oops, flower with 10 crit rate, 5% attack. Okay, so you basically just have a healthy amount of crit rate, is functionally what it is. I've not messed with Aqua on him, mostly because I have Elegy, and I really like him on Elegy. He is the first unit I've been like, yeah, I can just put him on Elegy with the build I have, and kind of good. I don't have to think about anything with him. When I've tested different builds with him in teams, he's never usually doing so much of the team's damage that it feels like it's that relevant to min-max his damage personally. Like one of the obvious ways I noticed this was like just testing. I was testing scenarios where like, okay, this should be a scenario where his talent damage contribution matters more. So let's put an EM timepiece and an EM goblet on him. So just focus on his like electrocharge damage rather than his other forms of damage. And like my clear times were basically the same. So, you know, I actually don't know if it's that relevant to build that much crit on him, which is a little unfortunate. It makes him kind of boring to build. It doesn't mean crit has no relevance on him. It's just not of the utmost necessity, is my overall feeling. And he can be perfectly fine just being a reaction triggering unit built for elemental mastery in my experience, and also doing his buffing and a little bit of application and whatever. So, anyways, as far as DPS Oberon goes, I don't know the kind of numbers I'd expect to see from this. I kind of wish his like C4 made his burst last longer, and that would make him, I think, a little bit more interesting of a DPS unit. But also I like the fact, one of the things I like about Oberon is the fact that his burst doesn't last that long, gives him kind of some more interesting team synergy. Yeah, what? Yeah, thank you, Sylveon. Guards. Yes, I have seen heard of the meme that, you know, streamers asking mods to do something is the equivalent of like the medieval royalty being like, guards, get them. Yeah, so hopefully you just, well, I don't care what you did. It's up to you. I trust Sylveon's judgment. Who are we supposed to look like? Gorou, dog. So yeah, anyways, nice DPS aura. I like it. I have not tried Aqua on him personally, but he does decent damage, so it's simultaneously worth investing in Oberon somewhat. I've never tested Oberon with like a truly garbage build, right? So, anyways, Gorou, dog. Wait. You disappoint me. You have a level 90 Lanyan. I mentioned I wanted to see a DPS Lanyan, and then you shoved this in my face. Alright, it's fine. Dog. Petra dog. Yep. I don't know what you're doing with Petra dog exactly. Does Petra give you geo damage bonus? Because you could do, I don't remember. I just wanted to show off EM shielder dog. That's fair. I mean, yeah. What is a level 90 Gorou 200 EM shield? Is probably, does he generate that many crystallizes? I don't know. Does his burst do any off-field geo? I thought it doesn't. Right? So he only generates one crystallize, and at 200 EM, that's, it does do off-field geo? Oh, okay. But yeah, I think it's like, so an 800 EM Kachina build, for reference, is like 5,000 HP shield. So a 200 EM Gorou, I think, is going to be around like a 2,000 HP shield. Not nothing. Like it's enough. And yeah, his ult sucks in the crystals. Yeah, that I knew. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting path for him. I guess, you know, whenever I negatively talk about dog, I should give dog credit and mention that, you know, same as Kachina, you can do a EM focus build and do some Petra shenanigans. So yeah, 1429 achievements, very nice. Anyways, thank you. It was a nice, simple one to start with. well, second one to start with, technically. I should do the donation one. I'm going to make you wait 1 second. Methyldus, sorry. I'm going to do a couple more random ones. Mostly because at the start of the stream, the randomized ones, because like when I get to the end of the stream, right, there's probably going to be like several hundred random submissions, right? And that means like the individual chance one person gets selected is, you know, 1 in 300, for example. Whereas if there's only 50 submissions now, right now it's a 1 in 50. So to give some of the randoms a higher chance of being selected now, I want to do some more now at the beginning, and then I'll switch on to the donation ones. Farina, more cons next week. All right, nice. Oh, by the way, I learned I did get connected with the 5 people. I still gotta like make not 100% gonna do four accounts. Whoa. Nice, Arlecchino. Well, we should be doing a unit review stream, or unit review, that's what I'm doing now. A polling stream for Farina, hopefully without any polling of this weapon. And sorry, and that should be live the same time the banners go live, and I might turn that into an edited video as well. We'll see though. This, for what it's worth, this is a Farina build that is built in a way that can take decent advantage of this weapon. And this is an extremely good Farina build. Like, holy my, look at all these HP substats. Having this many HP substats while also having a healthy amount of energy is, yep, is a good Farina build. Is a strong Farina build. Yep. I think that's all there is to say about it. I don't know why you crown the normal attack, but you do you. If you have the resources, it's your resources. You just want a triple crown for the fact that you like Farina. Understandable. This would still be low enough ER that I wouldn't want to use this build, but it's fine. It's still usable in most situations. Not all. Yeah, okay. It's usable in many/most situations for most people. Not me, it would not be, but anyways. Yeah, very nice. Why did I get a... sorry, 1 second. I just gotta see. Who the heck? Sorry, I gotta check something quick. I just got a notification from T-Mobile saying your SIM change is complete. T-Mobile is my phone provider, in case anyone's unfamiliar with T-Mobile. And it says I have a SIM change that was complete. It's not my phone number, which is good. If it was, I would be panicking right now and be like, oh, sorry, I gotta end the stream and deal with this. The problem is, this is probably legitimate, and I probably know what happened. What happened is someone bought a new phone, and they activated it through, like, most likely this was Apple's, like, activation system. For some reason, like, I learned this when my mom got a phone last time. If someone buys a new phone, or activates an iPhone, and like you go and hit like the transfer your phone number through Apple's like activation system, it doesn't verify with the account holder at all. Apple's just like, oh, since you were able to log into your Apple account, that's authentication to activate your previous phone number on this new phone. And this is including even if the previous phone number was not on an iPhone. I'm not kidding. Like, I have to imagine a lot of people have had their phone number and potentially lost their accounts specifically because of Apple's activation system bypassing security things. I am the only authorized user for my phone account, but my grandparents and my grandparents, my parents, and my sister are all on my phone plan. They pay for their portion, which is all together. And at this Apple system, every time this happens, I have to go double check, okay, was this actually a legitimate thing? Did my, like, just in case, right? If I had to guess, this is my grandpa's phone number. I have no, wait, it's not my contacts. It's not my grandpa's phone number. What is this? What is this phone number? Oh, you know what it is? It's probably my freaking, oh, it's probably my mom. My mom probably got a new watch or something because she was complaining about her Apple Watch. So she probably got an Apple Watch. That's what it is. And she upgraded the Apple Watch. God, sorry. Anyway, sorry for the distraction there. It was important, like, self-security. If you get a notification saying a SIM was swapped, on a phone number of something that's on your account, gotta double check that crap. I'm pretty certain it's my mom's Apple Watch, and that's fine. Anyways, I'll double check later, but I'm like 90% certain it is. Anyways, what are we doing? Unit reviews. Number 60, apparently. Wriothesley. Apple logistics are insane. Yeah, and it's like, I'm not saying like Apple's login protocols aren't secure, right? It's just a circumstance of like, the fact that my mom was able to switch from a non-iPhone to an iPhone without any verification for me, the account holder, was insane to me. I don't understand why that is a thing. But anyways, husband collector. I mean, she counts. Does she though? Like, I understand why you still pull them, obviously. But I don't think she counts, and I don't think she counts. So just, you know. Anyways, what did you say? Wriothesley. I just like Rio. Not sure if I could go for a C1. You know what? Here, let's Amber at the top. Ooh. Let's go look at, before we look at your build. Let's go look at Wriothesley C1 quick. Really? I forgot Amber at the top has god awful abs. Fine, screw you, Amber. You're gonna have video ads. I'm gonna not use your godforsaken website. I can only tolerate your website when you have ad block on. Whereas Hakushin, I don't like the UI as much, but doesn't have cans or ads. Mihoyo, don't smite me for accidentally showing that. That's not my fault. That's okay. I forgot that they defaulted to showing those on the thing. I swear to God, if this stream gets copyright striked because I went to Hakushin, I will be yelling at Mihoyo. Okay, you better not copyright strike. If this stream goes down and there's no VOD for it, it's because Mihoyo copyright striked it. Okay, it would also suck because if they copyright strike this stream, I lose all the revenue from the donations. I don't know if that happens. I'd have to double check that. I'll find out. It'll be a learning experience if they copyright strike me for showing something that someone else is hosting just because it's on their homepage. And like I didn't even think it was on their homepage unless you had the setting enabled, but apparently it is. So anyways, Wriothesley C1. Hopefully I don't lose the donations. That would be insane if I lost the donations because of the copyright strike, but it's possible. Anyways, so yeah, gracious rebuke from his talent. There's Hubby, blah, blah, blah. When his HP is less than 60, when he's... Why did I just reformat? Less than 60, when he's in chilling penalty state caused by the 5th attack hits, it will create a gracious rebuke. It can be obtained every 2.5 seconds. When additionally rebuke, vaulting fist will obtain the following enhancement. Damage bonus will be increased. Well, it hits when Wriothesley is in the chilling penalty state. The state's duration extended by 4 seconds. And one such, yeah, okay. You must first unlock the passive talent. Plea for justice. Okay, and passive talent. HP is less than 60%. He obtains the gracious rebuke. Charge attack will be enhanced to become vaulting fist. It will not consume stamina. It will deal 50% increased damage and will restore HP. And it can happen every 5 seconds. So basically, it doubles the amount of times that can happen. It is a lot more damage bonus, and duration is extended. So this is one of those constellations that, like, I think if you really like Wriothesley, because what happens if he falls below, yeah, because he has this line, right? When he is above 50% HP, it will enhance the repelling fists and blah 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 blah. Without this being able to activate every 2.5 seconds for his charge attack heal, he's HP negative. And that can cause some situations where he falls below 50% HP, and then his damage basically just turns off. Right? Like, what? I don't. Why do? Only 4 likes on YouTube. Yeah, go like the video. It increases your chance of being... No, it doesn't. That's a lie. But likes would be appreciated. I don't know. Anyways, so I don't know. Like, I hesitate to be like, yes, you should get constellations, but if you really like Wriothesley, I imagine most people will like having this constellation. Like, you will probably notice the damage increase. You will probably notice him becoming, on the simplest level, more tanky. Making him less reliant on having to have another healer is kind of interesting, right? I don't know, maybe there'll be more utility. Like, I'd probably imagine you basically merely want to remove Bennett from his team without his C1. And with his C1, maybe like Eon Song combos become more compelling with him. So, I don't know. Yeah, I think this should have been in base kit. Not necessarily the damage bonus, but at least the every 2.5 second thing. Because it's kind of silly, because his kit breaks if you fall below 50% HP. And it's not impossible to like do that. Or it's not unlikely that happens. So anyways. As far as answering your question, not sure if you should go for a C1. It's up to you. If you really like Wriothesley, that's a crit ratio and a half. Which I'm assuming you really like Wriothesley based on, you know, the triple crowning and everything. I can't say this is an ideal crit ratio, but you know what? If you're willing to optimize around some crit sometimes as far as your clear times, and you just like big number on the cryo boy, I get it. It's fine. I have like you can see my transition from like a while ago where I used to be like, no, you need to do like more optimal crit ratios. Like, no, you really don't. And like a funny thing that happens is like the more high investment you go, the more you potentially the more fast you want to clear in Genshin, the more you run like unoptimal builds potentially, because anything you can, one of the things you can optimize around is how often you crit. And you can, if you have like a semi-usable amount of crit rate, depending on the character, it's sometimes actually pretty not that bad to optimize around a slightly lower crit ratio. So yeah, if you like Wriothesley a lot, I like at this point, you know, assuming you don't have other like new characters coming out that you're super interested in, why not go for C1 is kind of my feeling. His C1 is part of the reason I don't really want to go for him. So yeah, and the fact that I think there's going to be cryo DPSs that are more engaging for me to play coming out later, but we'll see. I am not sure exactly. I don't know if EM timepiece so it depends what team you're playing. Obviously, if you're not playing him in a melt team, then not EM timepiece. I feel like EM timepiece might be better in a melt team, but I'm not 100% sure. If you have other EM buffs going on, which you can obviously have in some of his melt teams, then yeah, it depends. And again, it could be theoretically better to use a crit rate circlet, particularly if you have a crit rate circlet with a bunch of crit damage. Like, it wouldn't surprise me at all if you see much more consistent clears with Wriothesley with a crit rate circlet. So it's a consideration, particularly since you have an op piece. Maybe you can put a really, really good op piece crit rate circlet. But it's ultimately up to you and how much you want that slightly bigger number from a crit damage circlet. You might be surprised at how similar the damage numbers you see on screen are, even when you sacrifice, like, let's assume you have like a 21 crit rate, or this is a 13 crit rate. So let's assume you have the equivalent off-piece crit rate circlet, which is like 28 crit damage. You know, you're losing like 40 or 35% crit damage. You're going to like 275 crit damage, right? Going to 275 crit damage, and you would go up to almost 90% crit rate, right? With MH stacks. So like, point being, you'd be a lot more consistent, and you probably wouldn't notice that much of a loss from like the number you see on screen. Although maybe it'd be more noticeable with the C1. So yeah, that's my overall vibes with Mr. Wriothesley, number 24. We'll do a few more before I try to do the donation run ones. I don't want to get backloaded into too many donations. So I don't want to neglect the people giving me money. Dunno. Free to play, I don't have that luxury. Okay. Well, if you say dunno, and you have a list full of characters visible, then you're asking me to pick one out, because I don't want to spend my time doing every single one of them if I don't have to. Navia is an annoying character to build, isn't she? I see that you basically have crit rate. You have this is really nice. You have a crit rate circlet. Man, Navi is an annoying character to build. Yeah, you're gonna want. I would not be able to play Navia with this build. And unfortunately, I don't have a recommendation for solving that problem, other than I would consider probably not doing 2-piece MH. 2-piece MH isn't that good. I'm pretty sure 2-piece attack percent on like Gladiator, Shimenawa's, whatever, is going to be better for you. It's just really not doing that much. Oh boy, Sylvia wants me to look at Mizuki, Diluc, and Arlecchino. Mizuki. So, yeah, that's my overall recommendation. 2-piece MH isn't really doing anything. I don't know, maybe this is because sometimes they play with Farina and they do a 4-piece MH build. It's possible. I don't know. They didn't tell me what character to look at, so all in all, I would say like this is a functional Farina build, but not that high investment of a one, right? Which is interesting. I think that it seems to be the story of this account in general. This is the most craftable weapon account I've seen in a while. not even Earthshaker for Kniech. Ew, why? Is this a side effect of the misinformation? I saw some really dumb misinformation that I kind of like, because someone like, this was like over a month ago. Someone posted some video of like a YouTube video, because like someone was like just curious about like how prototype Star Glitter is on Arlecchino, right? Because I had it leveled already. Like how good is prototype Star Glitter? And like then they showed a clip of someone that basically showed prototype Star Glitter on Arlecchino comparing to White Tassel, and they showed prototype Star Glitter like without using any other units, without using any other buffs, no Bennett buff, just E on Arlecchino, absorb Bond of Life, and attack the Pyro Whopper or the Cryo Whopper flower. And like they showed, oh, the damage isn't that much worse, and it's like, okay, except one, you didn't change the build around the fact that you're using a crit rate weapon versus a not crit rate weapon. So like the actual, like they were functionally running like a 99 crit rate 160 crit damage build with White Tassel kind of thing, and then prototype Star Glitter was a 70 like 160 ratio. And there's like for a non-crit weapon, the 70-160 ratio made sense, but like the White Tassel build should have been using a crit damage circlet. Like the weapon changes the build, duh. And then like on top of that, they didn't use the other units in the team. They didn't use Bennett, and like Bennett changes the relative value of different stat, like having a higher base attack weapon or not. And like anyways, it was such an inherently flawed comparison that I had to like break that down, and how like it wasn't like the person making the video was inherently misguided in trying to make that comparison, but it was just like they clearly didn't understand the conjunction of things that matters in how to make a proper comparison to like which weapon to use in Arlecchino. It's not as simple as, oh, go in game and do nothing other than press E and do normal attack after bond, whatever. Like, don't use prototype Star Glitter in Arlecchino, is my point. White Tassel's a lot better. Alternative to White Tassel, honestly, alternative to what this, the freaking, the event polearm, here, here, we'll just show it. Wait, I don't have it in this account. Never mind. I haven't done the event yet. I need to do that still. I did the event on my polearm account, but it's a higher base attack weapon with less ER, but the ER is irrelevant to Arlecchino. More importantly, the passive gives 40% attack. So functionally, it's a 565 base attack, 40% attack substat weapon for Arlecchino. Like that weapon is a lot better. So if you have Arlecchino now, and you're playing right now, which I'm assuming you are based on the fact that you submitted this, at least use the event weapon on her, please. Anyways, other than that, 2-piece is fine. You know, crit ratio is relatable, but understandable. Whatever. Doesn't look like he pulled Sit Lolly for her. That's oh well. So yeah. Anyways, I don't know if you have milled flour or not, but I would probably consider using milled flour on Muika if you have it. They're AR-59, so I think it's kind of a crapshoot if they do. They might have been playing long enough, they might not. If you don't, Is Earthshaker a perfectly okay weapon? Yes, it's basically the same as Prototype. What is the Prototype Archaic passive? Where's the search function? I have to go to weapons. Ohio doesn't smite me. Archaic. Okay. Like, this thing isn't... I'm not gonna say it's better, because, like, Muika does do some skill damage if you... Well, no. I think technically Prototype Archaic is better for Muika than Earthshaker for on-field Muika, right? Other than the fact that, like, you do... Oftentimes, like, when you are setting up, doing Muika setups, you do a little bit of off-field skill damage. And yeah, like, Rain Slasher is probably better. Like, you probably have a better weapon option than this for Muika. And then you can also then give Kanich the better weapon. You can give Kanich Earthshaker. Right? So... Also, I didn't even notice the Kanich crit rate. Oh my good lordy. Like, I understand how it happened, but also... Rare instance of you probably should use a crit rate circlet on this Kanich. Oh boy. Yeah, I would recommend crit rate circlet on Kanich. Like, this is the simple things that aren't just, get more crit substats, right? It's nice that you have an onset goblet. Yeah, with how these artifacts rolled, get a crit rate circlet is the easiest way to fix that. This is fine. Fav would be better if you happen to have it. Do Fav crit rate circlet. Like, it will help your team energy needs sometimes, but it depends on the team, whatever. But there's no real benefit to this weapon on her other than increasing her healing. But you don't even have a healing focus build, so I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying you have to do Fav. Fav, if you want to do a healing focus build for Farina utility, is whatever. It's harder to build, so I can understand why you use this for the Farina context. Other than that, though, this weapon is kind of whatever on her. Don't go for more refines; it's a waste of billets. I think this is fine on Chaska. I don't think it's her best craftable weapon. I believe that belongs to the Fontaine craftable, but it does necessitate having some healing with her. So, you know, it depends on your Chaska team technically a little bit. Copa's account I've seen. I mean, I think this is just a more casual, low investment account that doesn't farm as much, which is, you know, it's fine. Amusingly, I think of your builds here that could use a crit damage circlet, I think your Chlorinde could, because Chlorinde has an additional like 20% free crit rate, I believe, that doesn't show in Enka from her passive. So you have 92, 160. So you could actually probably get away with a crit damage circlet on your Chlorinde, which is funny. Yeah, anyways. Farina, you might want to level 90 eventually. But that's not the end of the world, really. You know. An interesting account. This is an interesting account. Yeah, Raiden's a pain in the arse to build too. It's not an unusable Raiden build. Raiden's more dependent on her teammates than I think getting this build to be that much improved. It still would be nice to have, you know, more crit, of course, but yeah. So yeah. At minimum, like, if you have Rain Slash or something, yeah, for a week, I would not ironically try that, but at minimum, I think it's actually better to just swap Earthshaker and Prototype Archaic. I don't know. It's not going to be... If it is worse from Muika, it probably... Like, Earthshaker's probably technically better than Prototype Archaic. Technically. But not much more. And I don't even necessarily think it is. So, point being, and Kanich is definitely better with Earthshaker. So, I would swap those two weapons at minimum. And then consider checking if you have other weapon options for Muika. Go check out whoever's guide. Yeah, anything else to mention? I think that's all I have to say for the characters viewable here. I don't know. I said I wasn't gonna look at everything, but that's all all I have to say. Free to play, I don't have that luxury. I don't know what What is the question on my thing? Why did they say I don't have that luxury? I'm pretty sure this, by the way, was just like a anything you want to tell me about your let me go check my form. What did I put on the question that made them say I don't have that luxury? Any additional info you want to provide, such as what you built a character around in case it's not obvious. Oh. Why do you think you don't have the ability to do weird builds as a free-to-play player? I think the reason you don't think you have the ability to do weird builds is because you don't invest very heavily in any of your characters enough. Like, to be clear, the game's grindy as hell. And like, if you don't want to spend a lot of time logging in consistently, you're never gonna be able to like fully build out any character. I get it. I absolutely understand. That's why I'm running an account that is specifically not logging in daily, except when I feel like logging in daily because like there's something I want to do on the account. But being free to play does not mean you can't do things. It just means it takes longer to do things. And takes more logging and recurringly, right? So anyways, it's good to have a life, yeah. So I'm not trying to get you to say you have to play more, but it's not because you are free to play. I'm gonna nitpick that usage of your terminology there. So anyways, yeah, it's a flex if they have a life. Anywho's, am I gonna start grinding for Farina on my casual free to play account when Farina's banner is up? And I don't know. Right now, I'm not even in the mood to grind that much on that account. So here, we'll do one more random one, and then we'll do donations so I don't get too behind. So I have 4 donations to look at. Thank you, Honeybee Milk Tea, by the way. We'll get yours in a little bit. We'll do one more random one, and then I'll start alternating. For now, hi them, Kanich. Still trying to get better Kanich stands and Goblet, waiting for the 5.5 elixir buff. Ah, yes. Elixirs are always a weird factor for trying to improve builds. But yes, wait until version 5.5 when they change elixirs to give 2 guaranteed rolls into the substats you choose. That's a Kanich. Yep, that is indeed a Kanich. I'm pretty sure your Kanich is probably more than strong enough. Wait, what did I say? Better Kanich, Sands, and Goblet. I don't think you're going to notice any better artifacts on your Kanich, quite frankly. I think your build is already... I understand trying to get him to have the best build possible. I completely respect having Z6 and still going for the best build possible. I think that is how you truly make use of, you know, the highest investment possible, technically. But I find it unlikely that you're ever going to realistically notice, you know, 1 additional crit roll or additional attack percent roll. Like, you're in a state where, like, yeah, you can use the elixirs to choose a double crit timepiece or double crit goblet. And, like, at minimum, they're probably going to, like if you choose a double crit goblet, right? 4 elixirs for a goblet, you will probably get something that's at least equivalent to this goblet. But what is the chance of you actually getting something that's better? Well, you have... It's not a guarantee it's going to be a 4-line piece, right? And you'd really want a 4-line piece for it to be an upgrade for your Kanich. So I'm just trying to outline this as, like, when it's worthwhile to use elixirs because you want an upgrade, right? I think it's worthwhile to use elixirs because, like, you don't have... Like your onset timepiece options are just really cope. Or you have a really good off piece that you want to use, so it is actually, like, worth the really expensive cost of making a goblet instead of doing, like, 2 timepieces kind of thing. So, anyways, like, let's assume you choose goblet, you choose Dendro Goblet, and double crit, right? With the elixir change of 5.5, it's going to give 2 guaranteed rolls. So that would be, it's not guaranteed low rolls, high rolls, whatever. It's just 2 guaranteed rolls into crit rate and or crit damage. It's not into one of both, just 2 rolls into those 2 stats. So that means at minimum, it would be like 1 crit roll away from being the same crit value of this. And if it has high roll values, then it's already going to be pretty similar. And then you have either 2 more rolls if it's a 3-line piece or 4 more rolls to go. So with at least 2 more rolls to go and there being a 50% chance to roll into crit still, if it's a double crit piece, right? that means statistically you should expect at least an equivalent goblet, right? Like this is essentially the minimum expectation, unless the game hates you, which it can happen because you can just, you know, lose the coin flip 3 times in a row or 2 times in a row. For rolling any further crit rolls with the elixirs. So you can still screw you over, but it's much less likely now, which is nice. But my point is like, this is kind of like the expectation you should have. If you're going to do an elixir goblet, this is what you could kind of expect on average as like, not the minimum, but like, it's unlikely to get a goblet much worse than this. And so for this player to actually get an upgraded goblet from elixirs, what they have to have is, it basically they have to get lucky still. Like they have to get extra crit rolls that have high roll values in some form, or they have to have like attack percent in a substat, which can help differentiate this as being better. Or it has to be a 4-line, some combination of all those things. And like, I think it's still, there's a good chance that an elixir, like 4 elixirs for a goblet, could improve this, but not to a meaningful degree relative to the power of elixirs being able to like save you a ton of resin in some other form. Like let's say you want to like farm the new artifacts for Skirk or for Resso or whatever plunge DPSing, right? We want to farm the plunge artifacts for Shao. Then, you know, using those elixirs that you, like, by your implication, you said seems like you might have the plan to use 6 elixirs for Kniech, right? But if you want to farm the new artifacts for Shao, those 6 elixirs could allow you to, like, get a new Shao build that's good much, much, much faster, right? And would be more valuable to use there than they would be to get very minor upgrades of having, like, 1 or, if you're lucky, 2 additional rolls, right? So that's my yap about like using elixirs when your build is already like really good. What additional crit roll is not going to make a real difference, especially with the C6. But you know, if you want to do it still, you're dedicated to it. Don't let me stop you. I just want to mention that as an example. Anyways, it was just Kniech for an Albedo. All right. So yeah, good Kniech build, obviously. I'll hate them. Haran. Nice. Man, I really wish Haran was like a crit damage sword so I could use it on Clorind. I hate how Alhaitham's weapon is the best stat stick weapon I have on my Clorind, but like, it's real uggo. It's like, it's normally I don't care about drip that much on characters, but like, my god, like I just need to mention it. Like, you see how ugly this is? Like, it's the hardest anti-drip in the game, and like, I do notice the green when in her combat. Like, well, I mean, okay, I don't really notice it in active combat that much, but like, anyways, I have her on, and I have yet to find a reason to use it. And I would have a reason to use it on Clorind, except for Clorind gets so much free crit rate that a crit rate weapon is not really good. I would need some really highly specific artifacts to make use of Haran on Clorind. Anyways, Clorind sword is pretty good on her. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, thanks. I didn't know that. Anyways, your Alhaitham seems pretty decent. Yep, it's a strong Alhaitham. It's a 2-piece Alhaitham, which I think is perfectly fine. Like, the difference in a 2-piece Alhaitham versus a 4-piece Alhaitham for Gilded Dreams is like, you know, a couple attack percent and some EM rolls equivalent. Depending on the exact team configuration, because Gilded Dreams gives a different amount of attack or EM depending on how many like same element units are in the team. Anyways, point being, it's a couple attack percent or EM rolls, which is generally speaking not going to be that significant of a difference maker compared to the fact that you will generally with 2-piece options have higher overall substat value. So you could have slightly worse substats on Gilded Dreams that are equivalent, like 4-piece Gilded Dreams that are equivalent to this 2-piece Deepwood combo, but functionally is the same. And like, so there's like not necessarily that much benefit to forcing the 4-piece or farming the 4-piece when you have good 2-piece combos, is my point. So I don't think that matters. Anyways, good on them. That's all. Who was the other one? C2 Clarity. With Skyward Atlas. In my experience, this would not be enough energy recharge on Cloud Retainer in the mini situations. C2 helps, or sorry, C1 helps. And like you might feel like, because of your C1 Cloud Retainer, that this is enough energy recharge. The problem is that you're probably actually doing 25-second rotations. That's probably what you're doing, I suspect, with this build. Anyways, you didn't ask for Shiny Judgment, I'm sorry. Farina. Signature, what? This is like the same build as we saw before, what? Is this like the, I swear to God, this looks like exactly the same. Like, I think it was the same crit ratio and the same amount of energy recharge. I'm not kidding. I think the HP is slightly higher here, though. They have more HP substats. Anyways, you use Fav for convenience on Shunyun? Yeah. So if I get C2 Shunyun in my videos, I'm just gonna power down Shunyun by using a level 20 Fav or level 25 Fav. Is what I checked is equivalent to a non-C2 Shunyun. Anywho's, is a very usable Fav Arena build. A slightly inconsistent crit rate, but still, I think more than usable. Anyways, thank you for letting me have a yap about Kanich, I guess, or not Kanich, about elixirs. All right, let's do, before I get back to donations, let's start alternating there. Mephiles, thanks for the 10 euro bucks. And they said, all yours. And they have 5 characters. They're saving my sanity. All right, nice. C1 Taos. Crimson Witch. Wow, 80. Wow. All right. I mean, they don't have much HP substats, but it's not like she needs to be built with a whack ton of HP. As far as a Crimson Witch Hu Tao here, yep, yeah. I think Mephiles just wants to show off cracked as heck builds. We'll save St. Lolly for last. C4, like, you know, I'm assuming you're gonna... Are you just trying to... Are you still in chat, Mephiles? Are you just trying to go for C6 Arlecchino over multiple banners? Top 2%? Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like you're probably trying to go for C6 Arlecchino the responsible way over getting constellations over time over multiple banners. That's my vibe. Because otherwise, there's no reason to go for C4 unless you accidentally got C4. If you're a weirdo, or you're intending to go for C6 eventually. C4 through C6, like C4, C5, C5 Arlecchino are all one constellation in one. They basically don't matter unless you get C6. For Arlecchino, maybe slowly. Alright. Anyways, by the way, EM timepiece is basically definitely better on Arlecchino now that the EM versus attack timepiece for like a vaporized Arlecchino is kind of like whatever, not that important. And it's still not that important, to be clear, like, because Arlecchino melt teams are more than strong enough that it's like not the end of the world if you only have 63 EM. Anyways, it's fine. I'm just saying, if you are trying to be damage optimal, EM timepiece versus attack timepiece is pretty noticeable in a melt team. Yeah. Your Hu Tao Gobble is your first elixir piece. What was it? Oh my god. Yep. Wow. Wow. There's gonna be so many people that are gonna be like, wow, look at my god tier goblet. Like, the chances that you get a goblet like this are so much higher with the elixir change. Like, the elixir change, I can't stress enough how much that, like goblets I feel like before very rarely made sense with elixirs. Now I think they will actually make sense, because guaranteeing 2 crit rolls on a goblet is a pretty big difference maker. So, and the fact that getting a piece like this basically would require, because before, right, getting a piece like this requires 4-line, right? You can't have this many crit rolls without being 4-line. And then it has to be high rolls, obviously, but it has to be 4-line start, and then you have to roll entirely into crit. So you have to win the 50-50 basically 5 times in a row. So if, you know, that's 1, 4, 8, 16, 1 in 32 chance. Ignoring the high and low roll values, just getting all crit rolls from a 4-line piece is a 1 in 32 chance from the start. With the elixir change, it's a 1 in 8. Like, it's 4 times more likely to get all crit rolls with the elixirs. Like, the elixir change is a pretty big deal. As far as, like, trying to get really high crit value pieces. There's a lot of people that are going to get their highest crit value pieces ever from elixirs, and over time, basically, like an account that starts now, like if you start playing now, right, and get all the elixirs that are currently available, or if you start playing in 5.0, right, basically all of your highest crit value pieces would likely end up being elixir pieces. I would bet. So, anyways. Depends a bit on how it works, doesn't it? The elixir thing could be roll pity. The elixir thing, they literally specifically said that the elixirs will have 2 guaranteed rolls into the substats you're choosing. So that removes 2 50/50s. So, like, that's what they said. And my assumption is that means if you choose double crit goblet, you're going to get 2 rolls into crit rate and crit damage. Could be 2 rolls into crit rate, could be 2 rolls into crit damage, could be 1 into each. But they literally said, like, your first 2 rolls will be into those stats. I don't know how there's a way to interpret that other than you're getting those rolls. So, anyways. Yeah, nice Arlecchino build. Man, it's funny. Like, I feel like when you look at an Arlecchino build, like my Arlecchino on poems only, you know, it doesn't look that insane. Like, it looks really good, but I think people are really used to seeing, like, really high crit rate builds now because of adding the crit rate from, like, 4-piece MH or 4-piece Obsidian Codex. And it's just like, yeah, a 100 crit rate, 200 ratio is, like, normal. Like, no. I have, like, a 100% crit rate, 200 crit damage Arlecchino on pole arms only. She doesn't get free crit rate. Like, it's ridiculous. Anyways, this Arlecchino's top 6%. Yeah, it seems accurate, and it's just the crit rate that's holding it back, basically. Anyways, oh, I forgot to look at you last. Sorry, I didn't see the ER yet. I saw some crit, which makes me interested to look at that more. But Yoimiya's. This is a pretty healthy Yoimiya build. Anyways, no idea how that works. The Akasha ranking. I mean, this is definitely probably top 6% in overload, but the amount of crit rate you have on your builds for Akasha rankings really affects significantly your ranking. But as time has gone on more and more, I don't think Akasha rankings are very helpful as far as actually judging builds goes, right? Yeah. So yeah, with her signature weapon, this is a top 4% build with the Staff of Scarlet Sands, which is funny. But oh, it's actually top 6% in vape. That's interesting. By the way, there's no melt leaderboards for Arlecchino yet on Akasha, which is, I'm sure they're going to happen. But like, yeah, Arlecchino's builds potentially change meaningfully as far as her ideal builds go. EM is a lot more valuable of a stat with Sitlolly and just other melt teams. You don't have to do Sitlolly technically. Akasha owners are low-key kind of crazy. Yeah, I kind of look. I respect like that the work it took to make this tool, but they seem a little bit possessive of what I feel like should be a more community project. Akasha could be better than what it is if they weren't obsessed with controlling everything themselves. Is my feeling with the Akasha owner. It's their thing though. Yeah, they're paying for the servers. It's fine. It's fine. It's their thing. But like, yeah, I don't know. And as time has gone on, like I said, this is like, just because you have number 1 Arlecchino does not mean like you're clearing the fastest with your Arlecchino, right? And an Arlecchino build that is not number 1 in a different team can clear faster, right? Because it'll have a better build for a different team or even a different circumstance for enemy setups, and clearing fast as possible with running a crit rate like 80% crit rate if you can have higher crit damage totals. This is why like Staff of Homa has the potential to get faster clear times potentially than Arlecchino's signature weapon. It's because you can have builds that have, say, slightly unoptimal crit ratios, but you optimize around crit RNG, landing your melts, for example, on your giant. You could run a 60% Arlecchino crit rate and 280 crit damage, right? And as long as you land those, you play around the RNG of landing those melts on the hits that can melt, well then, you know, you don't technically need a bunch of crit rate to clear fast. It's for clearing consistently. So, anyways, it's weird. That I would not get too obsessed about Akasha rankings, is my point. But Akasha is a useful tool for comparative potential and for just a simple tool that does the math for you without having to do anything other than input your UID as far as evaluating your artifacts. And Akasha doesn't factor constellations at all. So, anyways, yeah, the DPR math is convenient. Yeah, it's a convenient, useful tool. So, like, I appreciate the work the Akasha dev has done. I do think it has potential to be more than it is, but it's fine. This might be a hot take. There's a lot of people using GC Sim nowadays. I've had my yaps about GC Sim, or not GC Sim, about spreadsheet impact. When I say spreadsheet impact, I'm talking GC Sim. GC Sim is spreadsheet impact, but like more better, technically, but also more worser, technically, because you make even more assumptions in GC Sim than you do in spreadsheet impact. In spreadsheet impact, you usually make assumptions that are like from a neutral perspective. Whereas in GC Sim, if you're trying to actually simulate things, you have to make a lot of very specific assumptions. I do not think GC Sim is a useful tool. Hot take. I'm sorry. Okay. Anything can be a useful tool, particularly for like numbers and making comparisons. For making comparisons to different things, if you're trying to compare one thing to the other, they can be useful, okay? It can be a useful tool. I don't think it's a useful tool as far as like community benefit goes. Overall. Sorry. As a hot take. I'm probably going to get someone hating on me in the comments because of this. I'm sorry. I don't think this is a useful tool. Anyways. Whereas I think Akasha is a useful tool. Yeah, anyways, whatever. Even though it puts like an overly high emphasis on like, to most people, what your rank is. So, yeah. I don't, like, the vast majority of people that could possibly try to use GC Sim are probably not using it to its advantage, is my overall take on it, right? It's a cool thing that exists. I don't hate it. It is useful for theory crafting comparative contexts. But, like, the actual in-game context is very, very different than the simulation context. Extremely different. So, anyways. Yes, the best tool is actually playing the game, indeed, in my opinion. So, sorry, it might be a hot take. Play the game rather than simulate the game. Because you can't simulate the random circumstances that can happen. Anyways, I feel like people are going to take that as me meaning you can't simulate RNG. You can simulate RNG. That's not what I meant. But anyways, you can't simulate how... Whatever. I'm done with that. Yeah. Anyways, Nubilet, nice Yoimiya, by the way. I think this is a very healthy Yoimiya. Yeah. It's really sad that Yoimiya doesn't work well with Lolly, by the way. Like, she, of the characters that released, like, to be clear, the future cryos coming out, like, doing double cryo combos with Yoimiya could help. But, like, she could have really used Sitlolly working well with her. So that was unfortunate. But, yeah, like, this is a very healthy of EM and substats. Obviously, no attack substats, but you're using attack % timepiece in conjunction with a healthy EM substat. For a vaporized Yoimiya build, this is a pretty, very healthy Yoimiya. So, yeah, C6 Yoimiya is detrimental to her, yeah. I can't say it's a super well-designed character, kit-wise, but, yeah, anyways. I like Yoimiya with Sitlolly, honestly. Yeah, I mean, it's the weird thing, it's a similar context to, like, Dia with Sitlolly, where, like, it's basically not super possible. It's not very possible to get like all in the entirety of Dia's burst, including like the final hit, which is a pretty big like it's a bigger multiplier that can hit like an easy, really big amount of melt damage. But the amount of melts you do get is still good enough that like it's not like Sitlolly Dia is a bad combo. And I don't think Sit Lolly Yoimiya is a terrible combo either, most likely. But you're going to eventually not, from what I've seen, you don't generally get consistent melts over time. But yeah. Thanks, Bugzaid. We'll get to you in a little while. Wow, this is the first donation. I'm being so slow. I'm sorry. I got distracted with things. I would probably run a crit circlet on this Nubilet. I also, well, I don't know. It depends what Nubilet team you play. If you're always doing Nubilet Freenet again, his ER needs are different. But anyway, is a good Nubilet build with the asterisk of I imagine that a Hydra Goblet would be better, but this is an onset Goblet and it's Nubilet. It's probably fine. Of your builds here, I think this is probably the worst build. But what about Somali? Oh, you're doing a Sack Frags build. I see. Okay, nice. C1 Sack Frags build. Sack Frags allows you to have a lot lower ER, which notably, this is what my whole argument for Sack Frags was. If I didn't have C1 Sit Lolly and her signature weapon, I would probably still be running Sack Frags on her with a crit ratio that looks kind of similar to this. This kind of crit ratio, when you have, all you do Sit Lolly in Bennett buff, like Sit Lolly can get some very big damage pretty consistently. And like it could, like this kind of crit ratio could even be something you easily optimize around, right? Whether or not you, say, land a crit on all the trash mobs on Sit Lolly Burst in like the first wave of an Abyss Chamber kind of thing, right? Just optimize around getting this 50% crit, which is not that hard. By the way, I just like put my arm on like my hand on my arm, and it was like accidentally like you make a fake farting sound. I don't know if you heard that. It probably wasn't picked up, but I did not fart. That was me making a farting sound by accident by putting my hand on like the inner joint of like my elbow, whatever. Anyways, why ER Sands? I mean, because they probably needed ER. Anyways, yeah, I guess this is actually, I didn't even notice that before. That makes sense with the 800 EM. I think this is a little bit worse than my build actually in Sack Frags, but I have an insane build on Sack Frags. Like I can have this amount of ER with a similar-ish crit. I think I have a little bit lower crit rate, but I have towards 1,000 EM, which is insane. My Sit Lolly build options are across the board kind of not relatable. I have min-maxed EM build for max buffing potential with up to 1,269 EM. I have sure. Look, I don't have my camera, so you didn't see it. I'm sorry. You don't have a camera, but I did not fart. That was too clean of a sounding fart. Anyways, that's my excuse. Do a scientific analysis on that noise. What am I saying? Anyways, wow, I've been very distracted. This is why I don't do these streams often, because I can't. No, it's fine. Yeah, my Sit Lolly. Anyways, my point is my Sit Lolly build is not relatable. Anyways, yep, nice Sit Lolly build though. I like it. So yeah, but yeah, you need to be able to burst consistently on Sit Lolly. So if you need the energy, you need the energy, and that's why you run an ER timepiece. But yep. Also, tenacity is a fair approach. I can't say my preference is tenacity. But I can see why some people would choose to do that, and it can be the optimal choice if you have someone else on scroll, like Shalonen or whatever. Yeah. So, yeah, buffing and making shield tankier is something that's compelling to a lot of people. Yeah. That was Mephiles, right? Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Mephiles. Let's do number 3. Wow. Early one. Arlecchino, Clorinda, Emily. Wow. I know they didn't ask for Raiden, but like the Skyward Spine. So this is a 70 crit rate without the crit rate from Skyward Spine. Like 70, 150, 78, 151 with Skyward Spine. This is why Raiden is an annoying as god-awful character to build. Like, my god. Look at this circlet. I just use her on too many teams. She's built for all of them. Yeah, that's my feeling as well, Mephiles. Like, I have my Sit Lolly to a build where I only have to change at most 2 artifacts and the weapon, which is still annoying. But, like, I can't possibly see a way to have a universal sale ally build that isn't just, sacrificing a bunch of EM, building ER, but I absolutely get it. Yeah, what in the frickin' world is Circlet? Yeah, please. I would love this Circlet. I probably wouldn't use it on... Actually, I don't know. Would I use this on Redden? No, I wouldn't, because I do Hyper Redden. I would need the reverse of this, the crit damage Circlet with... actually, I don't know. It still wouldn't... If I had the reverse of this, the crit damage Circlet with this much crit rate, like 20 crit rate is no. That's way more crit rate than I need. I would still probably not use it on Redden, but I use it on other characters. Anyways. Yeah, ridiculous. What characters were we supposed to look at? Yai. Ooh. No. The Arlecchino, Chlorinde, Emily. Alright. Chlorinde. Mistsplitter. Nice. Yep, Mistsplitter is very good on her. And that is a pretty healthy 2-piece build. 4-piece Whimsy is definitely going to be meaningfully better. Being that Whimsy is in the Strongbox next patch, that might be something that's actually fairly compelling to go to try to do. Also, because elixirs exist, like elixirs existing means like 5 elixirs would basically guaranteed get you a build that's meaningfully better. Like it's actually probably not even, it's not even possible. Like if you choose a crit damage Circlet for elixirs, choose crit rate, attack percent, you would get guaranteed crit rate roll or two crit rate and or attack percent rolls. Even if you don't get a crit rate roll, it'd be fine. And then you 2 elixirs, the next patch for a Whimsy timepiece would be at minimum slightly lower crit value than this, but it doesn't matter. The extra damage bonus would still be better. So like, anyways, Strongbox is coming out for Whimsy next patch, which is nice. It depends how much you actually like using Chlorinde. I like using Chlorinde enough that I'm glad I managed to get lucky. I was farming the Whimsy domain before I got Chlorinde, mostly for trying to get a 2-piece artifact for Shenhe. Because of the fact that I was leaning towards doing 2-piece attack on my Shenhe, simply because my Noblesse artifacts are oftentimes being used on other characters. Not because it's better, but just because it's a simpler option for me. And it's not that much worse. So, anyways, point being, I got lucky with my artifacts, and I think your 2-piece your 2-piece Whimsy is already good enough, and I think it might be worth the risk with some conjunction of elixirs or Strongboxing. I'm not saying use 5 elixirs for it necessarily. I'm just saying that is something you could do, and using 5 elixirs would basically, with the changes next patch, using 5 elixirs would basically guarantee a meaningfully better build. And I don't think 4-piece TF is really that relevant on Chlorinde anymore, unless you're doing Aggravate specifically. And even then, it's like still like it's a cool thing you can do, like because you can do more Chlorinde zooping, but and if you're doing Aggravate Chlorinde, you want to level 90 her, by the way, but it's fine. I leveled 90 her, I don't regret it. Converting to Sethos Church thanks to you, and just afraid of farming the red stones. The red stone. Oh yeah, I forgot he needed the stupid red stones. Yeah, but that was a little annoying. This is a pretty good gladiator Arlecchino build. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. Not much else to say about it, honestly. That's a very healthy Pyro Goblet. It's just very healthy, decent artifacts all around. The only way you can meaningfully improve it is with the flower, which is something that has a good chance of happening eventually just by farming more characters. It's kind of, if this is your best gladiator feather, that's probably a flower, sorry. It's kind of funny, honestly. Because, like, this is just, like, pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4 relevant, 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 relevant rules. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 circlet. Yeah, so only having, 3, 4 rolls in the flower of all things is kind of funny. Anyways, on Gladiator, when you're an AR60 player and you've leveled a bunch of characters, it's funny to have this meh of a flower. Anyways, it's your best one, unfortunately, yeah. For a long time, I had pretty cope options for Gladiator flowers as well. And then in the span of, 2 months, the game gave me 2, really good options. And I was like, oh, okay, thanks. I had to strongbox for something. It was in the lead up to Arlecchino coming out. I was like, all right, I'm going to try to get a better Gladiator flower. And I got them somehow. Anyways, Hu Tao, you got her skin. Nice. Who was the last one? It was Emily, I think. Running a little bit ER on her. See, by the way, Akasha. Every time I see Emily, and like with her signature weapon, it reminds me of like how annoyed I am that Akasha doesn't rank based on like your Emily is like top 39% lol. Your Emily, I assure you, is not that bad. Like, this would imply your build is cope as all hell, right? That's insane. Then part of that is like there needs to be energy recharge rankings for Emily. Like, this is not a character, particularly if you have a signature weapon. You should build some energy recharge on her. Not a lot, but there's many situations where if you don't build a little bit of energy recharge on this character with her signature weapon, she does not burst consistently. So having like 20, 30, maybe even a little bit more, but I've been very happy with having about 20% energy recharge. So completely acceptable and tolerable, not like annoying. Energy needs is, yeah. For point of comparison, oh shoot, I gotta open up another browser window, 1 second. To my Emily build on polearms only, real quick. Kasha. The difference with the reason I'm bringing this up is because the difference between our two builds here. So they have 82, 205, 20, 30 attack, 125 ER. And remember, as far as like the Akasha rankings go, they're top 39%. As far as the Akasha rankings go, the ER is not an effect. So what is the difference here? I gotta switch it between our builds, right? This is a pop quiz for all of you watching. Bam. I selected the wrong thing. Give me a second. I gotta figure out. Bam. What? No. It doesn't work. Why does it not work? I'm sorry. Why is it not working? Why is everything broken? Uh-oh. Now I can't even bring up the old thing. Uh-oh. What did I do? How did I do this? How did I break everything? What is wrong with OBS? It just isn't showing my Chrome window at all now. I have it set to streaming problems. Why? What's happened? Ah! Okay, that's back. Good. Alright, I have a solution though for this. I can just copy my UID, I think, from... Wait, can I? What is my UID? I don't know my polearms only UID. Frick. Why is this not working? Okay, wait, can I... Oh no, I can copy... Oh, I found it. I can copy this link like this. Okay. I don't know why the other web browser was not showing up, but here, let's just do it like this. It's fine. So, this is my Emily, right? I don't want to point this out. This is where Akasha is a useful comparative tool, right? So I have, yeah, a bit more crit rate, which definitely affects rankings, but 7% more crit rate does not jump you from 39% to top 2%, right? It's not that significant. So what else is the difference, right? Like, yes, their overall artifacts are way lower roll value, but why are they lower roll value compared to my artifacts? And I'm not gonna lead you on that long. Also, I don't know, is this the same top 2% combo leaderboard? Is that the same leaderboard? Yeah, it is the same leaderboard. Is attack. So my point with this is, as far as Emily goes, she's an off-field unit. There's no, like, I shouldn't say there's no. There's not a ton of ways to buff attack from off-field. Like, yes, there's Noblesse, there's Tenacity, Chevreuse, which you don't really do Chevreuse Emily teams normally. You know, there's not that many ways of buffing attack meaningfully off-field. So attack subsets are very valuable, and they can be, like, as valuable, sometimes, I shouldn't say better, but, like, as valuable as crit, is what I would say. So, but I do wish to say, like, don't sacrifice ER, though, for attack, in my opinion. Not with the signature weapon build. Being able to burst consistently on an Emily with signature weapon is a meaningful difference to how you can actually play this character. So, yeah. Anyways, It's just funny though. This is just funny seeing like not that different of a crit ratio, and again, ER has no relative value to the rankings of these leaderboards. So like the difference here is having the difference over top 2% and top 39% on Akasha is a little bit of attack and a little bit of crit rate. By a little bit of attack, I mean a lot of bit of attack actually. But like I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rolls of attack percent, and then also 1, 2, 3, 4 rolls of flat attack. And like the flat attack does make a minor difference here. So, anyways, yeah, the ER doesn't really matter that much. I haven't found I needed this much ER. It's just I had the ER on some of my best artifacts for her, anyways. So, you know, this is a side effect, to be clear, of farming a crap ton of this domain on poems only. I'm not saying you should farm this good of an Emily build. I'm saying that Akasha's rankings are stupid for Emily. But attack is very valuable on her. That's all. It was a nice little lesson we could have. That's all. Yeah. So, anyways, that was a nice one to look at. Let's do a donation one. Day Batman. Sorry for the wait. Nuvilet and Moika. The characters. 89, 89, 89, 89, 89, 79. All right, we're moving on. No, it's fine. It's fine. just 79. 79. What are you doing to me? Blackcliff. Yeah, it's fair. Blackcliff is a much better, like, maybe I should make a weapon yapping about Blackcliff weapons. With how they've been, it seems like this is going nowhere anytime soon. With how they've been structuring, like, Abyss now to basically, not always, but very often have, you know, some mobs before fighting the boss. Like, Blackcliff weapons are actually, like, potentially pretty good. A lot more often than they were in the past, funnily enough. So, but the problem is you still have to you have to defeat the enemies with Moika, which isn't necessarily ideal for, so they're still weird. It's like they're rarely going to show up as like very compelling options on like guide videos, right? But they still could oftentimes be your best option in a particular context on your account, because like you can potentially get max stacks on that passive, especially like what does an R5 Blackcliff get with max refine, out of curiosity? Like, no one does this, right? But like out of curiosity, how much attack does it give, Blackcliff? I don't remember exactly. It doesn't matter which one I look at. I think they're all the same amount of attack percent. So yeah, R5 is 24% attack after defeating an opponent for 30 seconds, which on Moika, that's how long your clear times take. So if you defeat opponents before the big boss spawns, you're basically getting this up for the full chamber. This event has a maximum of 3 stacks, and it's like what? Like if you kill 3 trash mobs, like 3 trash mobs seems to be the common combo they're using a lot, right? Like what is it? The 48, 72% attack with a crit damage stat stick weapon. Like, oh, okay. Like, these weapons are situationally extremely strong. And I'm just pointing that out as, like, more strong than they used to be in the past. And someone like Moika can easily, like, kill the initial enemies with her first burst, right? And then second rotation, you have a 72% attack buff. With 30, it'd be 36% with R1. Like, that's pretty strong. To be clear, not every Abyss has that. Like, is it second side? Yeah, the second side of this current Abyss has 2 bosses that do not have trash mobs before them, right? But here, let me. Okay, actually, wait. I'm gonna open this up in another tab just so it doesn't show something more of Moika. Can I have my mouse? Windows. I love this problem with Windows where it doesn't show my mouse. Why? I just. It's fine. It's fine. Anyways, it's fine. Let me look at this. I want to show you the next Abyss cycle. I want to show you the next Abyss cycle. This Abyss is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I don't think Mahoyo will smite me for showing an Abyss cycle. I think. It's possible this might change still, technically. It's unlikely at this point. So this one is a circumstance, right, where this side, where you might want to use Mawika, obviously. So this seems to be what they're doing a lot for Abysses lately, right? Where they'll have a side that where you know against Azamon and this thing where you very well might want to use Mawika. Blackcliff is not going to be that good. That's why like no one that's like making guides is going to assume you always have that passive up. So when Blackcliff is used in ranking like comparison to other like accessible weapon options for like free to play weapons, right? Anyone doing calcs is not factoring in the attack percent from this. But for what it's worth, like this chamber, you'd have one stack up, basically, or you most likely would, for the more tanky enemy. And then this chamber, you should... okay, this chamber is... oh god, this chamber. Oh god, this chamber. Let's not think about that one. This chamber, like, you know, it's one enemy, one enemy, one enemy. You'll get 2 stacks up, right? For a fairly good amount of time. In this fight at least. And then this chamber you'll get 2 stacks, and then you'll probably get another stack there. But well, actually, this is a pyro enemy, so that's a little awkward. I don't know. Okay, this Abyss is a bad example. You probably don't do Mawika second, or I think the second half. Yeah. Is it? Wait. No, this is first half. Anyways, point is, ignoring the problems of these specific enemies versus Mawika. just extrapolating out that they're doing, you know, a lot of situations where, like, you know, some form of wave of enemies before bosses, right? We go back to previous Abysses, not this one. You know, this situation is the perfect context, right? Where, like, this, if you're using Mawika here, and then using Mawika here, you're going to get max stacks Blackcliff. In this situation, Blackcliff is, like, potentially your best option. So, and that's interesting, right? But yeah. Anyways, I'm seeing his Nubilet first half. Yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be the contrast of this Abyss into like this Abyss is gonna be wild. Like, do we have 5.5? No, that's surprises, by the way, are not real Abysses. Those are fake. Yeah, we don't have the 5.5 Abyss yet. Oh boy. Anyways, I really, by the way, this Abyss used to have no Wayab here, which was much more tolerable. This chamber was much more tolerable when there wasn't a frickin' Wayab. And then in exchange for that, this half was much harder. And it used to be triple Kenki with 3 of the HP draining dogs as the first wave beforehand, which again would have been a situation that actually got you max stacks Blackcliff. So it would have been much better than this is. But they basically just made this chamber way easier, and they made this chamber way harder. Like, this is going to be a weirdly lopsided Abyss for the first chamber. Like, crazily. And also, like, the chicken is just so unfun to fight. I'm so annoyed they removed the triple Kenkis. The triple Kenkis are fun. And I think it would have been actually fun to have to deal with the stupid butthole dogs that drain your HP and then transition to triple Kenkis. And then, now we get to fight enemy that spends half its time, not half its time, it RNG BS's its way of running across the Abyss and wasting time. Like, how fun. Who enjoys fighting the chicken? Like, seriously. Anyways, also, putting an enemy that incentivizes using Dendro, using Aggravate, paired with an enemy that's Dendro resistant is a dick move too. Anyways, I hate their tendency to put the chicken in Abyss. And the triple Kenki Abyss version of this Abyss was more fun. Anyways, rant done. It's fine. What were we doing? Oh yeah, we're looking at Day Batman's Nubilet. I've been so distracted this Universe stream. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No one's going to give me money in the future. It's fine. That just means I don't do Universe streams and I can transition to doing something like account reviews or whatever. Anyways, yeah, the point is Blackcliff Mawika can situationally be very good. That was the point. And generally the rule of thumb, if you're using a weapon that gives you like attack percent in some form, this does give you attack percent just situationally. Probably do EM typies. Oh, they're doing attack percent Goblet. That is not as ideal. Unless you're not playing Bennett, I suppose. But I don't know. It's still probably not unusable by any means, but you probably want Pyro Goblet. Mawika is a strong enough character. Probably doesn't matter that much. And prototype. This is a strong proto Ember Nubilet. Wow. Wow. Yeah, this is one of the strongest prototype Ember Nubulets I've seen. My prototype Ember Nubilet is much worse than this. Wow. Oh yeah, ER check. Ooh, that is a bit rough, but I don't know. Maybe they're doing Nubilet, Farina, R5 Amber's energy refunding. It might be fine. Might be. But that actually might be a little bit rough, I'm not sure. I'm definitely used to playing Prototype Amber with him with like 130 ER, and I definitely have no issue. So I don't think you need 130 ER, and that's without Frina. But yeah, anyways. You have 120 ER Proto Amber Nuvia? Yeah, that seems like fairly accurate, so I'm not sure about that. But other than that, the crit, obviously very good. Is a chunky Nuvilet, so yeah. Prototype Amber refunding more energy than his signature weapon does is funny to me. It will never not be funny, especially because he also becomes the team-wide healer. Like I really enjoyed Nuvilet teams before Farina released, and then I just stopped playing him after Farina released. So, anyways, but yeah, anyways, how dare you? Like, you don't need to build a ton of EMs at Lolly. If you don't care about the shield durability, you just care about her buffing, it's fine. You don't care about her damage, it's fine. It's fine. But you annoy me. I'm sorry, Karna. How dare you do this? You leave her level 79, and then you don't. I mean, it's a level 0 HP couple there. I understand. I understand. It's not a dysfunctional Sweet Lolly. She does what she needs to do. But also, it makes me sad. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm banning you. No, joking. Number 100. Lucky 100. Malika Farina. Wow, okay. It's just Archon interviews. Every build other than Malika is doomed. Alright. Let's see. Let's see how doomed it is. And then who's next? Sylveon. Alright. Getting through the donations. Maybe I won't have a backlog of donations for once in these streams. That would be nice. Hey, it has more EM. Anyway, the Farina. Pipe. Nice. This seems like a fairly good pipe build. Yep. Nothing insane, I would say. But overall, quite well balanced. Wait, the pipe gives crit rate to skill, right? No, wait, no, is that? Oh, frick. I always forget. Man, my brain always mixes up the stupid pipe and the what's the other weapon? Yeah, it does give crit rate. Okay, the other one. I think they both give crit rate. Yeah, this one gives energy recharge. The other one gives crit rate and then skill damage bonus. That's the difference with this weapon and the other weapon. But anyways, by that other weapon I mean the Festering Desire, the event weapon. So yeah, anyways, that's what I just wanted to make sure that yeah, I was thinking correctly, and that this did have 70% crit rate. ER check is, you know, question mark, but you know, it depends on the team, so it's fine. Good Farina build. Male flower. Nice. Yeah, this is a very good Muiga build. Yep. Look at that EM. Wow. That is so much EM in substats, but it's not a bad thing. Yeah, this is a very good Muiga build. She will not miss a crit, except for the look. When this Muiga misses a crit, you're just like, wow, that was impressive. This is the oldie. You roll a natural one to miss a crit, kind of build. All right, a little bit sad that you don't have 0.5% more crit damage, right? What do you need to get 0.5% more crit damage? You need either a goblet, onset goblet with crit damage roll, or you need an additional crit damage roll on like your flower, maybe. Yeah. Or it doesn't have to be an additional roll, it just has to be a max crit damage roll technically. So anyways, it'd be very hard to get the same piece though, but the 70 EM goes going hard on this piece, so I don't know. Anyways, yeah, mailed flower, very nice. I'd probably use mailed flower on her if I didn't get her signature weapon, which again I got going for Sitlali signature weapon, which I don't regret. It was my ideal circumstance. Her signature definitely makes her significantly stronger though, that's for sure. Wait, is that all? Yeah, we'll do one more random one. Yeah. Am I supposed to look at the doomed builds? Yeah, I wouldn't call that doomed. That's the St. Joe build. I wouldn't call that doomed either. Hey, Farina MH build. Okay, that is a little bit more. Oh, wait. Okay, Farina MH build with her signature weapon. Like, if you have her signature weapon, that is the reason not to use an MH build, I feel like. On her. Not that, like... Doesn't this give, like, 36% crit rate itself? So aren't you over Captain crit rate here? That's Siegeween, not Farina? I'm aware. I already looked at Farina Muiga. I'm just looking at their other ones, because they said their other builds were doomed. I don't think their other builds are doomed. I think their other builds are pretty fine. That looks similar to my Xiangling, and I was perfectly fine with that Xiangling for a long time. Other than, like, solo Pyro Mualani context. Mualani turned me into a proper Xiangling hater, by the way. Because I would like to have done more things with Mualani Xiangling, but it's just black. Called her Farina? Oh, I didn't mean to say Farina. Yeah, but anyways, like this, I would probably do 2-piece HP build instead of MH with her signature weapon. And then, you know, just get crit. I don't know if it's that beneficial to do MH here. I mean, she'll be consistent at least, but anyways, not saying it's worth farming. Sig gives 28 crit rate. Okay, so she's at 98% crit rate. Okay, so you're not overcapping. That's something. I don't know. It's fine. I don't think it matters that much. It'd be fine. Sad. Anyways, it's not a bad build for a like non-crit weapon build right on Golden Troop, but not C6 officials. Sad. She's still usable in many situations, but yeah, I can understand why you wouldn't bother level 90 official until getting her C6. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think her builds are bad. I mean, this one's pretty relatable. I mean, she still has like a not 0 crit, right? But you know. All right. Anyways, that was a fun one to look at. Let's do one more random one. Then we'll do Sylveon's. Albedo or Chiori, or I really like to play them together. What other two mates would you use with them together? That is definitely a case of like Shalonen is a good combo for making either of them do more damage potentially. But obviously Shalonen, okay, you do have C2 Shalonen, that's interesting. The problem with Shalonen with them, even with C2, is that like you can't do the best team with doing like triple Geo Shalonen, Albedo Chiori would have probably been Farina, except she doesn't heal without that, without having 2 Pyrohydro Cryo units. So, also yeah, that's so much more defense than you need. That is so much. You only need like 2,900, by the way, to max out this passive for peak patrol. Anyway, it's fine. It's funny. This Shalonen probably hits like 10k crits on her normal attacks after her skill. Anyways, so what do you do? Like, I feel like using a C2 Shalonen probably still makes sense if you're doing like Chiori Albedo. Do you just do true mono Geo? And just Omega Gamer your way to victory using only Gorou's C4 healing? Is that the best team option for them? Because they have C2 Shalonen? Like, it's Res Shred. They're not getting scroll damage bonus, so you do, what do you do? I don't know, man. And the fact that, like, the fact that they changed Shalonen C2, like, for the Mono Geo BS, and then didn't make her heal with Mono Geo with her C2 is insane to me. Like, this is 1,000,000% a circumstance of, like, if they made it so she could still heal for Mono Geo context. C2 Shalonen is weaker than Gorou Zhongli for Mono Geo? What? That doesn't even make sense, I'll be honest. How is Zhongli... Okay, like, for survivability, sure. Not weaker versus damage, I guess, yes. Yelan, I mean, yeah, maybe. But anyway, all the combos have the problem of like, if you want to do that's what I like. Whenever I thought about using C2 Shalon for Mono Geo, it's like, oh well, you don't have good defensive options. So for doing triple Geo with Shalon and C2, so it's just kind of like, okay, it's not even beneficial. Like the C2 Mono Geo thing is just pointless without her healing, is what it feels like to me. Basically always. So anyways, so Chiori, Albedo. What is the best team possible to do Chiori, Albedo together? I don't know if they're trying to do on-field Chiori. This is mostly an off-field Chiori build. It's a very good Chiori build. What's their Albedo build? Cinnabar Spindle, nice. Yeah, that's a pretty dang good Albedo build. Yeah, okay. Chiori, Albedo, Navia. Maybe, yeah. Chiori, Albedo, best team is Albedo, Zhongli. Okay. I don't know who's trying to join co-op. I'm assuming it's one of you guys. But it's annoying me in the background. You can't see it, but I can see it pop on my screen every time. Yeah, it might be a rando, it's fine. Alright, blap. So, anyways, yeah. Albedo, Zhongli, Gorou, Chiori might be the best bet for actually normal gameplay survivability. Yeah, at least you get full Gorou defense buffing going. Yeah, it's so weird what they did with Shalon and C2 when they changed it. It's so weird. I don't get it. Like, is Mihoyo that stupid? It feels like a short-sighted change that they did, because during the beta cycle, they changed that to make it so that C2 made her work for Mono Geo, but then they didn't change her healings, not healing with Mono Geo. So like, it just was like of no benefit. It's like what? They felt like the change they just did to bait people to pull for C2 more. That's really all it felt like. Anyways, or they just didn't think about the fact that, you know, her healing kind of matters because Mono Geo doesn't have that many defensive utility options outside of Zhongli, and C4 Gorou is not real. So yeah, I think it's a combination of short-sighted and also purposely just trying to trick people into pulling C2, thinking that it's good for Mono Geo when it clearly isn't. If we, with the conclusion of how do you play Chiori Albedo together, well, it's Chiori, Gorou, Albedo, Zhongli, even when you have Shalon and C2, right? But yeah, anyways, you just lost to 50-50 at 71. Oh god, yeah, that's the worst. The 70 pity early is awful. At least it was Dia. Well, congratulations for getting a Dio, Soru. And you got a guarantee. Anyways, wait, who were you wishing for? Who are you wishing for? Look, I'm a defender of Siegewind. She's not that bad, but also Siegewind. All right, interesting. Wow. I didn't even make a Siegewind Yap video. I don't think I am anymore. I just don't feel like I just don't feel like arguing. I'm so sick of arguing about Siegewind with people. Anyways, I think if I want to defend Siegewind in the future, I'll just be like, I'll have my Yap on live streams and I'll be like, go watch my tier list video. I think my tier list video was the best condensed Yap about Siegewind that I've had. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's so funny that like having a C2 Farina, C2 Shalon doesn't make them compelling teammates necessarily for Albedo Chiori combo. Still, Mono Geo has problems. That's all it is. So yeah, like you'd almost always be better off doing like if you want to get the most out of Albedo, I think doing Albedo Shalonen plus, I don't know, Farina and I don't know, literally anyone else that's a Pyro, Hydro, Cryo, or Electro teammate is probably your best bet, right? But playing them together muddies the factor a little bit, so it's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably Zhongli, Gorou. So, and I don't know if they have Zhongli. I don't know. At least Dog has relevance to exist in minor contexts. So yeah. Yeah, your builds are obviously very good. So, anyways, let's do Sylveon now. Let's do Sylveon. Sylveon has a Mizuki to look at, one of the characters of all time. Maybe the first and only Mizuki we might ever see in these streams. Hi, Shenhe. I don't know. Lanian. Oh, you got C6 Lanian? I forgot that you were going for it. I'm jealous. The build is whatever. You can use different builds on her. I like VV for universality, but I can get why you choose to do this. Actually, no. This build is kind of bad on her, but it's fine. But this weapon, no. I'm sorry, Sylveon. This is not the way to DPS Lanian. I'm glad we get to see a DPS Lanian, but this is also not what I wanted to see. Anyways, you didn't ask me to look at that. I disagree with your methodology, but, you know, it's fine. Anywho's. I'm getting Scaramouche's weapon. No, stop. Stop. Like, Sackfrag's DPS Lanian is so good. And it's so much more fun than any other playstyle for her. Like, it pains me that you're doing that. It's fine. It's whatever, it's fine. I don't know this Mizuki. Does this Mizuki have enough to burst consistently? I don't know what teams you're playing. What teams are you playing with Mizuki, Sylveon? Don't forget she's C6. That doesn't matter. You don't do C6 is one additional skill like every no. 16-second cooldown does not make this 2 skills per rotation. It makes it 1 extra skill per abyss chamber. That's all it is. Which, like, I would really enjoy having it because it would allow me to get like meaningfully faster clears, because having that in your pocket of 1 extra skill that can do a bunch of damage at the right time when you just need to do a bunch of damage is nice. But like it does not actually meaningfully consistently improve your damage, and does not negate sack frags like in any way, shape, or form for DPS Lanian. Anyways, the context for doing DPS Lanian without sack frags is because of the fact that you want to spend more field. You want to do less field time on Lanian in favor of doing more field time on someone else, right? That's the context where DPS Lanian makes sense on another weapon. And in that context, I think Sitlali's weapon is better for her, but I don't think Sylveon got that. It's fine. Anyways, she usually can't, but I'm trying for a new goblet still. I see. Oh boy, this character. The fact that like her ER needs or whatever, and not every team has to burst consistently, but most of them do. If they made her burst. I mean, they should have just made her burst irrelevant, honestly. Because, like, whatever. I did my stream on Mizuki. You can see my whole thoughts on her. And look at this Arlecchino build. Wow. Oh, look, I respect it. As much as it pains me that you are doing DPS Lanian this way, this is how dedicated Sylveon was to to DPS Lanian. Sylveon is far more unhinged of a gotcha puller than I am. Going for C6 Eons on next patch is gonna be painful, but like, oh my, yeah. Anyways, where's Diluc? Hey Diluc. Bam, look at that. 1,000 Blazing Suns Diluc. Nice. Diluc has aged surprisingly well. Like, the people being confused in my tier list stream about Diluc placement is kind of interesting to me. I gotta go look through the comments, by the way. I noticed before I started streaming, I was like, holy crap, there's 50 comments on a live stream. On a live stream VOD. Uh-oh. People have thoughts. It also was like, unsurprisingly, the live. By the way, the live stream VOD for my tier list has more views than the Stupid Friends video does. I spent so much time on that Stupid Friends tier list video editing that. It was so goddamn time intensive, and it's one of my worst videos in a long time. It's just as far as performance goes, and I thought it was such a fun video. It makes me sad. Anyways, it's fine. And I ranked Diluc highly in my tier list video because Diluc has actually grown quite well. Like, he has pretty compelling options for doing quite a lot of damage. Like maybe he should have been an A tier, but I don't know. He has the potential to still be a pretty good character. And I don't know. And like I said, I ranked him that high because like ultimately I ranked Gaming C6 in S tier because I do kind of feel like he's an S tier unit. Main DPS unit at least. And Diluc just feels like a slightly worse version of him. But still interesting in his own way. So anyways, it is a very good Diluc build. Yeah. That's all. It's obviously a very good Crimson build. Mawika's weapon obviously makes the crit ratio look worse than it is. But this should still be a very, very good build. So yeah. Gaming better though. I mean, yeah. I ranked Gaming better than Diluc. I'm not disagreeing. I think Gaming has a more fun playstyle than Diluc. But yeah. There we go. Thank you, Celion. Oh boy. Alright. Number 150. Alright. Someone recent again. How many submissions do I have? By the way, it does filter like duplicates, so there should be like, yeah, there's slightly more than, wow. Okay, there's more than I thought. So 150, there's about 200-ish. If people submitted duplicate UIDs, it will select the first one. Hybrid Raiden. Okay, look, I normally do completely random because randomness is the way to go. I feel like it's the most fair way to go. But I happened to coincidentally see a mention of Hybrid Raiden. And we'll look at this Harlequin in a second. But I can't not see how's my Hybrid Raiden and then not look at the Hybrid Raiden. Okay, like Engulfing Lightning is the one other way to do Hybrid Raiden, but my argument against Engulfing Lightning on Hybrid Raiden is that it's a pain in the ass. It's way more of a pain in the arse to build her with Engulfing to do hybrid things, but the damage can theoretically be similar ultimately as Staff of Scarlet Sands, because Staff of Scarlet Sands you got to build a bunch of energy recharge, so it can be annoying in its own way. But yeah, the struggle with Engulfing Lightning, so with Hybrid Raiden, with Staff of Scarlet Sands, it converts EM to attack, so you have a healthy amount of attack. And then it gives you a bunch of the crit rate you need, so it makes it a lot easier to build her. You don't need to farm nearly as many crit rate substats, and it makes it like relatively easy to build Hybrid Raiden, Staff of Scarlet Sands, on top of being like just the best damage option. Engulfing Lightning converts energy recharge to attack, and like now you don't need any energy recharge substats with an Engulfing Lightning Hybrid Raiden, but you need way more crit, and you want like EM Goblet EM timepiece with a bunch of crit. So my point with this is like does not surprise me that the main thing holding back this build is, you know, 50% crit rate is a bit rough. That's all. Like EM, like 400 to 500 EM is in my opinion the target for Hybrid Raiden, which is usually easy with just EM timepiece Goblet and then a few substats, and there you go. But yeah, quite frankly, I think you'd have to do a crit rate circlet to actually have this build be usable. One of the big things with Hybrid Raiden is that a lot of her damage is diversified like out from her big initial hit and more diversified around potentially some off-field crits. Like she can get surprisingly big off-field aggravates with a hybrid build. I've seen in the neighborhood of like 30-40k aggravates off-field in some circumstances, which is nonsense. You have C2 Raiden, of course. And then on-field like charge attacks and getting aggravates and normal attacks getting some aggravates too matter as well. It's why I tend to charge attack spam with Hybrid Raiden. So like you tend to reduce your initial big burst hit, but then increase your other forms of damage contribution. With a C2 Raiden, I feel like even more reason to do crit rate circlet and have consistency over Unga Bunga biggest number possible, but maybe you prefer that, so I don't know. And for everything other than your crit rate, I think it's fine. When I was doing math comparing Engulfing Lightning to Staff of Scarlet Sands, the main reason Engulfing Lightning fell behind Staff of Scarlet Sands is like I basically always had to assume a crit rate circlet. And assuming a crit rate circlet, it's not really meaningfully better than Staff of Scarlet Sands, but you have C2, so it's not like it matters that much. If you put a crit rate circlet on, and again, the ER doesn't matter, so if you just put a crit rate circlet on with like 20% crit damage, you know, you're going to go down to like 125 crit damage, but you'll have an actual usable amount of crit rate, and with C2 and this amount of EM, you'll be more than fine, I think. is basically my point. So that'd be my recommendation. Yeah. Anyways, I'm glad you're building Hybrid Riding. Very nice. It's just more annoying with engulfing, but you can still do it. All right, Arlecchino. Anything I need to improve? Should I farm Whimsy at some point? I have both Jade Spear and Homa. Which is better for her? I think Homa is better for her, particularly in the context like Homa versus Jade Spear is relatively similar. I think Jade Spear is technically arguably better in some spread cheating contexts. That's funny. I have Homa and Jade Spear uses White Tassel. I mean, look, respectable. if you want the most so of course with your build, right, the problem is if we switch to Homa, we lose 23% crit rate, you go down to 64% crit rate, and you go up to like 240 crit damage. It's like crit damage, but without doing like double cryo. That's not like an ideal amount of crit rate, I would say. So that'd be the problem. You do have Sitlali. I was gonna say I didn't know if you had Sitlali, but no, you do. So you can do double cryo, right? Like I really like double cryo Rosaria, Sitlali, Bennett, and in that team context, a Homa build where you have like that 60% crit rate, where you're getting crit rate from Rosaria. Even on an instructor, like I have a 50% crit rate instructor build in my Rosaria. She's still buffing crit rate by about 7.5%. And then actually a little bit more if I get the backstab thing, but at minimum 7%. And then 15% from cryo resonance. So that's like another 20% crit rate basically. So that would put you back to about this crit rate functionally in double cryo, but then you have 240 crit damage on Homa. So min-maxing like a Arlecchino build around Homa in a double cryo context, my point is that you can, like Homa can theoretically be better than her signature weapon. So depending on your build and your artifacts and the team you're using, Homa over Jade Spear. As your current build is, if you're doing like a Chevreuse team and not factoring in different artifacts, like you'd want more crit rate for a Chevreuse team or like a Vape team, in my opinion. Homa is going to be worse than Jade Spear because your build just wouldn't work that well around Homa, is ultimately all it is. Homa is harder to build on her unless you're doing double cryo, where suddenly now with double cryo you can min-max Homa. So yeah, that's my overall vote. So both are good. I'd probably level up both of them. As far as farming Whimsy goes, I don't think it's that relevant. I don't know if I've been able... I don't think I had good enough Gladiator artifacts to properly compare Gladiator to Whimsy directly on polearms only. And I can't really properly compare that anymore because, like, the other factors. But anyways, the point is, I have a really good Gladiator build in my Arlecchino on my main account. What is my Arlecchino at? Let me check, actually. I haven't checked her in a while. For a long time on, like, Akasha rankings, my Arlecchino was, like... She was top 1% on Gladiator originally, but that was like when the domain first came out, and I know she fell to top 2%. Let's see where she is. Where's my polearms only Arlecchino? My polearms only Arlecchino is 28 still. She was originally number 7. She's fallen to 28, and I don't think I'm gonna meaningfully try to improve that. Maybe I will, but I don't know. Oh wow, what? She's a lot worse than she was before. Here, let me copy this. That's interesting. Why is she that much worse? Oh, that's why. Freaking Akasha in your ads. That's why. Oops, she has an EM timepiece on because as I was just mentioning, min-max double cryo build. This was a min-max. This was a double cryo build that I was doing Rosaria Sitlali with. So I put a fat crit damage flower on her and put an EM timepiece on her, which didn't have any crit rate, and that tanked my crit rate. So actually I don't know where my Arlecchino is. I think she's probably still in the top percentages with the attack percent timepiece is what I was going to mention, but I don't... I can actually go update my build, I guess, and someone can remind me to look at it in a few minutes. Arlecchino. Put her... back to this and back to this. Bam. This is the build before that used to be like a top 2%, top 1%, top 2%. Wait, it's a different goblet. Okay, this is technically better, I think, still. Yeah. No, I'm gonna go back to this one. This is what I used before. So, yeah. We'll see where it ranks. I'm curious how it is now. Because, like, more people have farmed Whimsy. People have gotten better Arlecchino builds. And the more people that have, like, Whimsy builds, the more likely it is my Arlecchino falls below. My point with this is, like, that it's a really good... I already minimized it. My point is my Arlecchino build was a really good Gladiator build. And being that I'm going to get more Gladiator artifacts from time and going on from farming bosses at minimum, like, I just don't see a reason to go and farm 4-piece Whimsy on her. There's also the weird aspect where, like, Arlecchino's front-loaded damage matters a little bit, and Arlecchino doesn't max out stacks on Whimsy with her first melted hit. Because to get the Whimsy, like, 54% damage bonus, so that's 19% more damage bonus than 4-piece Gladiator gives, you get a stack every time you gain or every time your Bond of Life value changes. So when you first do, like, absorb Arlecchino's Bond of Life from enemies, you gain Bond of Life, that's a stack, and then you do a normal attack, and I believe that normal attack only has 1 stack of damage bonus. Maybe it has 2 stacks. I'm actually not sure because I'm not sure how the server counts. But I think the damage is going to only have 1 stack. So my point with that is, like, your first, like, front loaded damage hit when you're talking, like, a really invested, like, Sitlali Melt team in particular, on Whimsy Arlecchino is not necessarily going to result in faster clear times. Like, when I min-maxed Arlecchino with Arlecchino Rosaria, I got something like in the Arlecchino Bennett Rosaria Sitlali team. This is with the Abyss cycle that was giving a 75% damage bonus, and a C1 Arlecchino. So I'm saying this to, like, you shouldn't expect to get this from your same team in every single situation, especially because that Abyss blessing. But also because I have C1 and a different build, yada yada. But I got 600,000 damage from Arlecchino on a Gladiator build. That probably would have been more like 550,000 damage on a Whimsy build from the first hit. And then the later hits, after I get the full damage bonus, would be slightly higher, right, than the Gladiator build for, like, per hit. But my point with that is, since sometimes that front-loaded extra damage might matter, a lot of times it probably won't. And I'd say on average, Whimsy is still better as far as stat for stat. It's just, is it actually worth it to farm Whimsy? Especially with it being in the Strongbox next patch. I don't know. Do you have other characters that can use Whimsy? It is a valuable 2-piece set. It's not, like, the worst set in the game to go for. What would you say the best Cryo Arlecchino team is? I mean, for most people, it's probably going to be the Yoli. Yay, let's do the Bennett, Shalonen, Sitlali core. I think the Rosaria team is the most fun, personally. Rosaria, Bennett, Arlecchino, Sitlali, but yeah. The Shalonen team is probably going to be the more consistent one for most people's experience, though, if you have Shalonen available. So, yeah. Arlecchino, Benny, Sitlali, Moika. Yeah, you can do that, too. Oh. Alright, N2C and Arlecchino Vape. That's the thing you can do. It seems to be primarily compelling with Xingqiu, though. So, yeah. Arlecchino cope without Sitlali, you can do some double cryo things, but mostly Arlecchino melt without Sitlali would be Arlecchino with I'm gonna throw Kaya C6. So if you have Kaya C6, that's an interesting team that I haven't tried. Team option that I haven't tried. But yeah. One thing I'd be curious of is, like, Kaya C6 Lanyon Bennett Arlecchino. Be kind of interesting. So, anyways, yeah, Charlotte speedruns way before Sitlali. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's contexts where you can do cryo without Sitlali, but yeah. Anyways, I still don't think Whimsy is worthwhile on Arlecchino is my point. And that's my take on it. But maybe if you don't have anything else you're farming for, if you just really want to min-max Arlecchino, maybe you do want to farm it. Being that it's in Strongbox now, I think it'll be substantially less cringe to get a build going over time. So, yeah. What about Diona C6? I mean, interesting, but Diona doesn't apply. You can do double cryo with Diona C6, potentially. I tend to not super enjoy playing around Diona. She's annoying. But, yeah. Okay. Was this a donation one, or this is no? This is just a random one. All right, let's do the next donation one. How many do I have? I saw a few donations, by the way. Thank you to everyone that donated. We'll get your stuffs in a little while. Next is Honeybee, and then we'll go do another random. How long have I been going for? 2 hours? All right, not bad. All right, Honeybee Melty. Nice username. Oops. Raiden and Nubilet, any but especially Raiden, Nubilet, or Hu Tao, please. All right. That's a Navi amount of crit rate. Is Navi the new Eula? I kind of feel like Navi is the new Eula as far as crit ratios go. Like, I understand wanting the big number of Navia. Thank you, Yield. But like, I don't know if I'd be able to handle it. This character without like 80% crit rate just is like, oh boy. Like, 75 crit rate Navi is what I played the most, and it was just like, the amount of time she didn't crit, and it was just pain. Just pain. It just felt so painful not critting on her. Yeah, so anyways, Sanity losing Navia, that gets big numbers, but interesting. Less of a problem when I hide them because he does so many numbers. I don't think you notice it as much, but still not ideal. Oh, interesting. You're doing EM circlet. What? An attack timepiece. What? I mean, okay, considering that, it's actually a pretty usable, but I would definitely probably recommend a crit rate circlet. I mean, I get it. Like, what the frick is the circlet? But like, I don't know. Hybrid Run. What? Yeah, what a circlet. What a circlet. Who is supposed to look at? No, not that. Raiden, Nuvilat, Hotel. Let's look at those first. All right. Okay. 4-piece Shimano's, yeah, crit rate. Either you hate crit rate or crit rate hates you a lot. I'm inclined towards the, particularly with something like this. I'm very inclined towards the former. I think you hate crit rate. It hates you, I swear. Really? You have no crit rate circlet? Because I'm quite certain a crit rate circlet on your Raiden with no crit damage substats is quite literally like a 70% better build. Like, this low of crit rate is not usable. I'm sorry. I don't believe you. Also, you should probably level 90 engulfing. As your only emblem circlet, I mean, understandable. Emblem is cringe, but yeah. Anyways, your Raiden is not usable. I would not play this Raiden personally. Sad. Right. I love that Raiden is harder to build with engulfing. It's not that the catch would not fix your build, but the catch would still be better than engulfing in this case. I maintain that because it would be more 42% crit rate is far more usable than 30. Anyways, use food buffs. just use food buffs 100% of the time in Overworld, and then still lose your sanity. Oh boy. Anyways, the Hu Tao is more usable, but you know, it's more understandable with her. Well, actually, I don't know. You're still using deathmatch. This is more of a case of crit rate hates you. I can understand, but it's still a little bit low to say the least. But just having a little bit of crit rate rolls in your circlet would fix it. So I understand more here. This many ER rolls on a Shimanowa's build is kind of sad. at least in a non-Chimanellas build, like can probably like some ER rolls on Crimson or 4-piece MH can enable you to burst consistently, which is oftentimes the difference maker for actually like the reason Crimson Witch, in my general understanding, can be better than Chimanellas is primarily that the burst is valuable. So, anyways, I found out your crit rate. Wait. Like, I respect it. I respect it, but like, it's even got an HP roll for your Hu Tao. like, how much this Hu Tao goes just like over what? How much better this Hu Tao build becomes if you just put this circlet on her is insane. It's so funny. Oh, it's really funny. Oh. You literally go up to 85% crit rate. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think crit rate hates you. You have more... I don't have any crit damage circlet with this much crit rate. Not a single one. I don't know how much longer you played than me, how much longer I played than you. I have my main account. I don't have any crit rate circlet. Here, I'll prove it. And crit rate on crit damage circlets hates me. Hopefully I don't have to eat my words. Yeah, there you go. That's the highest crit rate I have. It's 2 crit rate rolls. I've never gotten any more. Never. And you're saying crit rate hates you? Like, this is my best crit. Like, this is the most crit rate I have, and it's a maiden circlet. Maidens. This is the second highest. I've never gotten more than 2 rolls. I think this was 2 rolls, or it was very low rolls. Yeah, it was only 2 rolls. It was just high rolls. And you, like, maybe elixirs will save me in the future. Like, elixirs might actually give me a better crit damage circlet. Only problem is, like, the main circlet I would do that with is Raiden, but I'd have to choose. I don't know. Raiden would probably be fine. If I choose, I don't know if it's that beneficial for Raiden. Like, I have Staff of Scarlet Sands for my hybrid Raiden, right? So, like, it wouldn't even be that beneficial for me to choose, like, it would have to be crit rate ER, and I'd have to get, like, this many ER rolls. Like, even if whatever. Anyways, I don't know. Maybe I'll use elixirs on a crit damage circlet eventually. Generally speaking, though, the thing is why it hasn't been that much of a problem for me that I don't have, you know, a bunch of crit rate and crit damage circlets is that, you know, the majority of the crit value you get from a circlet is the main stat. And just having a little bit of crit rate is more important than having, you know, this much crit rate. But when you do have these pieces that have a whack ton of crit substat rolls on a circlet, it can really, really, really help you balance out a build. Like, that's the problem with my main account, is if I want to use a crit damage circlet on my main account, the crit damage circlets on my account don't usually help balance out the build that much. I still need good amounts of crit in my other pieces. So, like, having overall balance is far more important than having one cracked piece, for sure, as always. And that's what my main account is like. I have overall balance substat options for all my other artifacts. So not having this kind of circle in my main account isn't that big of a deal. My point is, though, you can use it. I think you hate crit rate. I don't think crit rate hates you. To some degree, at least. I'm not saying you're the luckiest person in the world, but yeah. Hey, you used a crit rate circlet. Usable, yeah. Ganyu gets free crit rate, so very usable. Yeah, your builds are overall pretty usable, I'd say. That's an interesting Layla build. It's a Harbinger of Dawn Layla, so technically 70% crit rate. Interesting. Like it. How much damage did your Layla get? Curious. Review Star Rail characters or Zenlils on it. I mean, look, you can submit your Star Rail. I have not kept up to date with since I stopped playing. So if you want to submit your UID for Star Rail or Zenless characters, I'll look at them. Just put a note in there saying that it's Star Rail or Zenless in the category here. Zenless characters I can probably judge, although builds on Zenless characters I think aren't the be-all end-all more often than not. There's a lot of room for skill expression in Zenless, like an insane amount. And when it comes to Star Rail, it's breakpoint. It's breakpoint. I was gonna say breakpoint impact. I don't know what I was trying to think of some pun to make with Star Rail to make fun of the fact that farming in Star Rail is misery and pain of reaching breakpoints of like speed breakpoints and other stat breakpoints on like it's just breakpoints. If you don't reach breakpoints, stats are literally God. So point is, without like a lot of knowledge about the individual characters, particularly the newer characters, I can't like meaningfully judge Star Rail characters. But you can do it. I don't know. I'm not gonna stop you from submitting it, so you can submit it. But yeah. I'm just not going to claim to properly judge or give meaningful recommendations for Star Rail characters at all. Zenless I might be able to give you some advice for, but yeah. Honkai spreadsheet rail, pretty much, yeah. Thank you, Estroa. We should do a random one. Was that a donation one? Yeah, that was a donation one. That was Honeybee. Thank you, Honeybee. Alright. Your Wriothesley's crit is 16.1? My god. Alright. I mean, yeah, I guess with freeze Wriothesley it functions. Number 71, let's go. Arlecchino and Claret, it's all Arlecchino. I mean, people did get her recently. I haven't done a unit review stream since those banners, so... what? Oh. I was like, wait, what? I selected Star Rail by accident when I was... What? Why does this not work? What is broken? Uh-oh. I broke something here. Alright, there we go. Okay, Arlecchino and Chlorind, right? Oops. Clicked on the tab by accident. Yes, okay. That is pretty healthy Arlecchino. Again, Sitlolly context, EM timepiece could be really good, but like, doesn't matter. Yeah, probably not. Especially with the C3 Arlecchino, doesn't really matter. Not really. And maybe you have no, you don't. I was going to say, if you had C2 Sitlolly, you could also just, unga bunga high investment your way to victory. I mean, you're going to high investment your way to victory anyways with C3 Arlecchino, to say the least, but yeah, anyways. Oh boy. Oh boy. Pyromane indeed. Unnecessary constellation Pyromane indeed. This one a little bit more necessary nowadays, I would say. Either to make her feel good in her non-plunge teams at least. This is a very good Hu Tao build, by the way. Yeah. Well. Clorindo. Should I say anything more about this? I don't know. There's not much more to say other than like having an EM timepiece as an option is something you might enjoy, because you will probably see really... Oh, I shouldn't say really. You'll see higher numbers with Sitlolly or melting. But yeah. Anyways, like how Farina's hat goes over the line. Yeah, it is amusing. Chlorine's hat, meanwhile, is just faded away for some reason. She does not get her hat would be like over here. Wow. Anyways, Chlorine. 90 crit rate, mid-splitter. I kind of wish I had mid-splitter for Chlorine at this point. It would probably be a fairly noticeable upgrade for her. And it wouldn't be as ugly as Lo-Fi, but I'm not going to pull for it. No. Well, okay. Look, if it's on a really compelling weapon banner, I do admit to being baited by weapon banner too often, but I also have lately become more of a hater of weapon banners. other than the support weapons. The support weapons I still can't resist. That's the only weapons I wished on since Natlan. Is I wanted Sitlolly's weapon, support weapon, and I wanted Chilodon's weapon, support weapon. I wish them both of those. I have not been baited by other things. Mawika's weapon I got because of going for Sitlolly's weapon. So, anyways. I'll swap my Mist for your Lo-Fi. I would absolutely take that trade. Anyways. Yes, that Lo-Fi is Alhaven's weapon. Yes, it's light of Foliar. Anyways. This is a very good Chlorine build. Yep. That's all. Doesn't have a ton of attack percent substats, which I think with Eon Sun coming out, being probably an extremely compelling teammate for Chlorinde, attack percent substats will be a lot less relevant on her. But it's a similar story where, like, with her in non-Bennett or non-Eon Sun teams, before reaching 3k attack, which is not going to happen, generally speaking, without Aeonson or Bennett. Attack percent can be really valuable on her with how her passive works, and it's part of why she can work so well with non-Bennett teams, right? Not the only reason, but point being, it's a similar situation to Emily, where like the difference maker in like the best of like Arlecchino, or sorry, the best of Chlorine builds, like this build versus like maybe the #1 build. Actually, I'm curious, where does this? Is there a Kasha ranking for Chlorine? I don't even know. This is probably a very good build. Yeah, top 3%. Yeah. But the difference between this kind of build, okay, what? Okay, there is overload. The overload teams don't include Moika. All right, LOL. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like the Akasha, man, the Akasha owner really isn't keeping. Akasha is very out of date right now, quite frankly. Like they really need to. It's fine. It's fine. Because like Moika, like, on a Chevre's team, potentially meaningfully impacts the builds somewhat. But anyways, my point is if we look at like the leaderboards, so we click the leaderboard that they're top 3% in. Let's go to the Quick Bloom combo. They're top 3%, which is obviously very good and more than good enough. Oh, that's interesting. Is this Frina team? Okay, that's why the Frina muddles things. It's interesting that they're using this artifact set, but frick that artifact set. Let's just immediately invalidate. Go away. Let's immediately invalidate any of the Albedo artifact sets. I'm sorry. Those are not real. Just saying. No one actually does that. The only people that do this are the people trying to get the highest rankings on Akasha. Go away. But if we look at this build, right? This build is, I think, relatively similar crit value, right? What's your crit value? Yeah, you're at a little bit less crit rate and a little bit less crit damage, right? There's a 229 crit damage. So like, yeah, they have a little bit more crit than you. But the real difference maker is, again, it's the same thing as Emily, right? It's the attack. So that's my point. I like this design aspect on Chlorine. Like she's a rare on-field DPS that scales with attack, that gains more value from attack percent than other units. But Aeonson will muddy things, because Aeonson is basically a Bennett that works really well with her, and will enable her to reach her 3k attack cap much easier, such that attack percent rolls are going to have a little bit lower relative value with Aeonson teams on her. But yeah, anyways. Another lesson of attack percent being relevant sometimes, much more relevant than you might expect. So don't forget about that. But this build is very good. I would not I would not have any qualms with using this build. It's very good. So yeah. Yeah, anyways. Let's do another donation so I don't get too swamped in things. Alright, did I miss any? No, I haven't. Alright. Who's next? Bugseed. They want to show off their Yoimiya and Ula, and getting more out of Dia on field. Oh boy. I mean, okay. To level your expectations as far as on-field Dia. Wow. It's a Eula with real crit rate. See, all the Eulas I see now have like somehow insane crit rate. Like, this is ridiculous. Okay, your ER... I don't remember what her constellations do. I don't know if one of them helps their ER. I feel like they don't, but it's fine. Whatever. We're going to ignore that. But just the crit. Like, this is what I'm saying. I think Navia became the new Eula. If you put Zenless and Genshin in the link, does it get deleted? No, the filter only checks for the same UID being submitted, so you can submit different UIDs, Asorio. Anyways, all the Eulas I see nowadays are just like actually like cracked. Generally speaking, ignore ER question mark. But if you pair her with another cryo, it's almost guaranteed to crit. Yeah, assuming they have cryo on them. Yep. So yeah. Anyway, wow, a guaranteed to crit Eula. Who knew? It's possible. But yeah, the Navia is the new Eula as far as how people build not enough crit rate on them. Eula used to be like people doing 50% crit rate and 200 and some crit damage and whatever. And they're just like, well, you're already gotta like lose your sanity trying to optimize Eula play, so you may as well lose the sanity trying to crit. This is a very strong Yoimiya, by the way. Not a ton of EM, but not the biggest deal in the world for her. Heckin' good time use. I'm gonna take a drink of water. Also, the circlet, what the frick? You've spent a lot of resin in this domain. My god. My god. Yep, well. I mean, look, a lot of people have spent a lot of resin in that domain. Alright, Dia, you have C5. Okay, that does make things a bit easier. Well, as far as getting more value out of on-field Dia, this is a monopyro Dia, to say the least. You're also doing double HP. I'm pretty sure Pyrobone is going to be meaningfully better. For simplicity, I think you actually have a nice opportunity to make a direct comparison, because you had this goblet, which should be better. It has more crit rolls, obviously. It has one more crit roll functionally, but it's a close enough comparison that you can just swap that goblet and kind of see what the difference would be. But yeah, the main thing limiting you potentially is ER. Like I tend to play some teams with like solo pyro Dia. So, you know, my energy situation on Dia, on a C3 Dia, is like, I have 188 ER, and I'm hoping that my, I don't have my mouse. There it is. I'm hoping that when I get C4, I'm one away. Oh, frick. I forgot I put her on things because of the stupid event. Load on impact. Okay. Give me a second. Lamp. What is this? Oh, yeah, this is a Nilu piece that I've never leveled to 20, but I'm not going to throw away. Alright, yeah, that is the piece. Normally, wait, why are you using... No, sorry. I was using this normally, yeah. With a bunch of ER, and that ER timepiece, and then normally this Pyro Goblet, and then... Where is it? There it is. This circlet. So, well, there we go. So, you can see ER timepiece, of course, and then a pretty healthy amount of ER in some substats elsewise still. And this build with C4, I'm pretty sure is more than enough ER in most situations that I would consider playing Dia in. And I'm relatively optimistic that I will be able to actually use this feather on my Dia when I get C4, right? And the reason I'm saying this is because I think if you want to get more value out of on-field Dia, you want to be able to use her in more kinds of teams. Because I don't personally find mono pyro that fun with Dia. Like it's a way to like, yeah, you can just use Dia. It's obviously if you just care about getting Dia, but if you want to like see bigger numbers on her, you need kind of a different build option. And I think one of the valuable things about Beacon of the Reed Sea is it giving a whole bunch of attack and a whole bunch of HP means you can do an ER timepiece and be pretty happy with your damage still overall. C4 and above, you don't need ER sands. I think you're overvaluing how much energy C4 gives, to say the least. Like, it's like 15 energy, isn't it? Look, this build with 188 ER is not enough energy in a lot of contexts. And like, if I want this build to be usable, like if I want to do Dia, Shalon, and Farina Siegewin is a team I enjoy for like a vaporized Dia. I usually, if I want to actually consistently burst on her without there usually being random problems, like sometimes it's fine, but it's a little bit annoying. I had to put Shalonen on Fav instead of her signature weapon. Like, that is a context where like that team does not go to no ER sands just by having C4. Yeah, it's 1.5 energy for Dia and 2.5 HP. It can be triggered every 0.2 seconds. I forgot how many times she hits, but I think it's like 15 energy. So it reduces her burst cost to like 55, which is significant. But when doing solo pyro, that's not, oh, she has 0 energy needs. So, but yes, depending on your artifacts, it might be very possible to do a non-ER timepiece. And I think most people are probably not doing solo Pyro Dia. But if you want to use Dia in more teams and want to get more value from doing on-field Dia, you want to have a build that lets you use her in more teams. That's my overall take. I didn't specify solo Pyro. I'm pretty sure I did talk about solo Pyro. You have C6? Well, C6 changes things. They don't have C6, and I don't have C6. Yeah, C6 makes you her burst last longer, so you get even more energy refunding. I think it goes to like 40 energy or 40. It goes to like 20 energy refund. I don't know. We'll see. I when I get C6 Dia, I'm sure I'll enjoy it, but then it also like very well might remove one of the things I like about Dia by making her burst last longer. So, which is that she's a shorter field time unit that lets me spend more field time with other units on the team. So, anyways. You gonna roll on standard to get Dia before music gets added? Yeah, I'm more inclined to do that farming. This patch for standard wishes than I am Farina farming. On weapons only. I should really get Farina on weapons only, but like, I kind of feel like I might just be fine skipping Farina and going for Shalonen instead on that account. But anyways, just jump to cancel it. That's true. That's true. I can't just jump to cancel Dia's burst. So yeah, that's true. Like C6 won't be a downside because I can indeed just cancel Dia's burst. It'll just be slightly more annoying to play because it won't just be play until her burst ends. So anyways, as far as like improving your Dia build goes, that's my recommendation. But it depends on what teams you like. But if you want to be able to play around with her in more teams, getting more options for energy would be nice. And I think your simplest option is going to be just being able to swap to an ER timepiece. Because if you just do that, then you're fine. And then, obviously, like I said, play around with a Pyro Goblet, see how much better it is. It's not necessarily going to be insanely better. I think HP Goblet is potentially usable. Because she is a half HP scaler, but yeah. Anywho's. You don't know. When I get C4 Dia, I might make I'll probably make another video in Dia. I would have made another video in Dia already if Melt worked better with her. And like, you can. Like, I was doing stuff with Rosaria. Is it Lolly Dia? Who was I using as the 4 slot? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember who I used in the 4 slot. I think I might have been Bennett. Yeah, I think it was Bennett. I think I was doing the Rosaria Lolly Bennett combo with Dia. And that combo, like, again, usually doesn't get Melt sustained. But it gets enough that it's quite satisfying. The problem with that team is, like, you're basically almost fully relying on Dia's damage, and it's not ideal. Dia teams where you're fully relying on Dia's damage are going to feel a lot harder to clear than otherwise. So, yeah, every constellation on Dia makes her feel different. I mean, I think the experience of being able to, like, see this, like, linear change of how Dia is to play is enjoyable. I don't think C3 and C5 matter that much, but yeah, having just gotten C3 recently, I didn't notice that much of C3. So yeah, you just use Dia on Deepwood. Yeah, I mean, that's a way to use Dia too. Yes, for sure. I mean, you just saw before I have my Dia on Instructors because Instructors Dia is still something I can use and enjoy. The value of interruption resistance plus some amount of buffing utility from whatever artifact set, Tenacity, Deepwood, Instructors is valuable. I wish there were loadouts in the game so I didn't have to spend 5 minutes doing that every time, but it's fine. Anyways, yeah. Thanks for letting me do a Dia Yap, Bugzade. let's do another random one. 33. Well, look, there's not that many people that request Dia. Like, the amount of Dia players in the world are not that high. Like, here. Oh yeah, we can refresh my profile. Let's refresh that. See what Arlecchino's at. But look at the Dia leaderboards. The Dia leaderboard. By the way, The fact that my D is this high despite having this not mono pyro optimized build is interesting. I mean, it still doesn't have that many EM stats, so I can see why it ranks that high. Anyways, there's only 7,600 Dia submissions on the Akasha leaderboard. Compare that to Arlecchino or Raiden with 1.1 million. Like, nobody plays Dia. So, and obviously, I attract people, probably Dia players, to my channel more. But anyways, it's just funny coincidence. Rarely do people ask me to look at Dia. So it's funny seeing that happen. Yeah, I know that's for the 180 ER category, but I think the reason... Yeah, I don't think that many people build the 180 ER category. So, yeah. The Dia leaderboards are freaking useless, by the way. There's no non-mono pyro leaderboards. These are a joke. A literal joke. I'm sorry. Anyways. What's my Arlecchino at? Yeah, oh, she's still top 2%. In mono pyro, okay, but like, still. Again, Arlecchino leaderboards are porked right now. Like, Melt not being there is comically silly. But this is my point I was taking earlier, where like, Gladiator build, it's still pretty dang good. I'm pretty sure a top 2% Arlecchino is more than usable. So, anyways. 190k people is not that bad. I mean, yeah, but it's 190k people using Dia and mono pyro. And that's, like, I'm sorry. I do not actually believe there's that many people playing. Like, what's the Abyss usage statistics? You know, a lot of people might have submitted a mono pyro Dia because they like to be like, oh, look at my Dia build. Look at, ooh. But like, the reason, where's the Dia? This is not mine. Let's pull arms. I have too many tabs open. Where's Dia? There we go. Here, let's go look at like the leaderboards for like the lower. Actually, you know, it's fine. Let's just look at these. There's gonna be an emblem here. Yeah, told you. There's three of them are like fake. Every one of you are all fake. Fake Dia mains. Everyone is fake. These people don't play Dia. They're liars. Literal liars. This person might. But also it's MH. The only real Dia people, I'm sorry, are the ones that are trying to farm for Akasha for. Just saying. Everyone else, the reason there's even as many Dia submissions as there are in the lower categories is because of the fact that Emblem is a compelling build for her. And I'm not saying you have to farm Voragashas. I'm just saying that the reason there's as many submissions as there are is not because these are this many people playing Dia. This is because they had good Emblem artifacts, because 1.1 million, you know, Raiden submissions. and people are vain and they want to be like, I have top 1% build. So like how many of these people that submitted this high end of Dia also then use like the same freaking artifacts to submit their top 1% Raiden, right? Like let's see Plan der Lind, right? They got ridiculous cracked Emblem artifacts for Dia. How much you want to bet it's the same Ars artifacts on Raiden other than the Goblet? Let's find out. Oh look, they have a Raiden. Is it 1% in Taser? What? Are they different artifacts? I don't know if they're... I didn't actually look that closely at them. I think one of them was blue. Some of them are different. Either way. Maybe they do, actually. I don't know. Where's their Dia? 730... I'm just looking at the roll value. 730, 660, 610. Well, they're actually using a different build than the Raiden. No, this is the same piece. Same sands. Yeah. No, they're a liar. They're a liar. The feather is the same? No, the feather's different. Isn't the feather different? Oh, no, the feather might be the same, too. Because it's... oh, yeah, it's just different roll value for different characters. Derp. Derp. Yeah, no. Liar. 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 Like, sorry, you don't play Dia. You don't play Dia. I do not believe you. I do not believe you. So, anyways. Like her yeah. Like, how many people actually play Dia, right, in Abyss? Not that this is the true representation either, necessarily. This has its own flaw as far as statistics go. I'm just saying that the amount of submissions on Akasha do not actually represent how many people actually play her. Anywho's, yeah, 1.4%. Also, yeah, like, sit lolly, man. Like, just don't expect her to go anywhere. But this is the percentage of like people who like own the character. That's how these numbers are done. This is not 87.5. This is not 87.4% of players submitting this data have Zitlali, although it is more likely that people submitting Abyss statistic data have Zitlali. But it is 87% of people who have Zitlali submitted data that they cleared with Zitlali, right? So, and only 1.4%, and this means like the characters that this means that the characters that people are more likely to have, like standard banner characters or 4 stars, that are also unused, are the ones to be the lowest ranking. But yeah, I should submit my Abyss statistics. I just can't be arsed, honestly. But I should submit my Abyss statistics because like it's a crime that Candace is 0%. Like Candace should at least have 0.1, and that 0.1 could be me. Anyways, Gomming at 1.2 is insane, by the way. Gomming at 1.2 is insane. Like, what? Anyways, he's above Diluc, which makes sense. But like, Linny is at 5%. Lol. Lol. %4 Dia? Really? Why was she that high? Jesus. It was 5.2? There's an Abyss missing here, by the way, isn't there? In this website. Whatever. Yeah, it's not that important. Why was Dia that high? Anyways, I don't know. What was this Abyss? Does the Abyss have a lot of like interruption resistance pain in the arse things? Maybe it was just, oh, you know what it probably is? It's probably just Dia probably started to see slightly higher usage before Muika and post Kanich, right? It was probably Kanich's release that caused it, right? Yeah. I bet if we go 5.0. No, she's at 10%? What? What's happening in these stats? Maybe not. I don't know. Anyways. This is the burning one. I don't know. Mulanni release? Oh yeah. 5.0 is Mulanni release. That's true. 2.4. Okay, yeah. So, anyways, I do think them releasing new off-field pyros has obviously reduced some of the context in which we would have reason to use Dia. So, you know, that is a factor. 4P is MH. Anyways, 4P is MH. You are probably... Look, if you're asking someone to review your Dia, I believe you're a Dia main. I don't think you would ask for a Dia review if you weren't. Not that you have to main her, sorry, but you actually play this character. You're not just submitting to Akasha and be like, look at my top 1% Dia with emblem with my same Raiden artifacts. So, anyways, point being, this is a good Dia build, assuming you haven't a VR, which is I mean, I already have my yap about Dia ER, so I don't think we need to yap about that again. This is a C6 though, so you know, with favs, is it possible Dia with some favs on the team in like a vape team could or melt team, whatever non just mono pyro, is it possible this works? Maybe. MH is kind of weird on her, by the way, because like she does, for her to start getting MH stacks, she does have to, her or someone else in the team while her field is active has to take damage, and some enemies just like don't attack enough or attack in ways that it's guaranteed you take damage. So it like MH can very well work on her without Farina. It's very likely you're playing with Farina, I suspect. But MH can very well work on Dia without Farina. It's just weird. And the fact that the 2P's bonus doesn't benefit her that much means that with high enough investment into other builds, like Vorakashas or even 2P's potentially, when you have a good enough of other build options, it's very possible, or maybe even likely, that your MH build is not that much better. But it might be better for consistency, because it's very hard necessarily to get up towards 90% crit rate on Dia without using something like a set that gives 36% free crit rate, of course. I'm just saying, if you don't feel like you need 90% crit rate, and you think you'd be fine with like a 75 crit rate build, you could consider trying 2Bs, 2Ps, or Voracoshes, or Emblem, and you might find it better, but I don't know what your artifacts look like on your whole account. I have not found that I liked, when I have tested MH Dia, despite having a lot of different options for MH artifacts, I have not found that I liked 4-piece MH Dia. EM timepiece is an interesting choice. Obviously, that means you're doing probably some Vaporize, most likely. Like I said, I think you're probably doing Dia Farina combo. Wait, yeah, you actually said you're doing Dia, Farina, Bennett, Shallonen. Yeah. I bet your Shallonen is on Fav. But like with a Shallonen on Fav, don't know what your Bennett build is like. Your Farina's not on Fav. I suspect this is probably enough ER. If your Shallonen is not on Fav, I am skeptical. But I don't know. If you're funneling... Yeah, I don't know. You have the ability to probably technically funnel like 3 skills per... If you really tried. Like, even with C6 Dia, I think you could probably funnel 3 skills from Bennett to Dia, if need be. Right? Like, you start a rotation, funnel 1 E to Bennett. Then you like do Farina, Shallonen, do Bennett, QE, funnel more particles, and then after Dia Burst, funnel another E. And then, yeah. So you could potentially funnel a lot of particles from Bennett with Dia. I've done it before. I don't do it a lot because I tend to like some non-Bennett teams with her. But, you know, maybe with C6 and her having longer field time, I'd feel more compelled to do Bennett combos with her. So yeah, C4 Dia helps. I'm well aware, yeah. C4 Dia and C6 even gets you more hits from getting more energy from C4 Dia. So... that I'm just trying to like math out how necessary some favs are with this amount of energy, right? I haven't done an estimate of what the energy needs would look like on paper, and I don't have C6D myself to have gotten an estimate of what that experience would be like. But anyways, the point is, I suspect they might want to use some fabs sometimes. I personally would use fabs over trying to funnel 500 particles. Number 2 EM Dia on Akasha. Well, at least you're a real Dia main, Autumn, I'm betting. At least you're a real Dia main. The most of the emblem Dias though, let's be real. I think the vast majority of the emblem Dias on Akasha are fake. They don't actually play Dia. Anyways, thank you, Airdan and Panda. I'm now getting very backloaded donations. Oh boy. How long am I in the stream? 2 hours, 40 minutes? Okay, this was a random one. Yeah, this is a random one. Okay. At this point, okay. I'm gonna do one more donation one. And then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, I'll do one more. So I'll have 6 more, and then there's probably more that'll happen. So I'm gonna do one more donation, one quick. This is from Amin. Thank you. Dory and the character of your choice. That helps if I go to the thing. And I'm going to then do at least 5 more randomized ones, at least. And then we'll see what the situation is looking like. Probably more than 5 though, because I'm not particularly tired right now. It depends on how like worn out, because like once my brain starts failing and to compute properly, I feel like continuing isn't even valuable to you guys, right? But right now my brain feels fine, so I think I can definitely do more than 5. But I'm gonna say any donations. So right now, if you're gonna do any donations, my apologies. You're gonna have to wait until I finish doing some randomized ones. That's usually what I try to do. Is I try to do like, you know, randomized, alternation, whatever, like I've been doing, and then I transition to finishing up the donations at the end of the stream. But we'll do at least 5 more randomized ones. So anyways, we'll do Amin's donation quick though. So You do you, fam. Just like supporting cool content creators. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Wenzo, there's a link. Use the link. Or donate if you want to guarantee it. But it's randomized. Like, that's the most fair way I can do it because there's hundreds of people that potentially want a review. So it's randomly selected, or you could donate if you're willing to just donate and wait. Alright, but anyways, Nilu, what are we looking at? No, sorry, no, Dory and a character of my choice. Alright, this is Nilu build though. Yep. Nilu is not the one I'm choosing. Dory. Dory C6 with Dory C6 with Farina is aggravate. I don't know why I said the same thing twice without aggravate. Is interesting. I don't know that I'm ever going to build her, quite frankly, because the resource cost of level 90 characters, especially with the stupid crystal problem. Someone gave me a spreadsheet, by the way, and then they gave me a breakdown of like, nope, you're not insane. World level 9 made the gemstone problem like actually kind of not great. Like it was possible. They based it on their breakdown. They're like, it was possible before for world level 8 if you're leveling a lot of characters constantly to run out of the crystals for ascending characters, but with world level 9, it made it like happen a lot faster, essentially. So I'm not wrong. I was not wrong in my intuition there, where it felt like world level 9 had effed the balance of the ascension crystals compared to world level 8. So yeah, that sucks. That real sucks. And I don't think doing wheelie bosses helps. I think doing wheelie bosses helped at world level 8. And I think that was part of the balance. But yeah, if you're leveling characters consistently like every patch, you're just going to run out of ascension crystals now at world level 9, which is stupid. So, I don't know. I don't have much faith that it'll do anything, but I'm going to forward that analysis to the contact I have, my third-party contact for Mihoyo, and they might hopefully forward that to Mihoyo, but they probably won't be able to do anything because he probably only has contacts with, like, marketing, like, people or whatever. Mihoyo's a big company. So I don't know. I don't know what the best bet is. Like, is there any, if there's anyone that knows, like, or has a connection to someone that actually is on the development team of Genshin, unironically, I feel like they need to be informed that they effed up with the Crystal Ascension thing if they want to avoid it becoming a problem for players. And it's already starting to become a problem for a lot of players. Like, they need to change that. It's really stupid. It's really stupid that they effed up that. I think it was just an oversight where they increased the boss drops for world level 9 and didn't think about the fact that the ascension crystals mattered. Or it was intentional and it was truly asshole-ish. But yeah. I actually don't think I can make some of the videos I was going to try to make sooner rather than later because of the ascension crystals right now. I don't think I have the ability to fully ascend some characters. So if I want to make some videos, I'm just gonna have to not fully ascend them. Like I can't fully ascend Charlotte anymore. I don't think. I can't do that. Biomech, Claire, thank you. Appreciate it. You didn't have to donate. Yeah, you could have waited for a random one, but anyways, I have had a couple people that donated it and then got randomly selected, which has been funny, but it's fine. Anyways, Dory. Aggravate Dory is interesting. This seems to be a Thundering Fury build, obviously, so you get the infusion from her C6 for like only a few seconds, and she does a team-wide heal. On top of, infusion damage, so she can actually do some decent aggravate damage, right? And reducing your skill cooldown lets you, get more uptime on that. So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't played it, but from what I've seen of it, it's pretty good. There's also reaction shenanigans stuff you can do with Dory, with her being level 90, again, as a requirement, but I can't say I'll ever do it. Just because I know I have my friend, Binge, who has an invested Dory. If I want to do Dory shenanigans, I can always just log into his account, even if I wanted to make a video on Dory. So I'm probably never going to level her on my main account. But this is a pretty nice approach. I don't know that attack timepiece is better than EM timepiece. In fact, it's probably worse. Probably? I don't know. It's probably not that big a deal, ultimately. Yeah, nice Dory build. That's all I can say. I don't know. I like Thundering Fury shenanigans. It feels like as time's gone, there's less and less reasons, less and less context where Thundering Fury shenanigans matter. I wish Mihoyo would release more artifact sets that did weird things like skill cooldown reduction, though. But yeah. Anyways. And a character of my choice, huh? Well. Sad. Gaming C6 and non-C6 is a little bit of a different character. Not a bad Gaming build. Another 300 EMC lolly. You built cryo crit on her. I mean, I don't know if cryo goblet is better. Is it better? I don't know if it's better. I also don't think you have enough ER. With a Thrilling Tales build. Like, her ER needs are rough. I mean, is there some team contest where this would work? Probably, but I think this is a build. This is the most sack frags get big crit build that I've ever seen. So, anyways, I think you're better off running like 110 and bursting. What? Oh, you're probably talking. Okay. Don't think so because the EM burst scaling. Yeah. I'm not sure that cryo goblet is actually better. I haven't directly compared it, but yeah, I think EM goblet might be better, which is interesting. I don't know. Play around with it, I guess, if you want to see how she can do for more burst damage, since you have Spectre into crit in some form. That's a C2 Muika, so 1 quadrillion damage. Congrats, you can clear this event. Yay! It's freaking. Oh, this freaking event. Whatever. Anyway, no. Don't. I already had. We had plenty of yaps about that yesterday, and I'm sure we'll have yaps in the future. EM also increases shield. Yeah. Hey, Instructor Shalonen, let's go. Look, Instructors is one of the compelling artifact sets for her for sure. So yep. He is a Farina, and a pretty healthy one. There's a lot of crit on this Farina, on the pipe. Wow, this Navia can actually crit sometimes. She has 50% crit rate. Wow. This is a joke, obviously. I'm pretty sure I'd be happy with using this build on Navia. But yeah, now that this is going to be in the strong box, this is going to be in the strong box 2 next patch, by the way, along with this set and Whimsy. And by the way, getting the wrong goblet from. Like your build is cracked regardless, but like, you know it had to hurt to get the wrong set on-set goblet that was that good. But anyways, what was I saying? Yeah, I am very tempted to try to strongbox some of this for Navia to get a permanent build on her. That's the main value of this set, I think, on Navia, is because it's basically only relevant for Navia, and Ning Wong. You know, get that set on her and then never think about it again. Yeah, that's my reasoning to try to get for that. And I already have an onset goblet that's pretty usable, and I have I think a circlet that was usable. I don't know. I have at least 2 pieces on Navia. And it's not that impossible for me to get a usable set on her. But I don't know. I don't play her enough that it's like super worthwhile. But if I don't need to farm anything else, right? So in Strongbox. But yeah, that's a pretty strong Nahida. Yep. Lower EM build, that's fine. Yeah. Alright, nice builds. Anyways, thank you. I mean, you said pick one, and I couldn't really pick, so I just glanced at them all. Alright, alright, let's do 5, yeah, 5 more, as I said before. So we'll do at least 5 more, and they'll probably do more, but let's see. 1, 2, 1. If it's Dia again, I'll laugh. Nope, I'll let you know. Nahida, C6 with only Welkins, nice, yep. You can indeed get C6s. It's a similar situation that happened on Polearms only. I would have, without having to spend anything for top-ups, if I just waited for 2 banners, I would have very easily on Polearms only been able to get Arlecchino C6. With only some Welkins being bought. And just a lot of hoarding of Primo Gems. This is a very strong Arlecchino build. This looks fairly similar to my Arlecchino build on Polearms only, except for I normally don't use EM Timepiece because I don't have reason to do melter things with her normally, unless I'm doing look at that big number. I think this is better than my Arlecchino build, honestly, on Polearms only. Oh wait, attack percent goblet, never mind, sorry, I take it back, I lied. No, the attack percent goblet is like the difference maker, and like as far as judging whether one build is better than another, this is still an extremely good Arlecchino build, and attack percent goblet is probably better than you might expect on Arlecchino, but as far as build comparisons go, it's a different story. But yeah, it's a very, very good Arlecchino. 100% crit rate, plus the crit damage from C6, obviously. Unga Bunga damage. Yeah, Very nice. Very nice. And we got a little bit of attack. Yeah, wow. Wow. Attack Giblet, indeed. C6 can each by saving from 4.5, ended up getting it in 300 pulls. That's incredibly lucky. I believe, even with the capturing radiance change, I believe the average for like a C6 is still, like it was like 600 and some before. I think capturing radiance made the average for C6 around like 500 to 550. So 300 for a C6 is insanely lucky. Yeah. Who was the other one? Nahida. All right. Yep, Coggers is obviously a good option for DPS Nahida. EM crit. Yep, it's ER question mark. She doesn't have 0 ER needs, but obviously this is a damage oriented Nahida, and you don't have to burst consistently on her. Her burst only gives EM to the active character, so if you're not on fielding Nahida, it doesn't matter to her damage. It just matters if it's a relevant EM buff for someone else. So like you kind of usually want to burst consistently, but also her awful burst animation lasts 5 years. Sometimes it could result in a functional DPS loss just because of how long the animation takes versus just switching to your DPS when you can a little bit faster if their cooldowns are up and whatever. So, yeah, anyways. Yeah, that goblet is, wow. Yep. Hyper Red and Goblet. Sorry. Yep. Yeah, it's a very good Nahida build. Yep. Wow. Indeed. I have no idea what this Nahida hits for damage. Probably a lot. Probably a lot. That's all. Alright, let's go. Nice builds. Number 2. Yonfane Arlecchino. All the Arlecchinos. It's all Arlecchino. I think like, what was the Paimon Moe stats for Arlecchino banner? Does that change at all? Like, oh, no, not my wish counter. Global wish stats. Oh boy. Why did 4,000 people summon Mizuki? Anyways, whatever. It's fine. You like the characters, fine. Okay. Yeah, that's honestly, that's quite a lot for a rerun banner. For comparison, you know, here's Mawika Sitlali. There's a Nuvilat rerun. Is it Nuvilat's second rerun? I think it was. And 35,000 people still Polish only. All right, this is all just relative comparison. And like, by the way, there's an effect that happens like as people pull new characters, they might submit old data. Like there's people that pulled Arlecchino that didn't submit their data, but might submit their data after they pull, you know, a character 3 months from now, and that would update these later down the line. But I noticed that happen when people submitted Mawika data. Shalonen's total number of summons went up because I thought like Shalonen's data was like at 140,000 or something, but then after like Mawika banner was done, it jumped up, and I was like, oh, sick! More people pulled for Shalonen than Mawika. Let's go. Anyways, point being, yeah, there's Arlecchino original banner. What was the Nuvilat's first rerun banner? Was that Nuvilat's first rerun? No, it wasn't. It couldn't have been. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, 90,000. So, anyways, I wouldn't be surprised if Arlecchino's first rerun was in a similar number there. But yeah, I was just kind of curious where that was sitting at. Anyways, because so many people are asking for Arlecchino, it just makes me think that a lot more people pulled for Arlecchino on her rerun than I kind of expected. Or maybe it's just people pulled for dupes of Arlecchino, right? So yeah. Yonfei and Arlecchino. Yonfei's to MH so she can use Linny's Goblet. Nice. Yeah. What is your Linny? C. Yeah, that's a very good Linny build. All right. As far as a Crimson build goes, this seems an extremely good Crimson build. I think you normally want to burst consistently on Yoimiya, but I have... sorry, Yoimiya. Was I saying Yoimiya the whole time? Yonfei. But her energy needs are, I think, weird. They're not low, so I suspect there's not enough energy to burst consistently, but you don't necessarily have to, I think. It's just desirable. Yeah, the crit rate is a bit rough, but it's still overall, I think, a pretty good Crimson build. So yeah, it's really funny, by the way, that I think I was told last recent stream in the tier list stream that, because I wasn't sure how Yanfei worked with Sitlolly, but apparently Yanfei's C4 kind of Fs with being able to get melts with Sitlolly, which is kind of rough. Like, it's just funny that the most random of features and character kits can screw with their ability to use Sitlolly. Boy, sorry. But I imagine the same situation to Yoimiya, where it might still be like not a horrible combo. You're just eventually gonna miss melts. So, anyways, nice Yoimiya. Obviously, if Yoimiya used this MH build, it'd probably be a bit more consistent of a build overall. But it's not. It's with Widzit, it's always gonna be RNG anyways. So who cares about consistency? Not her C4s or A4. Sorry, yeah, that's what I meant to say. Her C4 is the tank one. That's not. Yeah, that's not. That doesn't matter. I just derped and slipped up. Anyways, Arlecchino C1 with what in the world amount of crit damage? That is. There's so few Arlecchinos in the world that have this the ability to do this amount of crit damage on a Crimson, on her signature build. Wow. While not having super cope amounts of crit rate. Like, you need some pretty specific artifacts to get this kind of ratio. And again, with like double cryo melt potential, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's potentially a good thing to have this amount. But yeah, no EM timepiece. It's just whatever. Don't even know they have Sitlolly. Triple crown, interesting. So yeah, I don't know. Good Arlecchino, very good Arlecchino. I can't speak. It's fine. Yeah, this is a Homa looking ratio. Like, this looks like my Homa Arlecchino, but it's using Crimson Moon. So yeah, very good Arlecchino. Anyways, there's not much to say about it other than, yeah, maybe use EM timepiece, but also, how could you not use that? So I don't know. Anyway, just use use Sitlolly, Rosaria, and do Rosaria on instructors, and you get EM that way. And then you can say just do attack percent timepiece. It'd still be better to do EM, but it's fine. Anyways, put your soul in the domain. Yeah, makes sense. If Sitlolly uses Rosaria, nice. Yeah, you'll have near 100% crit rate with that much crit damage. You'll be able to make the most out of having that many crit damage stats. So, yep, that's a ridiculous build. Anyways, what are we doing? Number 35. Blap. No, wasn't earlier one. Chaska, rare Chaska. Man, not many people pull Chaska. As far as relative numbers go. Okay, hers was a lot higher than expected too. Okay, she was at like 40,000 for a while. So many characters' numbers jumped through the roof after people actually submitted data for Mawika. But yeah, relative to some other characters, okay, she was literally much lower before, so that's actually not that bad. That means more people have Chaska than I expected. Nice. Okay, cool. I like Chaska, honestly. I don't love her, but I like her. I'm warmed up to her. Still saying she's more fun to think about than she is to play, but that's just me. Anyways, DPS. That's thank you for the clarification of Chaska's DPS. I usually can tell if a Chaska's DPS, I think, based on what the build looks like, but appreciate the clarification, just in case. Alright, C2 Chaskers. Wow, you can actually do AoE damage in your Chasker. It's not VV, and so why even talk? No, I'm joking. I'm joking, unless you have some good VV artifacts. Then, maybe try VV, because you might actually see faster clear times. I'd be very curious to know if a C2 Chaska still feels better on VV. I'm pretty sure it would. And I think it would even be more obvious, because the big C2 damage that you would get if you have VV buff going for it could be significant. But anyways, how do you submit the data? For Paimon.moe, I don't go to the homepage of Paimon.moe. If you go to the wish counter screen, it will give you a tutorial. Yeah, the wish stats here are not representative necessarily. If you're on like Xbox, PC, or if you're not on PC, I don't think you can submit, if I recall. Because it basically you just go and take a file from your computer and then you can give it to it. And it has all your wishing data in it. The Google form, yeah, if you're talking about the Google form, it is the pinned comment, but yeah. Anyways, this is a 100% crit rate, 220 crit damage Chaska build with very healthy. Wow, look at that feather. With a very healthy amount of attack. I don't know, Chaska builds. Yeah, just give her some crit. She's happy. It's not that hard to build Chaska on 4-piece obsidian. This Chaska performs quite well, I'm sure. She's quite reliant on having some decent teammate options, which you have Awika, you have Silali, you have plenty of teammate options for your Chaska. I am curious to see how Aeon-san will be with her, because she's weird in that she doesn't move that much, but she can still move constantly, and being freed from Bennett's circle seems like it'll be nice, so I don't know. Aeon-san question mark. We'll see. As far as how that benefits her teams, I don't think it'll change her best team that much, but it's possible it might actually be an improvement for her. But it also, I think, is mostly going to be a side grade, but just more options for buffers for Chaska is good. But yeah, anyways. Also Night Soul multiplier from Aeon-san. Yeah, I think Aeon-san should work well with Chaska because she's an Atlan character. If she only moved as much as she did but wasn't an Atlan character, I don't think Aeon-san would work very well. But I'm fairly confident Aeon-san Chaska should work well and keep up Aeon-san's buff without a problem. And then, you have a non-Bennett option for her, and that could be better in some ways, particularly because, for a C0 Chaska, you can guarantee getting 4 elemental bullets. So, like, right now, Chaska's best team, I believe, is Moika, Sitlali, Bennett, technically. So, one, a lot of people potentially won't be wanting to use Moika, probably with Chaska. They might want to play Moika on one side and Chaska on the other side, which means you have 2 tactical units that want 2 Bennetts, and, well, hey, now you have Aeon-san as an option for one of them, and Bennett as an option for the other. That's probably really the most important takeaway. But yeah, but you also have the option of potentially doing them both together. You can do Bennett and Aeon-san. OBS just told me it disconnected and reconnected. So I don't know where I got cut off there exactly for you guys. It says it's reconnected now. I'm assuming that my internet or something dropped out for a second. But anyways, I was talking about Aeon-san replacing for Moika, Sitlali, Chaska, Bennett. That is, I believe, Chaska's best team right now, technically. If you replace Bennett with Aeon-san, that has the benefit of guaranteeing that she does 4 elemental bullets rather than RNG for 3 or 4 elemental bullets when doing double pyro. And that could be good because it's more consistent guaranteed damage. The problem is there's also the downside of it if you end up triggering a electro reaction instead of doing a melt, either with a pyro melt or a cryo melt, then that could significantly lower your damage. So I think Bennett, my point is, I think Sitlali, Bennett, Moika is probably on average because of the consistency of getting bigger reactions. Reaction scaling damage is going to be better, but at the same time, Aeon-san might improve consistency in the lower RNG of the number of bullets. So that's gonna be a weird context to compare to. But I think Chaska will gain a lot from Aeon-san. Anyways, good Chaska build. that's the Chaska. Yeah, nice Chaska. I respect the Chaska dedications. All right. I think this is number 4. Again, we haven't had to do anyone that wanted me to look at like 8 characters. You've been nice to me. You haven't requested 800 characters to look at most of the time. So we'll definitely do more than this. I'm just gonna keep on. I'm gonna keep on doing randoms until I feel like I need to finish up with all the donations. All right. What do we need to look at? Ashes. Hutao, Farina, Moika. All right. There we go. Hutao. Yeah, that is a very nice Hutao on 4-piece MH. Yeah. That's a lot of HP. Wow. That's a lot of HP on a Hutao. I think this is better than the other MH Hutao we saw. The other MH Hutao had a lot more EM, but a lot less HP. I'm not sure. I don't know. That's actually interesting. I'm not sure whether or not the one we saw before or this one is better. I think they're ultimately both pretty similar. I think this one might be a little bit better just because of the HP, but it's interesting. Yeah, very good Hutao. C3 Farina on the pipe. Nice. You know, I much look as far as like doing high investment Farina things. Frick her weapon, but getting constellations for Farina over her weapon? Yeah, sure. I understand. I understand. I mean, to be clear, I think C3 is very, very unnecessary. But, yeah. That is a hacking goblet. Wow. Wow. What is that? 40, 45, 46 crit value, whatever, plus 2 ER rolls? Wow. Wow. I feel... Oh, you're running an HP circle. Okay, that's interesting. I was just confused. I was like, I feel like this build should have more crit than that, so I couldn't compute it, but that's why. I think a crit damage circlet is probably better. Not that this is bad, but I think a crit damage circlet would be better, but I don't think it really matters that much with the C3 arena. So I think it's fine. Yeah. The other one had 29,000 HP with 300 EM. Okay. They're relatively close then. The other one just had a little bit more EM. This one has a little bit more HP. I'm not sure which is better, but they're probably very similar. So, anyways, it doesn't really matter which was better. They both had, I think, similar stat value, just in different stats. Yeah, I don't know, not much else to say about the Farina. Very nice. Healthy amount of ER. I would be perfectly happy using this Farina, other than I still like Fav on her. Alright, who was the last one? Mawika. Mawikers. C2 Mawikers. I think you should probably... Well, okay, I mean, I get... This is an extremely good timepiece. I'm pretty sure a meaningfully worse EM timepiece is still significantly better, for what it's worth. But you also have C2 Mawika, so does it matter? Not really. I would argue it barely matters even at C0. Because she does so much damage that, yes, even if EM is meaningfully better, does it really matter? But yeah, if you want to improve your Mawika build, EM timepiece. And it could be probably substantially worse EM timepiece and still be better, I will say. She gets a whole lot of attack from her weapon, and that basically pushes you towards EM, but it's probably fine, considering... Yeah, I think you're fine. So, anyways. Is it Lolly? If you're having trouble doing Mawika... Okay, look. See... This is why whaling, like, getting, like, something like a highly unnecessary, overpowered constellation, like, going to C2 Mawika. It kind of annoys me sometimes, because, like, look. You're going to clear fast enough that it doesn't... You don't need to be able to burst consistently with your C-Lolly. With Mailed Flower attack time is better? I believe so, technically, but it might depend on your overall stat balance. So, anyways. So Lolly weapon level 20. I mean, yeah, it should be leveled. I mean, it doesn't have to be leveled up. It probably should be, because, like, she does deal some damage based on her attack, and this build does have some crit. Like, a meaningful amount of crit. Enough that, like, they should probably level up. Thrilling Tales is not that expensive. But no, I don't think that it's not. I don't think this is a not built Lolly. I think they have C2 Mawika, they press EQ on Lolly, and they burst on Mawika, and then the enemies die. And then even if Lolly doesn't burst, they probably still clear the abyss fast enough. It's fine. Like, it's probably fine, but I don't know. It just feels like it'd feel bad to have to spend 5 years getting your burst back on Lolly all the time, right? That's my overall feeling. They might use Shalonen. This is not enough ER with Shalonen. No. It's not. This is not enough ER with Shalonen. I played triple Natlan teams with Lolly with Shalonen. It is not enough. Not without sack frags. But yeah, anyways. So I don't know, if you wanna keep this amount of EM and crit, I'd say just sacrifice the 48% attack is doing all. You have 40% attack from C1, and you have C2. Like what? Do you need the 40? Like, I don't know. That's my opinion. Change your Lolly to sack frags and just have more fun with Lolly and sack frags, right? That's my opinion. Change the sack frags, because what the frick is this doing for you? Is Thrilling Tales doing for you? It's making your rotations more annoying, and just just not giving you enough energy. So like just use sac frags or Fav, I guess, but sac frags is more fun. So yeah. That's my vote. Yeah, at least they'll get TDDS every rotation. Yay. I hate using TDDS. Yeah, I kind of dislike it too. I don't mind it on Lanyan that much. Like, Lanyan is the first time I found it, like, fine to use. But I also enjoy DPS Lanyan so much, so I still don't really care. But anyways, yeah, that's my overall vote. You have C2 Muika, frick TDDS. What's the point? Why even care about it? It just seems annoying. May as well use the benefit of having super high investment things and not do that. But yeah, they do have Fab Shallonen to be clear, which is nice, but Fab does not magically fix... Fab does not take Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayer Sitlolly down to 140 ER. So, yeah. Anyways, was there anything else? No, that was it. Okay, yeah, so... Nice builds, but yeah. You didn't ask me to look at Sitlolly, but look, I'm not gonna not look at Sitlolly. You have it visible. Be prepared for it. Be prepared for it. Jaska, Sitlolly, and Charlotte, who is holding Wriothesley. But really, you should just be playing DPS Charlotte. Ah, no. Well, Loki. Are you watching still, Loki? I don't know what your username is in YouTube. I'll leave it open. But here, let me open up another Enka tab. Every time we have one of these at least usually. Go to Enka. We'll do another one. But yeah. But I guess I should go and mention on stream. Loki, if you're watching, I can't have my mouse. There we go. This button, edit profile, make it visible. Yep. ER requirements for Shallonen, that's a big ol', it depends. Generally speaking, not that high. I have like 180 on her, I think, and I don't really see any problem with her signature weapon, not with Fav. Fav will lower her energy needs significantly. Like what was that last Shallonen we saw? Yeah, like this. That is way more than enough energy that you need on a Fav build on Shallonen. That is a very funny amount of energy, honestly. But hey, the Shallonen will always have her burst if you need it for Freena. That's the main context you need Shallonen burst is for Freena. So, anyways, that's funny. The crit rate is nice because at least you can consistently trigger Fav. Anyways, let's go back to Loki's page. We'll refresh that later. All right, 186. Oh boy. Farina Chiori. I want Farina's weapon for the drip, but I'm worried I'll have to completely refarm your artifacts to make up for the loss of ER. What do you think? Should you just go for C1, C2? The answer to that question is probably yes. You would probably have to. I don't know what your artifacts look like ultimately, but expect to not be able to use this timepiece. But to be clear, if you're always playing her in double Hydra with the Alon, or you're always playing her with double Hydra with Nuvulette, that changes her energy needs. You can look up Genshin energy recharge calculator, and then you have to look up like how characters generate energy and like how many particles they generate. But that information is all like publicly available, so it might be a little bit annoying. But for any particular team, you can go and do the math and figure out what like your worst case energy recharge needs are. The fact of the matter is that as someone who has messed around with Farina on a lot of different builds and had different options for high investment Farina builds, I personally have not felt any reason to care about speccing Farina into like min-maxing Farina's damage with her weapon if it wasn't in a team where she was like specific, like a vaporized team where she was getting big forward vaporizes. So I would definitely say going for C1 or C2 Farina is far more valuable than going for her signature weapon. Especially because like she's not a character, right? I had my yap about like, yep, I kind of hate how ugly Lo-Fi is on Chlorinde, and I do notice it enough that my monkey brain is like, I hate the green. It's like the worst possible look on Chlorind. Farina. I have Farina in this team. Farina. You so rarely see the weapon, man. You just, like, never see the weapon. You do this on Farina, and, like, oh, you see her, like, put it as a little cane for half a second when you press her E. And, like, what, Fav looks bad? In what reality does Fav look bad? Fav is the perfect neutral weapon, and also the color tones perfectly match her accent colors. Like, it is not the same as, like, how ugly the other weapon is. I can see maybe why you'd want a drip weapon over the pipe. I still think the pipe is funny, but, like, I don't know. And then, yes, you see it very slightly, but again, I don't know. I refuse to accept the mentality that Fav looks bad. It's crazy. But anyways, and as far as weapons for min-maxing Farina goes, for her damage, if you really want to do, like, Farina vape teams where you want to see the biggest vaporizer number possible, I think Key of Kasha's suit is a more interesting and compelling weapon for Farina than her signature. And it has the same problems as far as, like, build requirements on Farina. But yeah, I don't know. What Farina's signature is a bait weapon. So for the people that, oh, look at my Farina, it's a bait weapon for, ooh, look at my Farina, she has 258 crit damage. Whoa, my Farina's OP. And then they can't burst, like, they only burst every other rotation at half of Farina's teams. By half of Farina teams, I mean, like, 90%. Anyways, I don't know. Like, I like the look of Fav. This is just an overly flashy blue stick that you rarely see. And Kyukaja suit has more mechanically interesting things about it with Farina. For her personal damage, with the conjunction of her personal damage value in the teams where her personal damage might matter the most, and the potential for it to also buff other units in the team because it gives EM based on HP, right, to everyone, not just her. So, my point is, I'm a known Farina weapon hater. I think it is one of the worst designed Archon weapons as far as what Farina actually needs for stats in many of her teams. I think it's comical that Neuvillette weapon has energy refunding and Farina's weapon does not have energy refunding, right? Like, so often nowadays, just so often for many characters, I'll just say, it kind of feels like a signature weapon not having energy refunding, assuming they have some kind of relevant burst, just invalidates so many reasons to get the weapon, is my overall feeling. So, no, in my opinion. You would basically, you're worried that you would need to refarm your artifacts. I don't know if you need to completely refarm. But you would probably need an ER timepiece in many contexts at minimum, for you to be able to use Farina's weapon, and that invalidates a lot of the utility of it, because, like, yeah, you gain some damage stats from the weapon, but then you had to sacrifice damage stats by not having an HP timepiece, right? And this timepiece is also very good for Farina. So, like good enough, you can probably conceivably, potentially, with a little bit different, like, feather, potentially, move to a crit damage circlet. I don't think you have to for any particular reason, but obviously, you know, you saw my Farina build. My Farina build looks extremely good, but my Farina build has 85 crit rate on Fav with 170 crit damage, which is extremely good. And that's with a crit damage circlet. So, you know, or no, wait, is it with a crit damage circlet? I don't remember. No, I'm using a crit rate circlet, but it's a crit rate. It's the best crit rate circlet on my account because it has like 35% crit damage. But I also let a less HP than you on my Fab build because I have more energy, but that's fine. Anyways, point being, yeah, you would probably have to refarm your artifacts for her signature, and Farina C1, unlike the wishy-washy value of Farina's signature weapon, Farina C1 is basically just universally valuable. Farina C2 is not universally valuable. I don't feel like going on a full Farina C2 yap. I'll probably have a dedicated video yapping about Farina C2 again. But it's obviously potentially very good in a lot of situations. I think Shilonen Farina combo with no other healers made Farina C2 potentially meaningfully more valuable. So, yeah. How much ER does Farina need to burst every rotation? It depends. It depends. It depends. It depends on the team. Like, she fits in way too many teams. There is no universal answer for how much ER Frina needs. If you want to make sure she has enough ER where you never literally have to worry about it, I would unironically say target a build like mine if you want to never worry about it. Because even this build with Fav and 300 energy recharge, or sorry, not 300, with 230 energy recharge, even this build, I find that I sometimes have to like get a Fav trigger, get one extra Fav trigger on her. Like I have an R5 Fav, so I can just like do a normal attack on Frina in like after whatever in a rotation and get her energy back, right? Sometimes I have to do that. So like you know, there's situations where, and the reason that happens primarily, by the way, is because Farina, yes, her burst lasts 18 seconds. So like in normal like 20-second rotation context, I should, on a Fab build in Farina, even solo Hydro, I should basically never need this much ER. Except I oftentimes find reasons to potentially reuse Farina's burst at 15 seconds because she can fit into a 15-second rotation, right? Her summons last 30 seconds. And her burst is cooldown at 15 seconds. So with extra ER, you can do shorter rotations with Farina, right? And then shorter rotations is one of those meaningful things that can actually let you get meaningfully higher clear times. Like more meaningfully higher clear times by having the ability to do shorter rotations in some contexts than you would get from like having better artifacts or a signature weapon, right? So anyways, to be clear, part of the reason I don't mind having a lower damage build on my Farina and like not min-maxing my Farina is like I already have a good enough crit, and I also C2 does not always, but does generally speaking increase Farina's damage enough that like I like functionally my Farina is already powered down anyways, and I don't feel the need to power her up as much because I have C2. And she feels way more than strong enough with an invested build on Fav, even with an ER time beast that is unnecessary in many situations. So I functionally have her kind of powered down always because I prefer her kind of powered down because it is stronger in some other ways. So it's weird. There's nuance to it. There's no universal answer, except this is kind of the universal answer. Is Fav with an ER timepiece and a whole lot of crit. That's the answer, I guess, in my opinion. If you never want to think about it, like I almost never change my Farina build unless it's a team that's specifically trying to do something weird min-maxy around Farina. So, yeah. Anyways, what? By the way, if I have to change her to a signature weapon, I like the build I would use with her signature weapon or with Kyokage's suit is I already have an ER timepiece, but you saw it was like 160 ER if I don't use Fav. So I think it was using, oops, just click the stupid bar by accident. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I think it was this. Yeah, 190, so 85, 230. And I still have the same amount of HP. Like, this didn't increase my functional, well, okay, she's not active in the team, sorry. So that it would increase my functional HP, sorry. I forgot that's a conditional buff. And, so of course my HP didn't change, duh. But I would tell you again, like, if I'm using Farina or signature weapon in many contexts, I would not find 190 ER to be enough. Where I just said Fav and 230 ER, I still had to do an extra Fav trigger on some situations when I wanted to like use her burst again early. So oftentimes I might find I want this too. So like I have the ability to use the signature or Kyokage's suit and do something like this. And like now we're looking in the territory of like, okay, functionally, what did this do for me, right? What does this do for me over Fav? If the end circumstances that I feel like I need to use this build, then what this gave me over Fav was like 30% more crit damage and a little bit of HP. Like, it's a really minor DPS increase functionally. But what is more noticeable is something like this, giving a bunch of EM significantly potentially increases forward vaporizes in a very different way. So again, like, I dislike this weapon a lot on her. I think it has basically zero value. The only reason I have it, by the way, is because the Farina Sijuin weapon banner, when Zulifet, thank you, pooped Primo Gems on me, They're like, wishing the weapon banner, and I got Farina's weapon. So, anyways. Let's switch back. But yeah, if you're always playing Farina and Nuvilette, if you're always playing Farina in one specific team, which a lot of people do, right? Look, a lot of people don't play around with different teams that much. They look up Farina best team, or they look up Nuvilette best team, and Nuvilette best team says Farina in it, so they play Nuvilette Farina always, and that's all they do. That changes things, and that makes it a lot easier to build your Farina, because then you can build your Farina exactly around the energy needs in that specific team. So, yeah. Anyways, yes, as far as choosing Farina weapon over Constellations, no, I would choose Constellations. That was a long Farina yap, good lord. Is Loki's refreshed? Nope, rip. Okay, sorry Loki. If you watch a future stream, Loki, feel free to like yell at me in the chat. If you're watching this VOD back, feel free to yell at me in the chat and be like, hey, I got selected, I watched the VOD and I got selected, but my profile wasn't visible. Can you review my UID? And hopefully I will remember you, and I'll be able to take you at face value and assume you're not lying and pretending to be Loki. Actually, I should be able to remember that, you know. I mean, someone could masquerade as Loki in the future, point is, and take advantage of that statement of mine. Hopefully that won't happen. I'm not gonna keep this tab open forever on my computer, but yeah, they're clearly not watching anymore. That's fine. But yeah, if you're watching the VOD back, feel free to let me know in the future of one of these streams, and I'll review your stuff since you did get randomly selected. Save as UID. Okay, I can save as UID, but I have like notes filled with like 100 different things related to Genshin. If I have a random UID like saved in a note somewhere, I'm just like not gonna remember even where I put it. I'm sorry. Like I could save it, but it's just I'm gonna forget why I had it open or something, and then I'll close it. And if I see the tab open or whatever. So I don't know. It's on them if they want to get that review in the future. I'm sorry. So Chiori, Mulani, and anyone else. I think I yapped enough about Farina. I think I'll just do Chiori, Mulani, so we can get on to more people. That is a very healthy Chiori build. Harbinger brings us up to 90% crit rate, so yeah. Harbinger's interesting with Chiori. The main reason Harbinger is like with Chiori potentially is if you want to do Chiori Farina. So like I think my Chiori has Jade Cutter equipped because Jade Cutter is obviously pretty good on her, but you know, it allows me to you know, not have to worry about not getting the value of Harbinger of Dawn passive with other characters. So yeah. Farina draining HP and disabling Harbinger of Dawn, I think is one of the I think Mihoyo did that very much on purpose. Where they're like, ah crap, Harbinger of Dawn is too useful sometimes. Our 3-star weapon is too good. Let's release a character that drains HP, so if you want to use a sword damage dealer with Farina, screw you. Yeah, anyways, you forgot I had her. Yeah, I rarely play her. She's still equipped, so I can have her functional. She's more than usable, but I just don't do stuff with constructs that often. And I don't know, the Charlotte and Chiori combo is not that interesting to me. So, yeah. Chiori Kachina core sounds very nice. Yeah, it's a nice, like, actually fairly good low investment core that I like. Yeah. Mulani is Mulani, right? Yeah, Mulani. Sorry, I just had another thought about Chiori. I don't think there's like, could you improve this Chiori build? Maybe, but like, no, this is a really good Chiori build. Like, yes, you can improve it. You can get more. I mean, there's not really much reason to get more crit rate with the Harbinger of Dawn. Only would improve it would be more crit damage, which, like, yes, you could get a better goblet, but I don't think it would be a crazy difference maker. So, oh, you should probably level 90 your Chiori, or maybe level 87. The base defense increase will matter more. Like defense scalers, HP scalers, they get more stats from going from level 80 to 90. But if you're using Chiori a lot, you probably do want to level her up past 80. So yeah. The Kachina Turbatorily doesn't count as a Geo construct? No, it definitely does. Yeah, which is good. God, if it didn't, that'd be annoying. I think it doesn't trigger like. I think there's something weird about it that doesn't trigger something. Like, does it not trigger pedestals? Like the leeway, like use a construct pedestals for exploration? Maybe that's what it is. I don't remember. Anyways, Mulani craftable build. This is H. Yeah, that's normally I think you do want to use like a probably, I don't know, do you? I don't know. You want some amount of EM. The weird thing with Mualani and EM is like you can get a lot of EM external buffs depending on what team you're doing with her. So you don't necessarily have to build her with a lot of EM, but EM is a very good substat on her, so this is kind of ideal to have this kind of balance. This is a very, very healthy Mualani build, to say the least. Nice amount of HP, nice amount of EM. Yeah, it's just a really healthy Mualani build. Nice. Yeah. That's all. Husk better. Her yeah, that's fair. Like yeah, Chiori's burst damage doesn't mean that Husk is technically better. That's fair. That's a consideration if you really want to min-max Chiori, for sure. Would I do that in the future? Yeah, I don't know. Chiori's an aesthetically pleasing character, but she's just not included in teams that is that interesting to me. If they did something different with her construct synergy or do more with construct synergy in the future, maybe I'll have more reason to use her. But yeah, as it currently stands, she just like I find it engaging to play around elemental reactions in this game, and without them turning Crystallize into something more impactful for using her, I can't really think of a reason I'd have to play Chiori that often, unfortunately. So I don't know. She's an interesting character. I'm kind of glad I have her to show her as being a decent unit, but boring for me ultimately. So yeah. As far as what I like about Genshin, thank you, Trasmer. We'll get to your stuff in a little bit. All right, I'm at 3 hours and 40 minutes in the stream. But I have yapped about things for a long while. All right, let's do. Didn't we do 146 before? I feel like we did. No, maybe not. We'll do 2 more after this one, okay? And then I'm gonna finish up the donation reviews, which is probably gonna take like an hour. So yeah. And then you know what, Osorio? Because I like talking to you in my Discord server. If you want, I'll look at your Zenless profile later at the end. Remind me if you're here, if you're still here. I'm Osorio biased because I like talking to you about Zenless. All right. Anyways, what are we looking at? Raiden, Miko, Yoimiya. Let's go. All right. Sad that Miko didn't get a rerun this patch. I gotta do the event still. Should I do the event live? I did part of the first initial part of the event on Poems only, but I haven't done the rest of the story quest. Should I do the event live? I don't know. Anyways. Oh, wah! I didn't even notice Hybrid Raiden. What? I didn't notice. Wow. They didn't even mention Hybrid Raiden. Well, I mean, I understand. Obviously, I know this is a Hybrid Raiden. This is a better Hybrid Raiden than mine. Dang it. Sad. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, is it? No, I think it is. What is my Hybrid Raiden? I can't remember. 77, 188, 204. Okay, so they have more EM than me. 2 more EM rolls. Okay. Slightly more attack. I have less crit damage, more crit rate. Similar ER. Yeah, I think their build is better. Their build is better. Slightly. I would say their build is better. Well, dang it. You beat me. How dare you. Anyways. I have C1 though. Get wrecked now. C1 Raiden is not a flex. C1 Raiden is I wanted C4 Chevres. That's why I have C1 Raiden. What is a Hybrid Raiden though? Oh boy. Hybrid Raiden is mostly a build with Staff of Scarlet Sands, makes it most compelling, where Staff of Scarlet Sands converts EM to attack, and basically enables Raiden to... You have lower EM than you have like on a normal Bloom build, right? But allows Raiden to get very meaningful off-field transformative reaction damage, or on-field transformative reaction damage, right? From your Electro Charges, your Hybrid Blooms, your having a strokes superconduct, honestly. Not that I do that often, but there's another one. Overloads, yeah, overloads. Like I like using this kind of build in an overload team, even with Raiden. And the idea is it's the best of both worlds. Where like the most, like Raiden is not that good of a carry unit, right? She wasn't when she released, quite frankly, and she isn't now. and the most unique thing about her kit was her skill and her like ability. Like the most unique thing about her kit was her off-field skill, and it's rapid coordinated attacks, being able to constantly like trigger blooms or whatever. But it was always sad to me that like, okay, the fun part about her kit is doing her burst. So can you do both? And that's what this build is. It's a high investment build that requires a 5-star weapon and some pretty specific artifacts. But Staff of Scarlet Sands gives a bunch of crit rate. It converts EM to attack. So like the actual attack stat that you have on Raiden is more like in the 2000-ish range. I forgot what the exact multiplier is, but it should be around 2000. So a very meaningful amount of attack. And then this stupidly, crazily increases the number of teams you can play Raiden in to an absurd degree. And that's what I tried to stress whenever I've talked about Hybrid Raiden before, is like it lets you use her in a ton of different teams where you use her burst, rather than her having a pretty small subset of teams. To be clear, like other buffers like Farina releasing helped her have more burst playstyle teams that worked fine. But like it lets me have fun with the best part of her kit while also still having fun with her burst playstyle, and makes her into this weird like utility unit for off-field reaction damage plus on-field damage. Makes it more valuable to do like charge attacks, get aggravates on her. And still, this kind of build still gets like a meaningful amount of damage because the strength of this EM to attack conversion. Because normally EM is a dead stat, right? Normally EM is a dead stat if you're not triggering a reaction, and particularly because an Electro unit doesn't have like big scaling reactions. Thank you, Kathlina. You don't get any benefit from it. But Staff of Scarlet Sands converting EM to attack basically means you always get damage value from the attack, right? Which means you can get still your normal big burst damage with Raiden by having EM main stats, and you can get the reaction damage, right? So like you're sacrificing a little bit of potential big burst damage from Raiden in exchange for like a ton of extra utility in other ways. It's fundamentally what it is. And I can tell you with my non-Z2 Raiden, like in a Chever's team, I can still very happily get like a very similar build to this one, get a very compelling amount of damage from Hybrid Raiden. So that is the short Raiden explanation for Hybrid Raiden. I need to figure out a better way to sell a Hybrid Raiden without yapping for 10 minutes. Anyways, it's really not very doable to build. Like we saw an Engulfing Lightning Hybrid Raiden earlier, which is the other most compelling weapon for doing like EM. The difference with Engulfing is it's kind of the same end result because it converts EM to a bunch of attack, or sorry, ER to a bunch of attack instead of EM to attack. So again, it's the same concept where you can have some EM and still have a decent amount of attack. The difference is Engulfing Lightning does not make her particularly easier to build, because you need a whole bunch of crit, and crit is the rarest substats in the game. It gives a bunch of ER instead. With Staff of Scarlet Sands, you need some ER though. So like, it's still annoying, but like it's not easy to build. But anyways, did I get selected while I was in class? I don't think so, Mitsu, but I don't know what your Genshin username was. You might have. I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know what your Genshin username was, and so I would mention your Genshin username in chat, and chat will probably be able to tell you better than I could. So, anyways, Hybrid Raiden, yay. Thank you. Nice Raiden build though. Obviously, it's a very good Raiden build. I don't think there's much need to improve your Hybrid Raiden anywhere further. You're very much in the min-max territory of not really seeing any real improvements. Same thing with my Hybrid Raiden, where like I could make improvements, but it's like unlikely enough and minor enough that it's just not going to actually matter, other than like this artifact looks better. Strongest team for Hybrid Raiden? I don't know. I think strongest team for Hybrid Raiden misses the point of Hybrid Raiden. But because like if you want to make Raiden the strongest possible, then you're going to want to change the build potentially around the specific team. And the Hybrid Raiden is the universal build that lets you be used in a different kind of teams. But if you want what's probably the strongest team for Hybrid Raiden is Nahida, Farina, Bennett, probably. One interesting thing, particularly if you have C2 Nahida, one interesting thing that happens with C6 Bennett in particular, and having a bunch of EM on her, is like you can do a charge attack on Raiden oftentimes, like, and get like a 60k vaporize on like a Raiden charge attack before bursting on her. So there's kind of some weirdness like that you can do with C6 Bennett. Eon Son's going to be an interesting context for Hybrid Raiden for sure. But yeah, I would probably say Farina, Nahida, Raiden, Bennett is her best hybrid team. But anyways, but there's a ton of different ways to configure hybrid Raiden to do different things. One thing I've not done, I haven't messed with freaking Lanyan with hybrid Raiden yet. I should do that. Anyways. Oh yeah, this player should level 90 their Raiden though. Level 86 is better than 80, but you know, they'll see a damage increase from 90 for their reaction damage and whatever. So anyways, Miko. Miko, by the way, same story with Dendro. Wow, 285 EM and substats. Wow, look at this. 2, 2, 2, 2. Every one of them has 2 rolls. With it. Actually, this is probably 3 rolls with low rolls. No, it has to be 3 rolls with low rolls. That's so much EM and substats though, and obviously 2-piece EM. Honestly, I love it. I like this as a universal Yai build more than my Yai build right now. My Yai build right now is very good and configured around Yai not in Dendro teams, like Yai in Overload or Electrocharge teams, and I'm very happy with that because I've played Yai a lot lately in those teams. But this I would kind of like more almost, but I don't have the right kind of artifacts with this weird conjunction of a nice balance of EM and ER and attack percent. Like what? Like wow, it's just such a nice balance. This is such a nice universal Yai build. I like it a lot, honestly. Anyways, does she need ER? I mean, yeah, that's a nuance, I guess. Like Yai, I don't know. Yai without C1, I think there's no reason to care about ER on her, quite frankly. So she's always going to be a burst every other rotation unit, and that means functionally she has a 40 energy cost, because you need to get 40 energy per rotation to be able to do a burst every other rotation. Her cooldown on her burst is like 26 seconds or something stupid. And even with C1, you can argue the same, but her energy needs become much more like, oh, you might actually be able to burst more consistently with C1. But like, it's still not that relevant because of cooldown. So, point being, ER technically has some value theoretically on Miko, but none, but not a lot. So, yeah. Who's the other one? You and Mia. Oh, just the first 3. All right, that makes things easy. They're all level 86. It's interesting that this player stops at 86. Like, to be clear, the resources that it takes to go from level 86 to 90 is how many heroes wits is that? I think that's around 100 heroes wits. 0 count, nice. I think it's around 100 heroes wits, right? So if we just got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 1,200 heroes wits, right? The off number triggers you. Yeah. I mean, like my Chevreuse, by the way, I think I'm going to leave her level 85 forever because it makes her easy to find. I actually kind of like leaving characters at weird levels because it makes them easier to find in the list sometimes. You know exactly where they are relative to others if they have like a unique count number, but obviously in this account that's not a factor. Anyways, you're working on it? No, yeah, I'm not trying to like shame you for it. I think it actually makes some sense to do this as like a default potentially to some level. Because my point is like that's like across just these characters, leaving them level 86, and like this is like not trying to judge which ones of these are individually relevant, most relevant to take to 90. But like the 1,200 heroes with is enough for like 3 other characters to be leveled, not more than 3, like actually, but like 3 other characters in 86 basically. So like as far as being mindful of your resources go, this is a fairly good best practice where like you're getting a very good chunk of the value from going from level 86 to 90, but you're still saving a bunch of resources, right? Quick peek on the dia. This is interesting. I haven't considered trying to use my tenacity pieces on my dia. I needed a different timepiece, but anyways. User on Genshin is Mitsunet. Alright. Thank you, Mitsu. By the way, Mitsu, you donated. You could have just used your UID. Why didn't I should have mentioned that. Why did I say that? My brain wasn't working. Alright, Mitsu, you'll have to wait a little while, but since you donated, just give me your UID and I'll review whatever. Alright, anyways. Yeah. So anyway, nice account. Thank you for letting me look at your stuff. Hyper Rudden, let's go. 141, and then we'll do one more after this. Hopefully, I'll be able to do it in slightly less than 10 hours. Dang it, I spent $4. I mean, yeah, you did spend $4, but you're gonna get a review out of it. I appreciate it though. Anyways, you get to fund my ramblings. Let's go. Lanyan. Oh no, dang it. You had a Lanyan profile. The only DPS Lanyan I've seen this stream was from Sylveon. Sylveon using her stupid Wanderer build. Ugh. I want a real DPS Lanyan. I'm sorry, Sylveon. I haven't seen a DPS Lanyan in this video. That wasn't Sylveon's meme DPS Lanyan. Well, it pains me because like DPS Lanyan is a real thing. It's actually a real proper thing. And so not seeing a DPS Lanyan other than the meme DPS Lanyan just annoys me. Anyways, Asorio, you have a DPS Lanyan at level 20. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, anyways, not yeah. I see you guys saying in chat you have a DPS Lanyan, but it's just the whims of random chance, I suppose. Anyways, still clears. I mean, yeah, said the person with C6 Shenhe, C6 Shalonen, like it still clears because you do C6 Shalonen with DPS Lanyan, and then you just do 80,000 or 80,000 damage per normal attack on your freaking Shalonen, and you're fine. Anyways, is DPS Lanyan a charge attacker? No. DPS Lanyan is you do sack frags and you do 2 skills per rotation. Do 2 skills and a burst per rotation, and her damage contribution can be quite significant. But anyways, Shalonen can't shred Anemo and Dendro though. But Sylveon has Shalonen C6, which includes Shalonen C4, which gives a flat buff. I'm pretty sure Sylveon is playing Shalonen with it, but I do abuse R5. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, also, yeah, R5 of Shalonen weapon. What does that give? Like 70% damage bonus or something stupid? I don't know. Too much? That's the answer. Anyways, the freaking Shalonen R5 weapon is like a Farina kit in a weapon, and that seems balanced. Anyways, what am I doing? Doing a very good job at trying to move on to donations. I'm sorry for making a lot of donation people wait. It makes me feel better. I'm hungry, and I'm gonna have to wait to eat until I finish everything. Anyways, this is another Nuvilat build with a very high amount of crit on Prototype Amber. I mean, I respect it. I very much respect the investing this much in Nuvilat and having Prototype Amber. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, this is very similar to the other one we saw. Yep, very nice Nuvilat. Was it Nahida and Emily? Or, no, it was Emily was there. Homa Emily, that's a rarity. Pretty nice Emily. And Emily without her signature weapon basically only ever bursts every other rotation. So it's not really relevant, anywhere near as relevant to build energy on Emily without her signature weapon, which is interesting considering it's an energy refunding weapon. It's unintuitive, but again, I yapped about her signature weapon earlier and how like if you want to build a little bit of ER so you can basically always burst every rotation, because that significantly changes how you can kind of use her a little bit, in my experience. But without her signature weapon, you can still do burst every rotation builds, but you have to build a lot of energy. So anyways, this is a very good Emily build. Obviously a little bit inconsistent as far as crit ratio, but that's just the Homa effect on a crit damage ascending character to some extent. So yeah, nice Emily. I like it. The weapon does not match, but you basically never see the weapon on Emily, so it's fine. And oh, Moika. How could I forget? Rain Slasher, nice. First Rain Slasher Moika we see. I think Rain Slasher, part of the reason people don't use Rain Slasher that often on Moika, I believe that's the enemies had to be affected by Hydro or Electro, if I recall, which does not include Cryo, notably. So this is like a Vaporized Moika weapon, basically. And Vaporized Moika is still quite good, but, you know, Melt Moika is the giant Unga Bunga damage number Moika that a lot of people are playing, of course. And Rain Slasher is not as compelling there. But, you know, anyways. If you don't have Meld Flower, I think Rain Slasher for Vaporized Moika is obviously a very, very good option. And this is a very good Moika build. That's kind of all there is to it. Even have a bunch of extra EM and substats. It's pretty nice. Yeah. Nice Moika. People don't use Pain Slasher because of PTSD. Yeah. Is that all? Yeah, that's all. Alright. One more random one. So this is the last random one, which means immediately after this I lose half of my viewers. But number 199. Yelan Farina. Farina in progress. Alright, that's fair. Wait, in progress. When did you get Farina? Wait, what? What's happening? That is not the right thing. What, PTSD? I'm assuming they're talking about like Rain Slasher showing up instead of 4 stars they wanted. Alright, Anesthesia. Nice. Yelan Farina. Okay. Wait, what? Is this the right UID? 631792687. Yeah, it is. Well, we'll do one more. We'll do one more considering they don't have a Yelan on. I'll give you your Farina review, obviously, but I see no Yelan. So, anyways. Yeah, that's a weird Yelan. Maybe they meant Nubula. I don't know. Who could they have meant other than Yelan? Maybe they just, I don't know. Anyways, it's a pretty healthy Nubulette, actually. Yeah, and it's a very well-balanced Nubulette for Sacrificial Jade. ER seems decent, too. Yeah. Wait, they aren't even fully leveled. Nice. Okay, that's interesting. It's a decent Nubulette without fully leveled artifacts. Obviously, you should level up these to 20. So, yeah, I mean, the feather is the least relevant level to 20, but even that one, you can get 2 relevant rolls. So, like, yeah, definitely want to level these pieces to 20. Goblet could have 2 relevant rolls. This could have 2 relevant rolls. 2 relevant rolls on top of the main stat value, of course. Oh, wait, this is already fully leveled. This could have 2 relevant rolls, and this could have 3 relevant rolls. So, yeah, you can level all them, and your Nubulette will do meaningfully more damage on top of potentially level 90 in the future. But I suspect with all the characters you have, you might be splitting your resources in a way that this I think is a slightly more casual player. But anyways, but yeah, I'm not sure who they might have meant instead of Yelan, realistically. But anyways, Farina, Fluve Sunder. I personally would probably recommend more ER than this, but again, if you're always playing Nibulette Farina, not necessarily a problem, I'd think. Certainly not the most invested Farina build, but it's probably fine, particularly if we add the additional like 10% crit damage from that. Yeah, I don't know. You said it's in progress too, so that's fine. It could be improved, but it's overall like not horrible. I think it's a usable Farina. It's unlikely like getting minor, like I don't know. Farina's definitely one of those characters like, yes, getting a really good Farina build can help you clear, because it can, like, having Farina do a meaningful amount of team damage just lowers that DPS threshold you need from your main DPS unit to be able to clear the content. And it's why she's like a cheat code. If I use Farina for like doing a DPSing of some unit that wasn't meant to be DPS, I can still clear Abyss relatively easily. It's because like just her plus another off-field damage dealer is half the time like enough to get most of the DPS threshold you need to clear Abyss. For my much more invested Farina build, which is also C2, which matters obviously. So, you know, like, matters if I don't power it down more. But anyways, point being, do you need to invest in your Farina more than this? I think is the question I want to bring up. I don't know if it matters, right? I don't know how much it actually matters. But yeah. C2 Farina with DPS Charlotte is pretty legit. Yeah, I'll probably, I don't know. Well, I haven't decided what I want to do for DPS Charlotte again, but I'll do something. Anyways, probably something with Farina, I mean. So, anyway, I don't know, whatever. The Farina, pretty decent character, obviously. And I don't think you need to have an insane build for her to be a useful character, right? And it's more important just to be able to burst consistently. So, question mark, maybe get more energy recharge. Maybe if you have a good energy recharge off-piece, timepiece to put on her on occasion, if you want to use her in more teams. If you're doing good rotations and whatever, like, pay attention to like the timer, and like you should be bursting consistently every 20-second rotation rate on her. So yeah, that's all. Nice Arlecchino. Yeah, anyways. Yeah, this is an interesting player who seems to have like decently invested builds, but they definitely stop at like lower stopping points than I think many people might stop with. And that's a bit of a rough visual. So you probably want to crit rate circle on her. Anyways, so like it doesn't surprise me that they like might struggle with some Abyss cycles, but assuming that there's a good chance they haven't done the newest Abyss cycle. I feel like I'm pretty sure their account could probably clear the newest Abyss cycle much easier. But yeah, I don't know. Like this Nahida, right, would do meaningfully more damage. This is a good Nahida build, but it's a bit hampered by not being level 90, not being fully ascended. But I can get why it wouldn't be your priority over other units. So I don't know. It's interesting. If you're struggling, I think a lot of your investment requirement for helping you out is just leveling some of your characters to level 90. Something like a level 90 Kazuha can basically completely trivialize the first side of this Abyss, for example. And the difference between a level 90 and a level 80 Kazuha in this current Abyss in particular is quite significant. So, yeah. That's, I think, my main thing I would say, honestly, for your builds more than anything, is just probably need to level 90 some of your units to get them to do more damage, and you can probably start clearing surprisingly easy. Because it's like in level 90 any individual unit, generally speaking, is not that often a crazy difference maker. But the conjunction of having a bunch of different units level 90 can like all those like minor 2% DPS increases like kind of matter. Like how much more of a buff, also level your Skyward Blade to max for Bennett, it matters a lot for his buff. Like all the conjunction of like, yeah, level 90 Arlecchino versus a level 80 Arlecchino, all other factors being the same, doesn't necessarily matter. But level 90 Arlecchino conjunction with level 90 Bennett with like a crown burst and a level 90 weapon, like now we're talking about level 90 a bunch more things. Those conjunction of all those things level 90 matter more than just one character being level 90 kind of thing, right? So, yeah. Anyways, maybe they're a mobile player. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if mobile matters that much for that question, but anyways. All right. Was this the last one or was the next one the last one? I said the next one was the last one. Raiden. Well, that's easy. I want to do Raiden, Yelan, Furina, Shan Yun. Shan Yun. I mean, I guess Shan Yun is functionally just the mostly equivalent to Jean. Like, I don't know, probably technically better than Jean, right? In this context. Yeah. She should just be better than Jean in this context, so I think it's fine. There's those contexts where like you don't have to do plunging with Shan Yun. She can just be a Jean upgrade or Jean side grade. But then you don't have to build Jean if you have Shan Yun, right? So, yeah, I don't know. So just, yeah, normal Raiden build. C2 Raiden, yep. I think ER timepiece, by the way, is just basically always better stat for stat than attack timepiece, but that doesn't mean this attack timepiece is unusable, because obviously you definitely want the crit rate, I think. So I would probably, being that you probably don't have an ER timepiece with that much crit rate, and it would really hurt your consistency to not use that, I would not switch off of it, but worth mentioning. Just in case you weren't aware that ER timepiece is technically better, but it doesn't mean it's better if you don't have this much more crit rate. So yeah, it should be invested on their DPS level 90 and 10 talents before artifacts. Yeah, that was my vibe on that previous account. Level 90 more of their units before caring about artifacts as much. They still want to level their artifacts more, but like it matters more to level 90 those units. You'll get more of a direct increase for the amount of resources spent to do it, right? Versus the RNG of artifacts. So anyways, this Raiden I think is more than good enough for like a C2 Raiden. It's like a fairly typical Raiden build that shows, you know, hey, you can have a whole bunch of crit stats on an engulfing Raiden and it still looks like a kind of meh build, but I think it's still more than good enough, right? This is the problem with Raiden on an engulfing and how annoying it is. Like, it's incredibly hard to get much better of a build than this on an engulfing Raiden, right? So, anyways, in my opinion, this is more than good enough. Like, it's a C2 Raiden. As long as your other units like work well with her, are decent, like, you should be fine. They said they're doing Yelan Furina, right? So, like, how good is their Yelan build? It's decent. Yeah, I think this is a nothing crazy, but it's a decent Yelan build. I don't think they have Furina yet, or they don't have her showing. They said Shan Yun. Shan Yun doesn't really matter. Just use VV on Shan Yun. Yeah, they're probably fine. Yeah, I think they'll be fine. Not sure between ER attacks, since I already mentioned that. Electro versus attack goblet, I believe, is very similar for Raiden. And being that you have a very good electro goblet, I would say probably stick with this. But yeah, if you do have an ER Sands that still gives you healthy amounts of crit rate, then ER Sands should be better. There you go. Alright, I think that's the last random one I'm going to do, because I got a whole bunch of donations to finish up. I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, oh boy, 12. I got 12. Oh boy, that's a lot. Thank you everyone that donated. I appreciate it. Like I said, the balance of these is we can keep ads off, and then I can, you know, make a little bit of money and hopefully give some valuable yaps. We're all done now. We're done with random ones. But now I'm gonna do the finish up the donation ones. Send the UID before or after the donation reviews. Well, do you have to go, Osorio? If you have to go, I can do your Zenless review right now. Since I said I would do it. It is... I think you live in Europe, and I think it is pretty late for you. Yeah, I want to eat. Alright, well, you're gonna have to wait. I'm joking. You can give me your UID. Let's see. While I wait for Osorio, who's the next donation one? Alright, sorry. Oh my god, this is... Their username is like Mackenzie, but like dyslexia spelled is how I can describe it. Like, it's lowercase m, capital D, M, C, Kenzie. You play in EU. Oh, I see. I don't know. Okay, you just play in EU because you're friends with it. Interesting. I've always assumed because you posted you like did EU server things from Zenless that you were in EU. So you just want to eat, huh? All right. But yeah, no, I can take a look now if you wanted to leave. All right. Yeah, D Mackenzie, dyslexia Mackenzie. Arlecchino is their Arlecchino's pretty busted. They £4.99 pounds. What wasn't so weird to say. Anyways, they just wanted to flex their Arlecchino, it seems. Yep. Hey, they have an off-piece timepiece that gives them flexibility to switch to EM if it's relevant. That's nice. Yep, this is a very strong Arlecchino. Indeed. Mostly strong in the crit department. They don't have a ton of other relevant stats, but that's fine. If she's a strong enough character, you can just build a bunch of crit. I like how they did level 1 talents. Let's go. Resource efficient Arlecchino. Alright. Well, thank you, Mackenzie. Let's look at Osorio's thing quick as I said I would. Let's see. Open beta. What? Well, okay. Well, never mind. Sorry, Osorio. I said I would do it. But yep. Grab the link from my Discord. What? You need to open it from the link on the server. Oh, okay. Well, we're just gonna not do that right now then. Sorry. I don't want to have to go do that to do this. Sorry. I'll remind me in a future stream. I imagine that probably will work in the future when they unbeta it. That's fine. Rip, you didn't mention your others. Wait. What do you? Well, I mean, what others do you want? If you want everyone, I can just briefly go through them. You did pay me, but yeah, I thought you just wanted to flex your Arlecchino. So yeah, if you're donating, do mention like the characters you want me to look at. Otherwise, I'm not going to assume I need to spend 5 years looking at everything, right? But would you want De Mackenzie? Just want me to glance through? I can. That's interesting. Calamity build on her. Yeah, nice. How much does this give her crit? It gives like 16%, I think. So this is like a... Yeah, that's a very good Clarion build. Yeah. Fair enough, Eula. Alright, Eula. Okay. Is it gonna be like a classic Eula build with not enough crit rate? Or is it gonna be a modern Eula build that for some reason is just cracked? Neither, kind of. It's actually just like a fairly balanced one. Pale Flame, to be clear. Actually, no, this is a ER check question mark. I don't know. The Eula teams I've played on my main account need more ER than this, but I don't know what they're playing. For a Pale Flame build, this is pretty dang good. Yeah, funny number crit rate indeed. This is a classic not enough crit. I mean, I don't know. 70% crit is a lot better than like the normal. Like, the classic Eula builds I would be talking about are like in the 50% ish range. So, you know, no, I think this is actually more like a modern Eula build where it's no longer classic low crit Eula. And yeah, nice Eula. I don't know, not much else to say about that. Like, I would like to have a Pale Flame Eula someday, future. Probably never gonna happen though, because Pale Flame, LOL. Like, I don't know. The only reason I got some Pale Flame artifacts that are potentially okay is because I farmed Tenacity. So, you know. And Tenacity is a good set. Whereas this is a Eula set, mostly. And a Fremine set. Somewhat. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll get her on Pale Flame someday. We'll see. Anyways, nice Eula. Nice Eula. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. Next is Kaioken Enjoyers. They're Arlecchino. It's all Arlecchinos, man. This is just an Arlecchino day. Wow. Arlecchino official. Any others you want? Characters are in a good spot. Just want to know if you've overlooked anything. All right, cool. Deathmatch Arlecchino with a EM timepiece. Not sure how EM timepiece to attack timepiece compares with Deathmatch. Obviously, Deathmatch gives a bunch of attack. But it's also low base attack. If you're doing, I mean, that's probably not that relevant. If you're doing EM timepiece should be good on her. Anyways, just in my experience, I'm mentioning it. If you're not playing Arlecchino in melt teams, I don't think EM timepiece matters that much. So if you do have an attack timepiece, I would, you know, test it. But I wouldn't really say it's an overlooked situation. Relatable Goblet, by the way. It's onset. So onset is as good as your off piece, which your off piece is not that insane, but it's, hey, better than nothing. Still overall nice, well balanced build. And Fischl, and then we'll glance through the others. Wait, I don't see Fischl. There she is. And there's also on-field Fischl. That's another Calamity of Eshu build. Nice. I wish I had the artifacts that gave me reason to use Calamity of Eshu on her. I should still mess around with it. I still might in the future. But, it's a very interesting weapon for Clarendon. She's definitely the unit that I think has the most selling point to use Calamity of Eshu, for sure. But it restricts her teams a little bit, which is awkward, but also, I don't know. Like, she still has, like, Kirara and Lanyan now as options for shielders, so, yeah. Anyways, official. Stringless build Fischl, non-C6 Fischl, is definitely a bit rough to build Fischl. She wants all the crit, generally speaking. And this is just a pretty good Fischl build. Not insane. Obviously, it could be nice to have some more crit, but there's not much else to say about that. I don't think it's nice. You'll see more of an improvement from Fischl's utility from having C6, more than you would about min-maxing the build at this point, in my opinion. It's definitely not an unusable Fischl build. It's just also like slightly inconsistent as far as crit consistency and whatnot goes. So, yeah. Perpetually building too many characters at once? Yeah, I feel that. What about your Lanyan? I mean, you have some crit. Yeah, oh, C6. Wow. Okay, nice. I wish I had gotten lucky. I spent so many balls for Lanyan, and I got C2. I got 2 copies of Lanyan in, like, over 200 summons. It's a pain. Anyways, I spent the amount of pulls that you would expect to get C6 in. I wish to mention this. Lanyan was the worst luck I've ever had for 4 stars. My God, I swear to God. Hopefully, my bad luck on Lanyan means I'll have not cringe luck on Aeon Sun. I just need average luck, Mahoyo, please. Just give me average luck on Aeon Sun. Like, please. Anyways, worse luck than Kave? Yeah, I know. Kave, funnily enough, I think was the circumstance with Kave was like the contrast in Kave was weird. Because one, I made a whole video about Kave. I didn't make a whole video about Lanyan. If I made an actual dedicated video about wishing for Lanyan, you would probably agree with me that my Lanyan luck was bad. But my Lanyan luck wishing was split across multiple days across the patch. Anyways, no, my Kave luck looked worse maybe because like of the video and the fact that I got like forced. I won a bunch of 50/50s for 5 stars I didn't want kind of thing. Whereas like Lanyan, I got weirdly lucky in that I got characters, I lost a 50/50, then got a early Chlorine at 7 pity, and then got an early Dia at like 50 pity, and that was lucky because it would have been bad to win the 50/50 there. So anyways, the point being, 4 stars are pain to acquire. That's it. And yes, it was worse than Kaveh, because Kaveh I got 4 copies, I believe, in a similar number of wishes as Lanyan I got 2 copies on. So, yeah. Kaveh was pretty bad, but not, like, insanely below average, whereas Lanyan was, like, unusually below average for the amount of summons I spent. So, anyways. As far as Bennett goes, you'll... Yeah, no, I mean, Bennett, your Bennett's at a point of, like, yeah, you have a healing focused Bennett with a lot of ER, nice. As far as Bennett goes, yeah, your Bennett is just, well, you'll see improvements once you get C5, C6. There's no reason to improve him. A little bit low crit rate on her, but is it the end of the world? Not necessarily. But it would be nice to get a little bit more crit rate on your Yelan for sure. Particularly because you might be pretty inconsistently triggering Fav even with an R3 Fav. If you just miss the crit rate on her skill, miss the crit hit on her skill and her burst activation, which is not that unlikely, you might have to waste some field time on her. So I feel like I would bias a little bit more towards higher crit rate. Does that mean switch to crit rate circlet? I don't know. It's a little bit weird. It depends on like what you would have for crit rate circlets. I already looked at you. It seems like a quite good Chlorine build overall. A little bit low on crit rate, I'd say, but I don't think it's really problematic. Was your burst talent 8? Okay, I was just curious. I haven't decided if I want to level my Chlorine's burst more or not. It feels like it's not that relevant resource-wise, but it's also enjoyable to use her burst, so I don't know. Yeah, completely usable Nahida. I don't have any meaningful commentary on that. Nice Nuvilette, although, well, okay. Widzed Nuvilette is a question and a half. I feel like with 2 useless buffs most of the time, I'm not the biggest fan of Widzed Nuvilette. I would vastly prefer doing Proto Amber Nuvilette personally, or that event weapon that came out like the same patch he did. That was just ER plus like charge attack damage bonus personally. But yeah, if you like Widzed though, don't let me stop you. Your Chevreuse is pretty nice. Nice Noblesse Chevreuse. Getting to 40k HP for the max attack buff might matter, but you're at a point where it's a 1 attack percent roll. It probably isn't the difference maker for your teams. I would hope 1 attack percent roll doesn't matter that much, but if you wanted to get a universal Chevreuse build, and if you want a universal Chevreuse build, because of the fact that oftentimes you can have like say Bennett on Noblesse, I have switched to having Song of Days Past on Chevreuse, which works really well with it, like a healing focused Chevreuse with Song of Days Past. So I have. But I use her on not Fablance, and so if I use her on Fablance, I'd have a similar amount of HP as you do. But the healing focus build can nearly max out. Basically, you get 2 instances of the Song of Days Past buff proccing in a rotation, and the first one doesn't quite have max buff, but then the second one does have max buff because of Chevreuse C6 doing in that team-wide heal, and basically in general the simple thing is when you're getting near max buff on Song of Days Past, it's similar as far as a damage improvement to Noblesse, generally speaking, but the difference is it's a universal build that you don't have to burst on consistently, right? And it also has the benefit of making Chevreuse heal more for the team, which I like. So anyways, if you want, you can consider doing that, but it's not really necessary. And Noblesse is oftentimes still better than it. But I like not having to use Chevreuse Burst every rotation, because I like saving Chevreuse Burst for when it's useful. For any particular reason, but it depends on your preferences. So, yeah. Seems like a very healthy Navia. Yeah, Serpent Spine Navia. Yeah. Just a healthy MH Navia. Obviously ties her to Farina, but Farina, I would put a crit red circlet on your Farina. Other than that, yeah, I mean, and then you put a crit red circlet and you're gonna it's gonna look a lot worse, but I would put a crit red circlet on your Farina. I think it's gonna be better as far as that goes. And Peak Patrol on her, that seems pretty good for a Peak Patrol Chiori. Yeah, nice. Alright. People talking about 4 stars in chat, I think, understandably. Alright, Yield. I can choose Not sure exactly what your characters are on, and you're home. You're on your way home from work. I see. You're probably home now. What did I do? Uh-oh. Yold, are you still here? I think they forgot a number. Yeah, they forgot on a 6004. Wait, they forgot. No, yeah, they forgot one number. I mean, we can guess. What's the last number, Yold? Is it 1? That might be you? I don't remember what you're in. I think I've looked at your stuff before. I don't know what your in-game username was, but... Oh, there it is. Found it. We got it. Trial and error, our way to victory. Planning to use elixirs for a better Arlecchino piece. Oh. You're gonna do the same thing I am, where you're gonna... Oh, what is going on here? This is a really low amount of... What's happening? You have... Oh, you have a crit rate circlet on Crimson Moon Semblance. Wait, you have... you have C6. I see. Okay. What's going on here? I'm slightly confused. Why does your build look so cope? This is a good piece. This is a really good piece. Oh, okay. I see. I see. It's yeah. The double whammy conjunction of the timepiece and the goblet only having some crit rate. Ah, I see. I see. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. You're an AR60 account. This is your best pyro goblet, or do you just have like a different pyro goblet on? No. Okay. Oh boy, this is one of those circumstances where like just one bad artifact does not usually, or one cope artifact, more simple, does not usually make your build entirely look cope, but 2 cope artifacts can. But she's also hyper consistent for critting, which is nice. So it's a better problem to have, but it is funny seeing a C6 Arlecchino with like almost with over 100% crit rate and 150 crit damage. She's more than strong enough, I assure you, in your case, but it is funny. So the real question is, what do you I think for elixirs you probably use them on a pyro goblet. You're running her with double cryo? Oh god, okay, well then you definitely use the elixirs on a pyro goblet. use it on an onset pyro goblet. As weird as it might feel to use it on an onset pyro goblet for gladiator, that enables you to use an off-piece timepiece. Ideally just an EM time, like if you're doing double cryo, an EM timepiece with a whack ton of crit damage is what you probably want. And then it depends on how the goblet rolls to some extent, but that's my bet for what you do here. Yeah, that's interesting. So I don't know. Hopefully we'll see your Arlecchino in the future after 5.5, and we'll see a much improved build thanks to the new elixir system. Hopefully the game gives you more than just a crit rate rolls. It would be really funny though if you like make an onset goblet and it rolls like 18% crit rate. I don't want that reality to pass for you, but it would be really funny. It would be really funny. So yeah. Anyways, so hopefully not. Honestly, okay. Actually, real question. Wait. What do you have for an EM timepiece build? Because as wild as it might be, maybe it's better to choose crit damage attack percent or crit damage EM instead of crit damage crit rate for the goblet. It's more risky though, because obviously getting a bunch of attack percent EM rolls isn't ideal. But if you don't have an EM timepiece that's fat and crit damage, maybe it is better to risk on, like, as far as Arlecchino specifically goes. The problem is like even if you get a pyro goblet with a bunch of my brain, if it rolls a bunch of crit rate, like that's still a good goblet for other units potentially, right? Most of your EM pieces are Kazuha, Sitlali, or Kuki. Okay. I mean that's not really Kazuha visible. Okay. So anyways, I don't know, right? I don't know what you have. So it's possible though. It's not an easy decision to make, but it's possible that choosing crit damage attack percent could be smarter. Because in the circumstance of like getting a bunch of crit rate rolls, it's not that valuable for you if you're doing double cryo, right? Like you're gonna want a crit damage circlet though. Yeah, no, you know what? That's my vote. My vote is no. Do a double crit goblet because you can just switch to a crit damage circlet, right? And you probably, if you're doing double cryo right now, anyways, actually, now that I think about it, you should be doing a crit damage circlet anyways. Even a crit damage circlet without any crit rate substat is when you're doing double cryo and you have C6 giving 10% crit rate too. Like you're vastly overcapping crit rate right now with double cryo. So yeah, that's what I would say. Still do double crit goblet, but then choose. I mean, you're just gonna in the circumstance of it rolling crit rate, that just changes your circlet potentially. Your circlet is very good, a lot of relevant stats, but if you don't have an EM timepiece with a bunch of crit damage and your goblet doesn't roll a bunch of crit damage, then switch to a crit damage goblet or crit damage circlet. Thank you, Nilsen. We'll get your stuff in a bit. So, anyways, thank you, y'all. This was interesting to look at. Actually, here I'll look at Emily. That is, I chose, I think, a more sad build to look at. I'm sorry. Well, at least you have relatable builds, y'all. What is this Akasha ranking? It's like we saw a good Emily build before, and that was top 39%. What is this? This might be like a top 60%. Oof, oof. Again, Emily builds are stupid on Akasha. we. Also, yeah, all your rankings are. you're relatable, y'all. I appreciate it. Oh boy. It probably just means you have a life. It's fine. Alright, Astro, sorry for the wait. I like your UID, 7099989990. Alright, quite proud of your Ganyu, Kaya, Tignari, and Nervilet. Alright. C6 Nervy, wow. Oh boy, 300 crit damage. And energy. 1 energy. Yep. Wow. That's a strong Nuvulet. He even has an attack percent roll. Let's go. I mean, he is a little bit... Oh, never mind. I was going to say he's a little bit lacking in HP substats. I lied. They're just all in a circlet. I mean, you probably don't need HP substats in this context. I don't know. Yeah, anyways. Nuvulet beam going burr. Yeah, the Emily build's not factoring in ER. Yeah, I know. I mentioned that before. It's, yeah, the top 72% though is kind of brutal. It's just funny. Alright, Ganyu, Kaya, Tignari. Alright. Oh, all the donations. Thank you. I'm never gonna be free. It's fine. It's what happens with these streams. That's why it ends up like taking so long for me to do this sometimes, because like if I don't have the energy to commit to doing like a 6-hour stream potentially, because it sometimes just takes a while because I just have to finish up the donation ones. I'm glad I have the energy today, right? It's why I did it today. I had the energy. Also, C6 Kaya, let's go. You could do C6 Kaya and Arlecchino shenanigans together. I really wish I had gotten, like, I really wish I had gotten Kaya copies in the Paimon shop over time. It's one of the things I regret not doing over time in the past. Like, I understood that the standard these characters, the free character, starter characters, were rare to get, but, you know, it's never felt relevant enough to spend the star glitter, right? In hindsight, it was, but oh well. Was the 7.2 crit damage needed? I mean, no. This Nuvulet feels exactly the same to play with, like, 50% less crit damage. I guarantee you, but this person wanted over 300 crit damage because that's what their monkey brain liked. We like monkey brain numbers and hitting random thresholds. If I'm at 195 crit damage on a build, I really want to go over 200. That's my main problem I have with builds. If I get close to a 200 crit damage build, I really want to get over 200 crit damage, even though it doesn't matter. So I can understand you have the same thing when you have to get close to 300. Anyways, you can turn off super chat donations. I mean, yeah, I can. If I really have to, I will. But I don't. I'm fine. Anyways, your Kaya is very nice. This is a very healthy emblem Kaya. Wolfing is definitely an interesting option for him. But yeah, I should consider using that on him when I build him eventually. Who else was it? Tighnari and the Ganyu. I saw someone, by the way, post in my Discord server, supposedly a C0 Ganyu with almost Bill Wanderer's troop, clearing to floor 25. And that has to be fake. I'm like 100% certain that people are faking that somehow. I don't know what they're doing to fake that screen. I mean, they probably just photo editing. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's probably the answer. It's not that hard to photo edit that screen, I assure you. But there's no way. There's like no reality. And they were using like a Nahida Bennett burn vape team. There's no reality where a C0 melt Ganyu, C0 melt burn vape Ganyu is doing that. No way. Anyways, this is definitely a strong almost build Ganyu build with the asterisk of LOL crit rate. Yes, she has her passive. C1 is red shred if I recall. I would not personally like this amount of crit rate on a melt Ganyu, but you know what? It's your choice. There's quite a few people that cheat in Genshin unironically, yeah. So I'm just assuming it was that, but yeah. Tighnari, don't forget a bit about the other Wanderer's troop boy. First Great Magic, interesting. C1, nice. It's kind of crazy. I have not gotten a Tighnari copy in a long time, which is fine. I'd prefer getting Dia copies of my 50/50 losses, but I have not seen a single Tighnari in a long time. This is a pretty healthy Tighnari, although crit rate question mark again. I know he gets crit rate from C1, yes. But 70% crit rate. But in this context, it makes it's a bit more fine, I think, than Ganyu. The Ganyu is a bit more rough than this was. So yeah, nice Tighnari. I like him. Thanks for sharing him. All right, Erdan, Chiori, and Pyrolumine. I haven't seen a Tighnari at all. You're lucky, even if you don't realize it. Yeah, that's fair. To be fair, I pulled for Tighnari on his original banner. Hello, C6 Farina. We were not asked to look. No comment. Nope. We don't need to get lost. We don't need to get lost in the me being annoyed that all the people using C6 Farina are doing the most boring thing possible. Nope. How are you choosing UIDs? Most of this stream I was doing a bunch of randomization ones, but right now I'm guessing you just joined Atropa. I am finishing up doing donation ones. C6 Chiori. Wow. I think this Chiori is probably pretty strong. Yep. I don't know. It's interesting that you wait. Oh, wait. Wait. Is this just what you wait? Do you do a Navia build on Chiori? My brain was like, this is golden true. I was gonna say, it's interesting that you didn't do Husk. Is this what you do for on-field DPS Chiori with C6? I know it lets you like on-field her more, but doesn't it give her defs? I mean, I guess defs. I don't know. Is the damage bonus that worthwhile? Like, I don't know. It is a bunch of damage bonus. And the attack doesn't do nothing for her, I guess. So, yeah, is this how you build C6 Chiori? I guess. Not enough ER? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what team they're playing. I feel like Shalona and double skill per rotation is probably fine. Not as worthwhile as Husk. Okay, that's what I kind of thought. All right. So yeah, you want Geo Goblet. Yeah, so you probably want Geo. Anyways, I think this build looks better than it is, but it's interesting as an option. With this good of a defense goblet, I don't know. Hopefully they compared whatever they had for Geo Goblet combinations, because they probably have to use like an off-piece Geo Goblet and an on-set timepiece. So maybe this is the best thing they have available because of the conjunction of other pieces, right? That happens sometimes. This is why you shouldn't ignore the value of on-set, main stat pieces that aren't the ideal, but still usable, right? So anyways, interesting build for sure. Lumine. C5. Why don't you have C6? It's a joke, because it's not your fault, obviously. Tars, you're still here? What's your rating on this, Tars? Tars has a really good Pyro Traveler build. He's ready. He's ready for Pyro Traveler C6. The reason I hesitate to say this is an extremely good build is they don't have any EM. No EM. It's a bit rough. Is Tars still here? What's your rating on the travel? Was Tars, the Traveler main, insane enough to practice for 10 years? Dragon striking a Traveler. Not bad, but lack of EM is rough, as you said. Alright, that was my vibe as well. So, it's a heckin' lot of crit, and it has a healthy chunk of ER, which is quite important to them, potentially. Well, not potentially, it just is. So, yeah, that's the verdict, I think. You can get EM buffs through external ways. I don't know exactly what team you're using, so, yeah. Flower can be improved. Oh, yeah, that's true. Especially with C6 giving some crit damage. Like when they actually get C6, but that will be not too long. Yeah. It's hard. I mean, you do have an off piece. I don't know. It might be better to do an EM off piece. I don't know. Interesting. But, yeah. It's not a bad build at all. I doubt they're going to struggle that much, but you might notice the difference in an EM timepiece, even with meaningfully worse crit. Or maybe changing the flower to something else. I don't know. Pretty good. C6 PMC only apply to normal charge attacks? Yes, which is annoying. So, like, it's not just net gain of crit damage, like, for all their damage. I think it's kind of lame that they don't just give 40% crit damage for free, but whatever. So, yeah. Yeah, nice travel. Yeah, it was nice builds. Oron from Panda. Alright, Panda, Oron, Fischl, and Noel. I cannot copy this properly. Please. There we go. Got it. Oron, Fischl, Noel. Fish is the only one not a work in progress. Alright, alright. Oron. Elegy. Nice. This seems relatively similar to my Oron, just with a little bit less crit. I have more crit rate in my substats than this, so, you know. I talked about Oron earlier and how, like, I haven't noticed an insane difference between, like, doing more unoptimal versus optimal things, even in context where, like, I tested a build that should have been noticeably worse, because, like, it was a team where, like, his relative damage contribution from his just raw talent multipliers mattered more. And I just barely noticed. Like, and so I don't think it's the end of the world to have to, like, min-max his build. I think your build is more than usable enough. Is my overall verdict, but if you want to improve more, you know, don't let me stop you. I just would say I wouldn't get too stressed about getting, like, the perfect artifacts for him. Because as far as an in-progress build go, I'd say it's good enough for the experience of using him. This is the 5-piece golden troop flex. Wow, I would really appreciate a onset goblet for Fischl, either an attack percent or a Electro Goblet, and the reason for that is it would free up some pieces on Fischl that I use that I could actually use as 2-piece bonuses on my Yai. It would give me more flexibility for 2-piece Yai if I had an onset Goblet on Fischl. And, I mean, an onset Goblet, I guess, could also be used on my Yai, but anyways, this is a very good Fischl build. I'm yapping about myself and simply mentioning that it's funny that you have an onset goblet and you're running 5-piece. That's why. You're doing nothing with the power of an onset goblet. Nothing. But yeah, it's a good Fischl build. Yep. And Noel. What about Noel? Alright, White Blind Noel. Alright. Not being able to do a crit damage circlet with 4-piece MH is a little bit unfortunate. Not saying it's not sensible here to just have more consistency in crit rate. But it is a little bit unfortunate, that's all. Don't know exactly what team you're playing with Noel. I think if you're doing, like, you know, double Hydro, Farina, Yelan, Shalon, and Noel, I think this is probably enough ER. If you choose to do other units instead of Shalonen, which I have done a bunch in the past, you might need more ER than this, but I think it's probably fairly healthy. So yeah, I don't know, the main thing to aim for would be maybe trying to get a crit damage circlet, but that's potentially going to require a lot more crit rate substats, like maybe a Geo Goblet with more crit rate. You already, the Geogoblet doesn't have crit damage. I don't know. Oh, the flower. Oh, it's the flower. Okay. I think it would probably be better using an off-piece flower with this. Like, it's a good flower, don't get me wrong. It has a lot of valuable stats, but I feel like a crit damage circlet on MH and then a off-piece flower that has some crit rate is going to be better, is my verdict on that. But, you know, those are your best pieces for that, and that's fair. That just might be the thing to aim for. I don't know what you have for MH circlets, right? If you wanted to keep farming. You said it was in progress, I guess. So, yeah. That's what I would aim for, personally. It's probably, but I don't know what your options are for off-piece flowers. So, based on what you have for off-piece flowers, that would let you, like, get an expectation of what to do for a crit damage, or what you would want on a crit damage circlet, right? For your stopping point. But I feel like that's where you get to the easiest stopping point. That isn't just LOL, get a way better goblet, right? So that's my recommendation, but I don't know. Artifacts are a weird factor. The best decision depends on your other options, so I don't know. I'd have to take a look at much more than just, you know, this technically to make a more specific recommendation. And particularly if you like, I don't know what you're planning on for elixirs. It's possible it could make sense to, you know, use elixirs if you really want to get the most out of Noelle, and improve her build by getting a better onset goblet, but I almost kind of feel like it's more relevant to get a crit damage circlet and just use a different off-piece circlet or off-piece flower. But yeah, depends on your account. Just take a peek, see. You can just look at the stats. If you have like other crit damage circlets that are like, you can just like put a crit damage circlet like your, I don't know, what do you have on a crit damage circlet? Nobody. Oh, there we go. Like, well, maybe not her, but you know, you could put a good crit damage circlet right on your Noelle. Wait, that's an MH circlet anyways. Okay, yeah, you could put that on your Noelle, right? And then change the flower around and see what the overall stat balance looks like, and actually play with it, since you do have this, and see what you would like to aim for. See, like, okay, this means, if that means you would want a crit damage circlet with 2 crit rate rolls and some defense or something, right? But yeah, losing the ER, I guess, might be a little bit problematic, so I can see that being a sticking point, but yeah. Anyways. Thanks for the submission. Hopefully my yep helped out a little bit. Alright. Oh, Biomech. Oh, Lanyan. Is it a DPS Lanyan? Biomech. Arlecchino, Lanyan, Xiangling, Mawika. And they have a new EM Sansa Mawika. Nice. Candace. Ooh, nice. 2-piece Candace. Very nice. I like it. I'm more interested in the Candace. Sorry. Mawika. EM Sands. Gravestone. Yep, that makes sense. And a little bit low in crit rate, but it's the way of the non-crit ascending thing with a non-crit set. They're using Cinder City because they're doing what I do, maybe. I don't know. They crown their Mawika burst unrelatable. So yeah, pretty good Mawika build. I mean, it looks similar to my Mawika build if I use my actually it's better than my Mawika build if I was using Wolf's Gravestone. The only reason my Mawika build looks as not like my Mawika build, as soon as I remove Mawika's signature weapon, she has 65% crit rate, and it looks much worse. So, yeah, it's definitely looks similar to my Mawika. So, I can tell you from experience, it probably performs decently well, if a little bit inconsistent, because yeah, the crit rate, but is what it is. I mean, the main way you could fix that is maybe getting a better flower. I would probably consider getting a flower with like 10% crit rate, right? And sacrificing even a big chunk of crit damage, I think, is probably a good exchange. But yeah, same build from before, but your EM Sense is new. Nice. It's a very, very nice Sense. Xiangling Arlecchino. Very healthy Xiangling overall. Yeah. EM time. Oh, is it this amount of ER? Wow. Okay. This amount of ER with an EM timepiece. I was gonna say this Xiangling looks like pretty decent, but no, this Xiangling is actually very good. I thought this was an ER timepiece. Yeah, no. Wow. I'm jealous of your Xiangling build now. I would like to have this kind of ER substats on a Xiangling. Yeah, wow. Wow. Alright. Yeah, I want that goblet. Anyways. That's the true Genshin endgame, where you just want goblets that have 30% ER. Lanyan. Proto Amber. What? I mean, I guess you have C2 Frina. Okay, well, yeah, C4, interesting. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, I can see it. C6, nice. I mean, it's not a Lanya that doesn't crit. This Lanya does some amount of damage contribution. So it's an interesting Lanya. It's a Farina context Lanya. Weird. Interesting. I would still run ER Sands. I mean, yeah, I would probably run ER Sands still. I'm just, as far as damage potential goes, though, this is better than ER Sands with this amount of ER substats. I'm quite confident of that. It's just, yeah. Anyways, yeah, I would probably still run ER Sands. Like, ooh, ER Sands, and you have a 270 ER Shungling. Let's go. Anyways, nice Shungling. Lanyan, I mean, yeah, I don't know. You have like a weird mixed approach, Lanyan, which I can understand for Farina utility. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I don't know. I understand. Yeah, it's a weird like you have C2, so like your shield is going to be more than tanky enough, which is double attack percent. You can burst consistently, which is nice for a little bit of grouping utility, and you have some potential to do a little bit of damage even with a Proto Ember build. So yeah, no, I think this is a fair approach to Lanyan. I don't know if I'd quite call it DPS Lanyan per se, but you know, you have built her for some damage. Like even if you're not, Lanyan's damage contribution with her C1 is high enough that even if you're not specifically trying to build her for a bunch of damage, having a little bit of crit on her can be nice for potentially, you know, dealing that little bit of extra damage you need to like kill some trash mobs sooner, I think. So yeah. Healing bonus? Yeah, it's because they're doing Farina Prototype Ember. To be clear, they don't need to do a healing bonus circlet with an R5 Prototype Ember with the C2 Farina. But, you know, it still is more healing. So, actually, wait. No, sorry. Oh, I forgot about that. I believe healing bonus circlet doesn't affect Prototype Ember's healing. Wait, no. Does it? No, I think it does. Or is it, is it only the I don't remember. My brain isn't working well enough right now. It does? Yeah, it does. Okay, there you go. There's some weird healing nuance where the healing bonus circlet sometimes no, yeah, of course it does. Yeah, duh, of course it does. Because I've done like freaking Prototype Amber with Maidens build before and I've shown that. Duh. Derp. I don't know, my brain. See, this is what I'm talking about with my brain failing, where I need to not do these too long. Because eventually my brain just ceases functioning. Anyways, it's fine. Doesn't it heal by a percentage of character HP? Yes. But it also is affected by healing bonus. So, yeah. Who's the last one? Arlecchino. Wait, did I look at Arlecchino? No, I didn't look at Arlecchino. Nice. This looks like my Arlecchino build. This looks very similar to my Arlecchino build, with, amusingly, the main difference being I have a little bit less HP than you. Or, sorry, a little bit more HP than you. You have C2, to be fair. Yeah. So I know confidently it's a pretty good Arlecchino build. Nice Arlecchino. There you go. Nice build. Alright, thanks, Bio. Hang in there, Yacht Master. Thanks. I'll hang in there specifically for your review. Claire, you didn't give me your UID. Claire, your UID, yours is next. You're literally next in line. What's your UID? Turn on my light, by the way. Sometimes my light turning on causes a weird static effect in my microphone. Don't know if it did that. I don't know. I don't know why that happens. It's some weird interference. I think it's because of the side effect of the USB port on my Go XLR audio interface using a USB micro B. YouTube is stinky. I mean, is that your UID, Claire? I guess, okay, you know what, well, while I wait for Claire to give me their UID, I'm going to do the next one, Trashma. Alright, Trashma, thank you for the quality vids. You're welcome. Thanks for watching. Love if you took a look at your Ito, Navia. No, I cannot see it. Try, what do I have to go to? Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, I think I refreshed my chat window at some point. I forgot to put it in live chat. Wait, no, it's still not there in live chat. Okay. Try putting it with, try sending your UID without just numbers. Try sending it with some text with it. Claire. Yeah, I don't see it in my live chat or in my top chat. When I switch my dashboard. Wait, maybe I can view it in my other window. I forgot I had the other window, the Firefox window open. That was the Chrome window that was hiding it. No, it's still not there. Okay, well. Yeah, it's not showing up anywhere. Alright, so anyways, yeah. Try sending it with some amount of text with it. It seems to be the most consistently successful way to get UID not to hide it. Yeah, there we go, I see that. Thank you. Yeah, that's what happened to your UID, Osora? Yeah, not surprising. Alright, okay, yeah, we'll do yours shortly. I'm gonna do trash miss quick. So yeah, Navia, Ito, and Sethos. Alright. This is an extremely healthy Ito. Wow. Red Horn C1. I don't remember what his C1 does, but has a healthy chunk of ER. Look at this freaking circlet, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, yeah. Yep. That's a ridiculous circlet. It's basically a perfect Ito circlet, other than like not having a defense roll. And a very nice onset goblet. Yeah, this is just a really good Ito build. Look at all that defense. The healthy balance of defense stats. I have no idea what the ranking is. No, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess this is a top. I think this is the top 1% Ito. I think it's even like top 500 Ito. I knew it. I freaking knew it. Yep. Top 240. Yeah. I was pessimistic. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Nice Ito. Yeah, very nice. Navia, does she have low crit rate? Nope. Wow. She has low crit damage, actually, honestly. Still probably... This is still probably better than your 2-piece options, I suspect. Yeah. I think the damage bonus from this set makes up for not having... Like, because like, you could do a 2-piece combo, probably, on this Navia, on this account, right? And probably get more crit damage, but I don't think it would be better. The ER, though, is really funny. Look, hey, you're never going to have to worry about bursting on your Navia. This one was your one flex. Yep. Yeah, it's funny, the contrast of these two. Yeah. Alright, Sethos. Let's go, Sethos. Yeah, I don't know. Did you need I don't think you need recommendations for improvements. Honestly, I don't think there's any obvious number one thing to improve other than like minorly improving every one of these artifacts. The only artifact that probably wouldn't be able to be improved in some form, I got the goblet you'd probably keep, and the feather you'd probably keep. Every other one could probably be meaningfully improved for this Navia. Anyways, it's funny. C3 said the slingshot. Let's go. Wanderer's Troop, nice. 65. He gets some crit rate for his charge attacks at least from his C1. So it's like a 80% crit rate functionally, 190 crit damage, and an extra ER, so you can do more charge attacks. Nice. I like it. I like it. The only difference between this and like my build is I do Thundering Fury, but this is theoretically better, other than the slight cooldown mismatch potentially. Just for dual DPS quick swap, just crit damage is low. I think your crit damage is fine. I think it's fine. Oh wait, you mean the Navia? Yeah. You like having a high ER on Navia? Yeah, I can get why. Her burst is relatively important, particularly if you're doing quick swap Navia. You want to make sure you're consistently getting the stacks from the burst off field, since you're not getting crystallizes from her on field. Yeah. Yep. So those, yeah. So anyways, yep. No, I don't know. You're embracing the. Anyways, you're embracing the either extra charge attack spam or dual DPS or dual burst and charge attack playstyle for your Sethos, I think. Similar I do, just a slightly different build. I like it. So yeah. Glad you enjoyed as well, presumably. I don't think there's much to meaningfully improve there. Alright, now we'll do Claire's. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What are we looking at? See, Lolly, Mawika, Shenha, and Arlecchino. Alright. Improvement advice. UID in chat because YouTube bad. Oh, wait, it wouldn't even let you put the number in the donation? That's weird. Interesting. Do I copy and paste your UID if you want to be reviewed? Sorry, actually I should have unpinned the... I forgot to do a new pin message. That's my bad. Oops. Here, let me do a new pin message. Yeah, sorry, Anna. If you might have to keep an eye out for the future stream. I'm trying to wind down the stream. I've been doing this for a while and trying to just finish out the donation reviews. Because I did a few hours of randomized selected reviews with the link before, but I forgot to update the pinned comment. That's my bad. Let me fix that. Oops, I deleted my own message rather than unpinning it. Okay. Just finishing donation reviews. Blap. And then pin that. But yeah, Anna, keep an eye out for a future stream. Yeah, for a unit review, because yeah, I do not have the mental capacity to do any more than the ones I need to finish. I am clearly a little bit tired, hence why, like I was talking about that earlier. Anyways, all right. What are we doing? Still Ollie, Mubika, Shenha, Arlecchino. Okay, all the Arlecchinos, man. Did you just get Arlecchino, Claire? Highlighted everything. Sub to Luna. Yeah, I'm really bad at telling people to subscribe to me. It doesn't matter most of the time, but yeah. Yeah, this is a pretty good deathmatch Arlecchino. She definitely doesn't miss a crit. The attack looks weirdly low in my brain, but it's just a side effect of deathmatch. It's fine with Bennett because it's Bennett. I don't know. Nice Arlecchino. I don't know. I don't know. It's just, doesn't you need to improve Arlecchino past this point? Like, I feel like Arlecchino hits like hard diminishing returns as far as the value of improving her build oh my god, much past this point kind of thing, because like, to be clear, EM timepiece might matter for melt context significantly. Like that would be the nice option to have probably for Claire, is if they have an EM timepiece or not. But it's just like how the fact that I showed how like these really strong characters, right, when you can do really bad builds on these really strong characters, very unoptimal builds, and as long as they just have a good conjunction of relevant damage stats in some form with their, you know, decent teams, they can clear fine, right? In the content, like I did the no crit Arlecchino, I did the emblem Wika build video, right? It was all the same thing, where like as long as you have some amount of relevant stats, even if it's a bad thing to do, you can still clear. But it matters more, I feel like, with weaker characters to min-max builds. So anyways, I don't know. It's not to say you don't need to, you can't improve the build. It's just, does it matter? Does it actually matter? But yeah, I would say maybe have an EM timepiece as an option. So I'm gonna do 2 elixirs for an EM timepiece for my Arlecchino, because I'm not super happy with my EM timepiece right now in Gladiators. And if I choose a double crit EM timepiece, at minimum, it'll be the same crit value. And hopefully it'll be a slight upgrade. So, yeah. Feeling a little dehydrated, gonna get some lemon water. I should drink some water too. And look at Shanghai. Lithic Spear. That's an interesting choice. Were you trying to do a particular build here, Claire? What is wrong with my brain? I have ceased the ability to speak. I keep streaming the rest of the floors in the tower event, probably in a later stream. I think the full tower event is probably unlocked Friday, so I'll probably do more tower Friday. You need the attack. Do you? Because you know if you did Fav, like you have a Fav build here, basically. You already have a healthy amount of crit. And then if you put Fav, and then you do an attack timepiece, right? Like it might make it a little bit more annoying because you need like an attack timepiece with ER substat probably. But I don't. Anyways, Fav has so low base damage. What do you mean? It's the same base attack as Lithic. Like one of the big advantages of Fav Spear, for a number of contexts, is like the fact that it is a higher base attack weapon. It's the same base attack. So you would go. What would happen is you would lose 20% energy recharge. So you would potentially want a bunch of energy recharge and substats, either in the attack timepiece, Yeah, I think you would gain. Well, I don't know. What Lithic gains gives you more attack with leeway characters in the party, so I don't remember what the total attack set is. But I'm pretty sure Fav would be better because Fav energy for the team and for her, and the total attack would be very similar, right? Similar enough that it doesn't matter, but you maybe want to level her skill more, I guess. But I'm assuming you're still working on some of her stuff. So yeah, I don't know. The main reason not to use Fav on her is because you don't have Favs available. But like Fav can beat out her signature weapon. It is the number one argument, maybe, to simplify things down. Fav can quite literally, because the value of that energy is so high for the team, that Fav can be better than her signature weapon. So, you know, is the event spear good on Shenhe? It should be pretty usable, yeah. Because I think there's no cooldown, right, on that weapon. What is it called? I forget what it's called, but if I recall, it's just after you use a skill, you get the attack percent for 10 seconds. So I think that weapon is technically better than this weapon for her. Yeah, no, it definitely is. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, if you don't have Fav available, then yes, that event weapon is probably better. But yeah. Sorry. Mawika, Seed Lolly. Alright, we'll save the best for last. Serpent's Blind. Wait, Scroll. I mean, look, I understand Scroll Mawika. I use Scroll Mawika because she is off-field bot for me. But this is a low amount of crit rate for a Scroll Mawika. It's a little inconsistent. Is she still gonna function for off-field utility with this build? Probably, yeah. Probably. But I imagine you might want a little bit more crit rate. I would, in this circumstance, I personally would probably use a crit rate circlet, I think. But that would make the build look a lot worse. I don't know. Obviously depends on the crit rate circlet you have. This crit damage circlet is not bad as far as overall stat value, but the EM isn't exactly what this build needs, of course, so yeah. Anything truly cursed today? The Sylveon tried to make me think I should be happy about her DPS Lanion when it was a fake DPS Lanion. Anyways, it wasn't that cursed. It just upset me. Anyways, I need to finish these. I'm getting distracted. Yeah, I don't know, usable-ish Mawika, but crit rate is definitely an issue. That's what I'll say. And I don't have an easy solution for that, because like a crit rate circlet would sacrifice a lot of crit damage. Yeah, I don't know. You have this is a build that's the conjunction to multiple artifacts would need to be changed to meaningfully fix things. Okay, I mean, I understand what you're doing here, and I like it. I appreciate it. Mawika with the bad artifacts, and then Lolly with the slightly better artifacts. Also 5-piece obsidian flags. I'm glad I saved her for last. I don't know what this gets exactly. I don't know what well, Shalona doesn't matter. But yeah, like I still kind of think, amusingly enough, Sitlolly's best team for DPS Sitlolly. I never made a DPS Sitlolly video because I don't know. I expected DPS Sitlolly with Shenhe to have some more compelling options, but I couldn't find like a right balance for it to work. So I just kind of ended up not making it. I don't know. Sitlolly is more her off-field supportive utility than she is her on-field DPS potential to me. Maybe I should still make that video. I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, but it'd probably just be something simple like a sac frags build like this one. And showing like, yep, you can get like, if you use sac frags, that gives you the flexibility to build more crit on her. In my case, I have the ability to do like a 90% crit rate, 150 crit damage, or is it? It might have been less than that. I don't know. Like I have the ability to do like a near 90% crit rate build with Obsidian Codex. This is a little bit different since they're using full EM, but and I can get 300k-ish damage. I think technically 400k. I'm saying 300k because C2 Shalona was skewing things for me. But yeah, I like you can get some pretty big and consistent burst damage numbers that the interesting thing with like DPS at Lolly is like, while it's not necessarily that compelling to on-field her longer, being that in a team, like if you're doing Moika, Shalona, and Bennett, right? You're DPSing Moika with a normal Moika build, not like this. You normally use Sitlali Burst in Bennett Burst, and after you have Shalona and Red Shred buff going anyways, and Shalona can be on scroll, right? So, and yes, you can put Shalona on Instructors or Shalona on Petra and set Lolly on scroll instead, and that's what a lot of people are doing. But you can also just keep Shalona on scroll, right? And then do set Lolly on Obsidian Codex, and you get her to the point of consistently doing like 300k damage potentially. And if she's consistently hitting 300k damage, that could meaningfully result in faster clear times, because that extra front-loaded damage before you have to switch to Moika could allow you to kill enemies without having to kill use Moika's burst. I demonstrated this in the event, or not in the event, in the Abyss with version 5.3 with like the trash mobs. I think I showed it in a live stream at some point. So I don't know. I should have made a video about DPS at Lolly. I just got too distracted with all. There was too much in 5.3, man. There was too much in version 5.3 to be distracted by that I'm still distracted by. The chlorine things and whatever. But yeah, DPS Lonion is much more fun, I think, than DPS at Lolly. But my point with that yap is there is still reasons to do something like this, which is my point. If you have someone else on scroll, it's not as important to put her on scroll. So, and you can actually spec her into damage and gain value from it, even if you're not on fielding her longer. So yeah. Arlecchino Melt, do you want to burst Rosaria before or after Bennett? I usually, so when I've been doing Arlecchino Melt, I actually usually do Arlecchino into Sitlali, into Bennett, into Rosaria. I don't necessarily think that's the best. I do that because of Rosaria being on Instructors. And I'm fine with losing a little bit of uptime on Sitlali for Arlecchino, because the extra cryo from Rosaria is hopefully enough to still sustain my melts, right? So yeah, that's what I do. I don't know if that's actually the best, and because of the awkwardness of Instructors, you could maybe argue just like do a different build on Rosaria in order to have a better rotation. But yeah, it's the one I enjoy. So yeah, anyways, I don't know. You asked for improvements, Claire. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think it's necessary to improve this that much, other than potentially get an EM timepiece. Shanghai ready to discuss. Sitlali, I mean, you more crit rate. And Sitlali is, I don't know, I think you know what you're doing with Sitlali if you want to do this build. Generally speaking, having scroll as an option would be good, though. Is all I would say. But I think you understand that. So, yeah. Looking at your question, what was your question? I mean, was the question of... Wasn't the question just that you need an improvement? Or did you ask a question in chat? Sorry. Oh, one thing about your Sitlali is you're wondering, would improve her damage more a cryo goblet or a crit damage circlet? Probably a crit damage circlet. I talked earlier about how I wasn't confident that when I saw someone using they were using a Sitlali with a cryo goblet and a crit circlet, and I wasn't confident that the cryo goblet was better, because the scaling on the EM bonus scaling on her burst is so high that I think EM goblet might be better. But I'm not 100% certain on that. So, I don't know. If you have a cryo goblet, it's worth keeping an eye out for it. But being that Sitlali does need, some ER, I think this is a pretty usable onset goblet. The circlet is also pretty usable, but I'm pretty sure you would get more value from a crit damage circlet, or honestly, a crit rate circlet, because you don't have that much crit rate. It's a usable amount of crit rate, sure, for an Obsidian Codex build, but yeah. So yeah, and like losing 187 EM from her shield is not going to be insane, probably. Her shield is ultimately not going to be insanely tanky regardless, and in your case, you're going to want to level up her skill to get more tankiness out of her shield, but yeah. So give her a crit rate weapon and use crit damage circlet? No, I disagree. I think you use sac frags for DPS at Lolly, because if you don't get the skill reset, you don't get like the extra energy from her skill. She has god awful energy needs, and like it's much harder to build her for damage if you need to like put a bunch of energy substats or energy main stat timepiece. So yeah, it's about 2,000 worth of shield HP. Yeah, that seems accurate. So yeah. Alright, trash mode we already did. Alright, how many do we have left? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, sick. Kathlina. Thank you for the 200 sec. I wish YouTube automatically converted those for me. I have no idea. I can I know it's like a higher amount, I think, because it's a different color, but I don't know the exact amount it is in USD. I did not copy it properly. Whoops. Alright. Already submitted this to the forum, but I decided you wanted to donate. Appreciate it. So you may as well submit your UID here. Yes, that's helpful. Ganyu, maybe Ayaka for context. She's top 2% on your Ayaka leftovers somehow. Nice. Alright, so they gave their Ganyu Ayaka leftovers. So this is their Ayaka, which should be better artifacts, presumably, than what Ganyu has. But the Ganyu is still top 2%. Level 60 Ganyu must have gotten her Chronicle Banner. Nice. Is there time for you to see yours? Probably not. Sorry. I've done with the randomly selected ones. And I want to finish up the donation ones. I am mentally drained. I think this should be obvious based on how many times my brain is slipping up. With simple speaking words. Yeah, that's a pretty good Freeze Ganyu, yeah. I definitely don't think Freeze Ganyu is super compelling because of the problems with Freeze. But, you know, as far as a Freeze Ganyu goes, this is a pretty good Freeze Ganyu, yeah. I think it's a side effect somewhat of the fact that, you know, yeah, you have this Cryo Goblet with a bunch of crit damage, a crit circlet with a nice bit of attack percent, yeah, crit damage, timepiece, yeah. Like, you just have a healthy balance of, like, crit damage attack percent. Because, like, crit damage attack percent for a Freeze Ganyu build is basically priority. Like, she gets 20% free crit rate from her passive. Then you get Cryo Resonance and the Blizzard Strayer crit rate that you just, like, don't really need much crit rate at all. So you have enough, like, valuable crit damage and attack percent stats. And it also probably is not the most competitive leaderboard. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that much. Like they don't look that insane, but they are kind of good for what you would be doing in a Freeze Ganyu situation, right? But yeah, as far as Freeze Ganyu goes, yeah, if you're doing it, you're probably doing like Farina Ganyu, right? Like you kind of have to be. So like MH is obviously a compelling choice for Freeze Ganyu, and then you can have a Ganyu build that's usable without, like you'd still get the crit rate without enemies having to be frozen. So yeah, that's a fair thing. But obviously, again, they just put their spare artifacts on, so it's fine. Yeah, so I don't know. And I like Melt Ganyu with Wanderer's Troop, but Melt Ganyu can also work with, well, no, never mind. Melt Ganyu does not really work with 4-piece image, because Farina would screw that up, but anyways. Yeah. So anyways, nice Ganyu. Is a funny circumstance of like showing that, yep, just having some combination of relevant stats makes for a pretty decent build, right? But Blizzard is better in freeze comps. Yeah, by 4% crit rate when enemies are frozen. And only when enemies are frozen. Like, it's 4% crit rate. It's one crit rate roll. It's one crit rate roll. You get one crit rate roll over MH. And in exchange, you only get that crit rate when... And like, normal enemies that can be frozen are actually frozen. If they happen to be unfrozen when they get hit, then you don't get the crit rate. And then not all enemies freeze. So like, like I really don't think it makes sense to say Blizzard Strayer is better for a freeze Ganyu. So, and you had to farm it, yes. But a lot of people only have like Blizzard Strayer was popular for a while because obviously Blizzard Strayer was before Farina and before MH existed. If Farina and MH existed before Blizzard Strayer, no one would farm Blizzard Strayer. It would be a joke of a set, and it still kind of is a joke of a set in the context of the current game. Like what they have done with the current like artifact designs and DPS unit design has completely invalidated Blizzard Strayer. But yeah, anyways, yeah, if you really want to get big damage on Ganyu though, yeah, Melt is the way. So anyways. But for a leftover Ayaka build, it's pretty usable. Mitsu, are you still here? Hopefully you're still here. I thought I said I was going to eat soon. No, I said I was hungry. And simply that I apologize for, making the donation people's wait. And if it made you feel better, I also have to wait to do something I want, which is to eat food. Anyways, yeah. What's your UID, Mitsu? You might have to post it with some amount of text or like split up the numbers with like a dash in between. I don't know. I'll wait a second for you to try to get your UID to appear. In the meantime, let's go look at the next one. Azula. Should be pretty simple. They want to look at Nubilet. C6 Yao Yao. Nervilet C2. Another 300 crit damage build. Nice. ER check, but other than that, I like the HP. 41,333. That's satisfying. Anyways. It's me. My friend made the dono. Oh, nice. You have a nice friend. Alright. Yeah, I see you wanted to flex your Nubilet. We've seen like all the double HP Nubilets today, which is funny. I don't know. Anyways. Yep. Pretty healthy Nubilet. I think this is before double Hydra, by the way. I think double Hydra might ruin this HP total. What's your HP total on Nubilet after double Hydra? I'm assuming you're doing double Hydra considering you have C1. Like, yeah, very, very strong Nervilet. Just don't understand how Gani got top 2%. Yeah, it's because, I mean, the top 2% for Gani freeze is just attack percent rolls matter. And you have a bunch of attack percent, I think. Yeah. You just really like Ayaka, so I want to go back and build her more later. I mean, your Ayaka, I think, seems more than good enough. So the main thing you'd probably want to consider. I haven't seen anyone do calcs on the new cryo set for Ayaka. That'd be kind of interesting. It's like, I think the new cryo set for Ayaka is weird. Again, like in context where like freeze works, I don't think the new cryo set is going to be better. But as a more universal option or whatever, I think if you're an Ayaka main today, you want to just have different build options for her in different situations. But yeah. Anyways, is it worth it to have less crit rate, more crit damage? I mean, I've yapped about that a lot this stream. The answer is potentially yes. If you're particularly, you can have an unoptimal crit ratio. You can aim for something that's not 1 to 2, or the optimal crit ratios, by the way, change depending on how much actual crit damage you have. But the more crit damage you have, the more you actually want to like aim for having more crit rate, generally speaking, as far as math optimization goes. But the over, like in practice, like you can optimize around lower crit rate. And like I've yapped about a bunch of this stream about having lower crit in Arlecchino with like double cryo context and whatnot. So yeah. Anyway, what are we supposed to look at here? Yeah, the Nubilet. Just Nubilet. It's good Nubilet. Good Nubilet. Alright. Let's say the least. Usually save Farina for other teams because he's really strong. Oh, that's fair, I guess, yeah. So if you're doing solo Hydra Nubilet then, or play with Child. Level 1 Child for the pass, or it doesn't have to be level 20 Child. I don't know. Anyways. Isn't the new cryo set basically unusable outside of its intended user? I mean, I haven't tested it in game yet. It's unknown, I think. I haven't seen clarification on whether the new cryo, because the new cryo set says when you have 0 energy, you get the normal attack and burst damage bonus. If you get 60% burst damage bonus after using your burst, and that affects your Ayaka, like Ayaka doesn't snapshot, right? So it should work on Ayaka, right? She should get 60% burst damage bonus. The normal attack bonus isn't really beneficial for her, and you actively wouldn't want to land a normal attack, I think. Because I think normal attack damage is bad. It buffs physical damage. No, it doesn't. So anyways, I tried to calculate a little. It's stronger if you can actually get the buff. I don't know how it's going to work with snapshotting for Ayaka Burst. Oh, she does snapshot? Oh, okay. Then that's the question. I thought she didn't. My bad. If Ayaka Burst does snapshot, then yeah, then I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the burst damage bonus applies for Ayaka, but if it does, it could be compelling. I don't know. I wouldn't assume it, but yeah. So, anyways, good to be that. The Mitsu, did you put your UID in here? I haven't seen it. I have not seen. Oh, there. Oh no, I found it. Okay, sorry. I found it. Chungus. Oh my god. Chungus. I can't even say my meme names properly anymore. My brain is failing. Alright. The Chungyun Supremacy. You don't have C2 Chungyun? That's sad. I'm sorry. It's just sad. That's all it is. I much respect the Triple Crown before you even get some constellations on them. Like, for real. We're getting 5-star instructors? I wish. As far as I'm aware, we're not. Yeah, Chungus. I don't know, he's still an interesting unit because of his ability to like do some front-loaded damage with his burst, even if you don't on-field him, but man, it's just resources. Resources in this video game right now is a problem for me when I want to build new characters coming out and try to build up the roster of old characters. Is rough. The game has actively become more annoying since I transitioned to building more characters for content and pulling more characters to become more content. It's like, yeah, I can justify spending the money and pulling more, but I can't solve the resource problem without just resin refreshing my life away. And even if I resin refresh my life away, I still have like stupid Ascension Crystal problems now. Like what the, why, whatever. Anyways, sorry. This is a pretty good Chungus, I think. Well, okay. I don't know if they're playing like with double cryo resonance or not, but if they aren't, this is probably not the ideal build, considering the inconsistency. But anyways, you have bad luck pulling Chungyun, yeah. 59k per burst blade, yeah, that seems fairly accurate. He can get some pretty meaningful front-loaded damage. He's 4-star, no big burst animation, so you can spend literally like a couple seconds on field on him and get potentially, particularly with reactions, you can potentially get like 200-300k from a burst on Chungyun with investment, right? And it's a not irrelevant amount of front-loaded damage. So yeah, it's the cool and aspect of his kit that they probably intended to some form. It's just a problem of like cryo infusion not being that valuable elsewise. Yeah, a little bit inconsistent as far as crit rate goes, but otherwise your build seems pretty good. I would love to mess around with the Chungus more in the future, though. You said look at his teammates too, I think, me too, but I'm not sure what teammates you want me to look at. Shenhe, maybe, I guess? You're probably using Shenhe. I don't know why you're using the catch. I can understand why you're not using Fav, because, like, needing crit rate, like, this is probably not the ideal build for Fav. But I would probably say maybe, I don't know, you probably need more ER even with this build. I don't know, maybe ER timepiece and use the event weapon on her is better. Shenhe, Benny, Pyro Traveler, alright. And Xingqiu, okay. Yeah, I don't know, maybe consider the event weapon on the Shenhe. The event weapon on Shenhe is basically equivalent to the Skyward Spine, which is an okay non-Fav alternative, right? So I would consider that. Change the build slightly around that and go from there. Yeah, this pretty usable off-field Traveler build with Fav. Probably yeah. A little bit low on crit rate, but it could be rough to build Traveler, I suspect. You got a little bit of leveling to do on some pieces too. You might get some crit rate rolls actually, so if you get lucky, it could help slightly. Be a decent Traveler build, for sure. Maybe probably want to level 90 the Fav actually. At least get the base attack. It's already low base attack at a baseline, so, and they do be doing their attack scaling damage. If they are triggering, you probably can trigger a melt on Pyro Traveler consistently, so that the ideal would also be an EM timepiece, I suspect. You can at least get maybe like a 200k burst melt or something. It would be my rough no, probably more than 200k realistically, right? I don't know. Pyro Traveler is hard to get a vibe on for me because I haven't used them meaningfully with like an invested build. But like they have high scaling on their burst. It's just their energy needs and whatever muddy the water for what my brain can estimate for the damage potential. But being that you're using Pyro Traveler with Chungus, Shenhe potentially, you should be able to get a melt on them consistently. And then I presume it transitions into, after you get a melt on him, you want to try to overtake with Pyro so that you can start melting on Chungus, right? But yeah, his damage contribution on most teams is less than 5%. I mean, sure. I don't necessarily think it's less than 5% in a Shenhe Chungyun team context. Like, your damage per rotation is probably, I don't know exactly. Like there's a different context from like Pyro Traveler in a Kaniche team, yo. So keep that in mind. That like you shouldn't compare damage. You shouldn't go see someone say, "Oh, Pyro Traveler's damage contribution is 5%," and then think that applies to every single team. That's a relative damage contribution that heavily changes based on what the other units are on the team. I'm pretty sure with DPS Chungyun that Pyro Traveler, assuming they're getting some melts, at least on their big burst multiplier, has the potential to get meaningfully more damage than that, than 5%. But anyways, I don't know. I'm not 100% confident. It's hard to get a vibe on what Pyro Traveler damage contribution looks like in a team like that. What about Xingqiu and Benny? That is I would recommend the crit rate circlet on your Xingqiu. Also, unfortunately, Sack Sword doesn't really work on Xingqiu properly pre R4, if I recall. Because like if you can get Sack Sword to consistently trigger every rotation, it's kind of a blech weapon on him. C0 Xingqiu is also a bit rough, especially in conjunction with a non-R4 Sack Sword. So I don't know. I don't know if you have spare Fav swords. The Xingqiu weapon situation is a little bit annoying for low investment Xingqiu. I think you use the pipe, I guess, is actually maybe the best alternative. So yeah, you still somehow burst every rotation compared to your Benny. I mean, you do have, I guess that's fair. You do have 250 energy recharge. That's probably why. That's why you have an excess of energy recharge. That's why. But yeah, I still recommend a crit rate circlet for sure if you actually want to deal meaningful damage. But at the same time, it probably isn't that important considering C0 Xingqiu. But yeah, screw you, Benny. Ah, wait, you're having problems with his Bennett? I mean, it's because he's not triggering Fab consistently, but put a crit rate circlet on your Bennett, and he'll trigger Fab more consistently. To be clear, like, you're going to want to probably ideally not use Fab on Bennett. I would try to transition him to a Sapwood Blade, and then level his burst more, but that will affect your Chungus damage for sure. But yeah, it's fairly all, in progress builds. Or lower investment, so it's fine. All right, nice. Yeah, this feels like a troll. Is it? I don't think it is. They just have different priorities for what they have fun in the game. If you don't care about Abyss as much, your priorities are very different. I'm not saying that Mitsu doesn't care about Abyss. Maybe they do long term, but they have priorities over caring about Abyss, right? So yeah, I don't think Mitsu's a troll. They did not give me troll vibes, at least. You think a troll is so troll? I just want to troll this one streamer by doing a bunch of like relatable builds that are low investment, and because I haven't pulled 800 copies of Xingqiu. Like what? Anyways, yeah, maybe they were talking to someone in chat though. I don't know. We haven't seen Emblem Wika. Yeah, not yet, sadly. That would be a troll. Who does that though? Never heard of doing Emblem Wika. Wow, event EC2. Alright, Nolzan, thanks for the $5. Raiden, 2 left, by the way. I'm almost free. Also, wait, Azula donated again. I didn't even notice that. We'll go back to Azula. I did not notice they donated twice, so Azula is the last one. Alright, Nolzan, Raiden, should I replace Sans or Circlet? Typical C2 Raiden Shivers team. Alright, it should be pretty easy. C3 Raiden? What are you talking about, C2 Raiden? C3 Raiden isn't that important, but it does matter. Should replace Sans or Circlet? I don't really know what you would possibly replace the Circlet with. If you value your sanity, you're certainly not going to do a crit damage Circlet. Maybe they're asking, I don't know if Nolzan is still here, but were you asking like as far as like elixir context? Because that's a little bit of a different question. Your Sans is honestly quite good. Like, yeah, I know it only has 1 crit roll, but like your other rolls mostly went into attack, and it's still a valuable damage stat. I'm talking about that Xingqiu. I see. So, I don't know. Nolzan, if you're here, you can let me know. But if you're not watching the VOD, I think what I would do, I would probably make an ER Sans with elixirs and choose double crit. Like the timepiece, the circlet could be improved, right? But this already has 1, 2, 3 relevant rolls. If you use like elixirs for a circlet, you'd still want to do a crit rate circlet, right? And like, yeah, I could give it a couple more crit damage rolls, but like, I don't think getting more crit damage rolls is that relevant with this build. Not with a C3 Raiden. Like, the issue with Engulfing Raiden is trying to get to a consistent amount of crit rate. And I think, if anything, you sacrifice more crit damage for crit rate than anything. So I would personally try to, like, hopefully get more crit rate by making a elixir ER timepiece with crit rate, crit damage, and hopefully the game is nice and doesn't troll you by giving you a bunch of crit damage rolls. Because it would be really funny if you somehow lost crit rate. But it's also a circumstance, like, I don't know, like, yeah, like, if you get a little bit unlucky, it's very possible you could spend elixirs on a double crit ER timepiece and be worse than this piece still. Like, this is not that bad of a piece, right? So, from there, the only way to get meaningfully more crit rate is if you swap to a different off-piece goblet that had more crit rate, or a flower that had more crit rate, right? But I think it's probably, if you wanted to try to improve Raiden, I think it's probably worth the risk to do an elixirs for an ER timepiece. That's my vibe. An ER emblem timepiece is always useful. That's true. That's true. Yeah, there's many other units that could use an emblem ER timepiece. So yeah, that's a good reasoning too. Yeah, and if it rolls weird, I don't know. Hopefully you have options for goblets that have. Oh, don't forget that like you can do attack. You didn't ask about goblets. You asked about sands or circlet. But attack goblet versus ER goblet shouldn't be that much worse. So that gives you potentially more options to get a higher crit rate, right? If you have some weird goblet that has a whole bunch of crit rate rolls, then in the circumstance of you getting an ER timepiece that has a whole bunch of crit damage, it's probably fine, right? As an example. It's almost done. I'm fine with showing this as an example. Like, can I have my mouse? Windows. There we go. I have this weirdy doodles goblet, which I think is on my Shenhe. Yeah, like this kind of goblet on a Raiden in your circumstance might be far preferable, right? And then that could be a compelling option. You know, I don't know if they have that, right? But they already have an off-piece goblet. So in the circumstance of them getting a bunch of crit damage rolls, I think they might have more flexibility than it seems like. As long as we consider switching to an attack percent goblet or an electro goblet that has crit rate too, if they have that. But yeah. Which ER does C0 Raiden need? Not this much, but ER is more valuable than attack with Engulfing Lightning because of both Emblem, Raiden's own passive, and Engulfing, converting ER to a damage. So yeah. In my experience, a C0 hybrid Raiden does not need much more than 200. But yeah, most people, it's trivial, generally speaking, to get 220 ER on Raiden on like a catch build at C0. ER is definitely not the struggle for Raiden builds. It's usually crit. C0 hybrid Raiden works with EM goblet and 180 EM. That's not hybrid Raiden, I'm sorry. A hybrid Raiden with only 180 EM is doing way lower transformative reaction damage. That it's like a quick bloom Raiden. Like yes, quick bloom Raiden works without doing like yeah. But 180 EM is just quick bloom, where you're getting some additional transformative reaction damage, but like, that's not hybrid. There's a difference. Like the teams might be similar, but it's different. You're just doing aggravate quick bloom Raiden. So yeah. Oh, sorry, 180 ER. Okay, that yeah. 180 ER. Yes. I mean, I'd say 180 is a little low, but it depends on the team. And Favs and double electro all cause different factors. The energy needs for electro units are all over the place. They're the most variable units in the game as far as their energy needs. Because electro resonance and Fischl existing wildly changes things. So yeah, and not just Fischl, also other units like Eon Sun is another one. Like if Eon Sun plus an electro unit, it changes things. Because Eon Sun fab particles plus Eon Sun particles plus electro resonance, like yeah. Anyways, the Kanich, Hazo, and Arlecchino was the last ones from Missoula. They asked me for Nubilet, and then they did a separate donation for. Wait, oh, this is a different Azula. Wait, what? Oh, it's a different account. Oh, I see. Okay. I was confused. I was like, where did the Nubilet go? They have two different accounts, apparently. They have two? Wow. I mean, look, I have two AR60 accounts, but I don't spend that much time playing on one of them. Yeah, anyways. They're both NA accounts, too. What in the world? Alright. Anyways. Kanich, Hazo, and Arlecchino. Yep. Is this better than the other Kinish we saw? This is the second C6 Kinish we've seen. Obviously, Azula just wants to flex their builds, which is fair. I don't mind taking money for flexing at the end here. Keeps my brain functional. Yeah, C6 Ayaka too. Is everyone? No, not C6 for now. All right. Anyways, I think the other Kinish might have been better just barely because I think it had like more attack substats. I think. I'm not sure though. Yeah. I think this Kinish definitely has a little bit of over prioritization of crit. Like the Akasha ranking might not be that high on this Kinish because of that. It's not gonna be low. Yeah, it's top 7%, right? Like it's not. It looks much better than it actually is. And to be clear, it's a C6. It doesn't freaking matter. But you know, yeah, it's not that insane, right? So yeah, that's fine. But again, like as far as Akasha rankings, like the difference in like what one build is for the high rankings that comes down to like minor differences, like how many additional rolls other than crit you have. This build has a lot of crit, but not much else, right? So it's still a good build, obviously. I don't think it's particularly problematic. Hazo and Arlecchino. Wait, I'll look at Arlecchino first. We'll end it with a Hazo. I'm down to end with a Hazo. I need to build Hazo. I really want to compare him to DPS Lanyan. And maybe even use them together. Anyway, Arlecchino, Gladiator. A little bit sad you need that 1.2% more crit damage. But anyways, yeah, 100 crit rate with C6. It's a very good Arlecchino build. They'll want an EM timepiece though in conjunction with Silali. It's so funny to me to see people that do like, they get C6 Arlecchino, but then they didn't get C2 Silali for Arlecchino, right? Like, to be clear, I don't know that they spent money, but I'm pretty sure this person spent money, right? I'm pretty sure this person spent money. I think this person spent some money, but like, it's just funny, right? I don't know, seeing people like, yeah, I'll get C2 Muika, but then not get like C2 Silali. I don't know. It's just funny. That's all. Anyways, was it a tax circlet? No, it's not a tax circlet. Anyways, Hazo had tax circlet? Who had a tax circlet? I don't know. Anyways, Hazo C6. I like that they stopped before crowning. By the way, I agree. Crowning is generally not very worth. They do reasonable crowning. They crown their favorite units or the most relevant abilities, and then they stop at level 9. This is similar to what I do. I crown the very relevant abilities, and like Muika Burst or Muika Skill, I crowned primarily because of the fact that I thought it'd be funny to have her skill crowned and leave her burst level 1. I was originally going to not do anything past level 8 on her skill, and I was going to crown her normal attack talent, but then I got mad and decided not to because they gave her charge attack ICD. God, that annoyed me so much. Anyways, and this is a very strong Hazo, by the way. The goblet is ridiculous. It is about the same amount of ridiculous as my absurd animal goblet. Funnily enough, my animal goblet is also on this set, I think. But yeah, very good animal goblet, very good timepiece. This person has about as cracked VV artifacts as I do. I have some cracked VV artifacts, and they have some cracked VV artifacts. So yeah, this is actually like probably a similar, ignoring whether or not I'd actually use Widzith, similar to what my Hazel would probably look like once I gave him my VV pieces. I think he'd have a little bit more crit damage than me, but just because they have this stupid goblet. But yeah, anywho's. Sad def rolls, unfortunately. A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's not that big. Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, they're just that circlet. I don't know. You have my circlet luck. I don't know. You and I, Azula, can be in the sad party of getting cracked artifacts, and then the game being like, no, you never get a circlet with more than 2 crit rolls. I'm just like, well, okay, it's fine. The rest of the build is still good, but yeah. I don't know. Hey, you gotta have something relatable on your build. Alright, but yeah. I should be able to have this kind of Hazo someday if I can ever get the Ascension crystals. Which I wish I was joking. I laugh, but it's a sad laugh. Why is that a problem? Why is Ascension Crystals a problem right now? Anyways, but yeah. Anyways, which is that goblet? Let's end off in a flexing luck comparison. Is I don't know why. Here, let's go to Farzan. She has the goblet. Is my goblet or their goblet better? Okay. They have like it's more crit damage. Like I think that some people would lean towards that goblet, but I have an attack percent roll, but it's a low attack percent roll. They have a higher ER roll. Does it matter? Maybe. Let me do math because I can't in my head right now. What is that? 6.6 times 6.6 times 2 plus 30. Is this a 50? I didn't even notice. No, it's a 48.9. It's a higher crit value, so it's a 48.9 CV plus a flat attack roll plus a max ER roll. Mine is a 9.3. Mine is low roll values, right? Like this is oops, pressed it twice by accident. Mine is low roll values. But like also a lot more balance, which is kind of nice, right? So mine is 44.2 plus the attack percent roll. I think theirs is technically better because high crit roll, but I don't know. Anyways, I like mine more, but I might be biased. I don't know. I like balance stats more than having wackadoodle rolls, but also in the current day of like having all these like artifact sets that give a bunch of crit rate for free, or oftentimes characters themselves, if the artifact set doesn't give it free, they have passive and ascend with crit rate. Like Chlorine functionally has 40% crit rate for free. She has the artifact set crit rate for free in her passives and her ascension. So like in the context of that, right, then that makes it so sometimes artifacts with really fat crit damage rolls are significantly more valuable. But yeah, anywho's this game is anti-Chung and tear down the system. True. I agree. I agree. Why are 4 stars so pain to acquire? Why is this character not a 4-star? No, I'm sorry. It's just funny to meme on Siegeween, okay? I maintain that Siegeween actually does have a 5-star tier kit. Not the most insanely good 5-star tier kit, but she's not a 4-star. It would have been better if she was a 4-star, though. Like, she'd be an amazing character if she was a 4-star. Like, goddamn. If she was a 4-star, remove her. Like, if she was a 4-star, they basically would have had to remove one of the more relevant things about her, which is her flat damage buff, I feel like. Or maybe they could have kept that. Maybe they could have kept that in her. Like, if they kept the flat damage buff, but then just made her burst, like, do no damage. So she had no damage potential. Yeah, I think that's what. That would have been the ideal, I'd say. The ideal reality is this: if Siegeween was a 4-star, she still did her flat damage buff and was a team-wide Hydra healer for double Hydra with Farina, but then just had no burst damage, right? Like, her burst was basically completely irrelevant and never did anything. How to use Siegeween? Yeah, tap E, and then if you're bursting on her, because the damage from her burst can be relevant if you build her for it, then you also press Q when it makes sense. Not in every team, but yeah. Anyway, she completely replaced Barbara. I mean, she already does completely replace Barbara, in my opinion. But she's a 5-star. So, yeah. Anyways, would have been better if she was a 4-star and had a slightly different kit, to say the least. But she's still not a terrible character. She just... It could have been a little bit more. But yeah. Anyways. Why am I yapping about Siegeween? Anyways, thanks for joining the Unit Review stream. It's a long stream. Thanks for all the donations. Hopefully you got some value from your monies. As always, the goal is to try to strike a balance of doing randomly selected reviews and the donation reviews, and have a nice ad-free piece of content for you. That maybe you can get some value from my stupid knowledge about Genshin, or maybe it can just be entertaining from seeing builds and whatever. So that's the goal. Strike a balance from entertainment and other values to it. Yeah, screw TTDS. Exactly. Anyways, I'm gonna go eat some foods, and then probably do Zenless dailies, and then maybe record. I don't know. I was gonna potentially record a video. I don't know if I can record a video anymore. I think my brain might be dead. Anyways, bye bye.